As we get set for another week of action coming up, including this weekend, the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Nest, back in action in the Alabama, that rematch for the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's a beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York, Saratoga Springs, and we have a Grade 1 jump race to kick off our Wednesday card, the Jonathan Shepherd, which we'll talk about here in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you here on our FS2 coverage. Feature later today, flat racing begins in race number 2. That's where the early pick 5 will begin. But that is that New York Stallion Stakes Series of Cab Calloway Division Dakota Gold beat at a very short price earlier in the meet. Going to be a short price again. Arad Ortiz Jr. back aboard. We'll see if he's able to get it done this time around. Later on in the card, that's race 9. Part of our late pick 5, late pick 6 as well. Jonathan Shepherd, as we mentioned, Grade 1 to kick off our card at 2 3/8 miles over the jumps. And we have a star back who passed on being at this meet last summer because didn't want to carry all that weight. Snap Decision decided to show up this time around anyway for the fans. Going to carry 164 pounds. Snap Decision and would be a huge favorite coming up. With me, the big champion jockey, Joe Clancy, editor of the Saratoga Special. And let's start with Snap Decision. That is a lot of weight literally on his shoulders he's carrying today.
Yeah, for sure. He's a lot of horse, though. So, and we touched on him coming on. He's earned it, based on what he's done. He won 9 races in a row. He's won 2 Grade 1s. He looked really good in the Iroquois in May. Just throttled horses going 3 miles down there. And he's the best jumper in training right now. The Mean Queen's a little bit on the shelf. We're not sure when she'll come back, but he comes in here as a heavy favorite, and he earned it. Here he is in 2020 winning the Michael Walsh, and he's carrying 165 here. And you see his jockey just looking around going, I got everybody, I think. And really easy win. I don't think today's gonna be quite that easy, but that's the kind of horse this is. He can kind of power away. He's got gears other horses don't have, and he did that easily. He's 3 for 3 at Saratoga. Goes for another chance here today.
Man, nice to have the luxury to be able to take those long, languishing look back, knowing how much horse you have underneath you. And, he's a victim of his own success carrying that kind of weight because he's so good. And well, the old adage is the more you fill your bank account, the more the racing secretary fills your saddlebags.
Exactly, and it's a little old school, with some 160 horses. We haven't seen it in a while, and some legends have done it with Lonesome Glory and Zacchio and Mystico for Jonathan Shepherd, Warm Spell, Lonesome Glory, or Snap Decision trying to jump into that crowd, which is kind of cool.
You could play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets, new members. That was the code to use, Toga 200, and get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus on the app or at nairabets.com. Again, the pick 5 begins in race 2, but our action begins right here with a Grade 1 where all eyes are on that guy right there. Snap Decision, who just ran 3rd in a flat race, and Jack Fisher actually said he ran a great race, just felt he couldn't get out in time.
Yeah, I don't know if he was going to beat the winner. The Red Knight won the race, and pretty fair horse on the turf. But Jack was using it as a prep, and Snap Decision ran really great. Got beat ahead for 2nd, in a pretty salty field. And he was a decent horse on the flat. He was running against Bricks and Mortar with Shug McGahee, and placed in a Grade 3. Ran up here in the Better Talk Now. They went a mile and 133 and change, and he got beat less than a length. I mean, he's a pretty serious horse on the flat, and has just shifted it to jumps and become that kind of good horse.
Let's go to Liza Hendricks.
Greg, Snap Decision looks great out here in the paddock and on the track. He just looks very fit. I was looking for a horse to beat him since he is such short odds in a steeplechase race, but I can't find anyone to beat him. He just looks great. And I spoke to trainer Jack Fisher this morning about that flat run and why he decided to skip the AP Smithwick and go to that flat race to prep for this race. And he said that horses just get so much more out of a flat run rather than working them, say, 5 times at home on the farm, which is where most steeplechase horses train out of. And he just looks very fit. Sometimes he can get a bit chunky, but I don't see any of that today. He's all muscle here and very professional, and he looks like he is just the one to beat. He is, as you guys mentioned, though, carrying a lot of weight and giving a lot of weight to the one Down Royal, the mare that we saw beat the boys up here in that Grade 1 AP Smithwick. So 21 pounds off of him. And it's a great husband and wife combo. The husband, Bernie Dalton, rides her, and the trainer is Kate Dalton, his wife. So it's a great story, and she is New York bred as well, so they would get that bonus. and would be a huge payday for them. I spoke to trainer Kate Dalton, and she said she's been training great since that run in the AP Smithwick, but it's going to be a tough task to beat Snap Decision here, guys.
And they're off in the Jonathan Shepard. And the early lead belongs to Going Country. Going Country is now headed by Chief Justice on the outside. And on the inside of them, Song for Someone now moves to take second. So it's Song for Someone on the inside and Chief Justice. And those two are stride for stride, and they're joined by Snap Decision. Snap Decision goes right by them and takes over in the very early stages of the Jonathan Shepard. Going Country is now fourth, just behind Song for Someone and Chief Justice. Then it's the gray mare, Dawn Royal, who is about 5 lengths off the early pace. Rhodesian is second to last in the early stages, and Belfast Banter, as Snap Decision goes over and leads by about 1.5 lengths. Chief Justice in second, then it's Song for Someone, a joint third on the inside of Going Country, fourth and 3 lengths behind Snap Decision, who cruises along. Down Royal is in fifth, a beautiful jump for Snap Decision in control. Rhodesian is still second to last, and then it's Belfast Banter. Snap Decision will try to control the pace throughout. Bounding along with a 1.5 lengths advantage over Chief Justice in second. It's then another 3.5 back to Song for Someone inside Going Country. Rhodesian and Down Royal have been together throughout, and Belfast Banter is at the back. Heavily favored Snap Decision, professionally handling business thus far, maintains a 2-length lead now over Chief Justice. That margin has increased a bit, and they're starting to pull clear of the rest. Song for Someone is third, and Going Country fourth. Down Royal, Rhodesian, and then Belfast Banter. Snap Decision going into that far turn with a 2.5 length advantage. Chief Justice, another 4 back to Song for Someone in third, and then it's Going Country fourth, and now 8 lengths off the pace. Down on the inside, it's Down Royal, Rhodesian covering her, and another 2 back to Belfast Banter. Into the stretch for the second of 3 times. Snap Decision, still in command and leading it by 2.5 lengths. Chief Justice in second. It's a gap of 4 back to Song for Someone, who gets a nudge, and Going Country to the outside. Down Royal is about 10 lengths off the pace, followed by Rhodesian and Belfast Banter. Snap Decision's lead is up to 4 lengths. Has been chased throughout by Chief Justice. Another 4 lengths back comes Song for Someone in third, and then Going Country has been fourth all of the way. Down Royal on the inside of Rhodesian. Another 2 back to Belfast Banter. There hasn't been any change in the order. And it's Snap Decision, leading it by 3.5. In second, Chief Justice, joined now by Song for Someone. Another 2 behind them comes Going Country. Going Country has lost a little bit of ground. Belfast Banter is trying to mount a bid on the inside. Right next to Down Royal, Rhodesian now trails. Snap Decision. Snap Decision is in front by 7 lengths as Going Country, moving into second, aggressively handled, trying to close the gap on Snap Decision. Chief Justice is back to third, followed by Song for Someone in fourth, and then comes Down Royal as they reach the top of the stretch. Snap Decision with 164 pounds, putting on a show. It's an 8-length lead over Going Country. They never got close to Snap Decision. Snap Decision in the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard, winning by the length of the stretch. Congratulations, Snap Decision. Hearing it from the crowd, romping home. Going Country was second. Photo for third goes to Rhodesian in front of Belfast Banter.
Crowd showing their appreciation of a special horse who's produced some big efforts at Saratoga. Snap decision, does it again, carrying 164 pounds.
What a horse. I don't know. I mean, it is a little like Forgo and some of those legends back in the day, carrying 34, 36 in the Marlboro Cup and those things. I mean, to do that, carrying 164 on the lead the whole way, you know, they had plenty of reasons to come get him if they wanted to, but the horse in second's carrying 24 pounds less. Serious horse.
That
really
was a lot of fun to watch, even more fun to watch it next to Joe because, you know, your knowledge and experience with steeplechase racing, how excited you got about it. And obviously it's an impressive performance. And my little connection to this, I actually rode this horse's Damn Salute in the Cicada for the Phipps family. And the pedigree's incredible, Personal Ensign being the Grand Dam.
No, it's crazy. And I think that's what Jack Fisher says all the time. He says it's all that family behind him that makes him so good. He says, I didn't do much. I asked him the other day back here at the barn, what makes him good, and he pointed to his brain, the horse's head between his eyes, and then he pointed to where his heart is, and he's got a lot of it. And I know it's a big relief for Jack and the owners. They were sweating this. I mean, you know, anytime you bring your horse up, their responsibility's to the horse, and you're going to put 164 on him, make him give that much away, you know, and if he was ever going to falter, it's here. There's Jack Fisher and Charlie Femick, one of the co-owners, and, you know, they were really sweated whether to run or not. You know,
and they had a backup plan, too. That was a flat race.
Yeah, the Johns Call was next week. He was nominated to that, and he ran well enough at Colonial that he would have been a factor in there. I don't think you'll see him now, though. I think he goes back to Maryland and gets a nice little break and comes back for October. Just a really cool race. Neat horse.
Look how collected he was coming back. He just looks like he didn't really draw a long breath. And talk about confidence in your horse. And look how beautiful he's moving. We got to get this guy a rearview mirror, though. But I will say this, though. He's only the 9th horse in the history of the race to carry better than 160 pounds to win it.
Yeah, usually this race would set up for kind of a lightweight. A horse who ran a good race in the Smithwick leading up to this, or the Lovely Night back in the day was the other feature. But a horse moving forward, and then the winner of that race would pick up a ton of weight, and the lighter weight would win it. But to come up here and do that the way he did it, all tribute to the horse. And like Jack said in some of the stories early on, Saratoga's supposed to showcase a horse like that. So to have him come up here and do it, really cool. Really, really cool.
Beautiful horse, and they did not want to mess around with him. Just figured they're on the best. Let's go to the front. Just take command early.
Yeah, which isn't necessarily his style. Usually he would pick it up with a lap to go and kind of put everybody under pressure. I think he was probably a little sharper coming out of the flat race. He wasn't that far off the pace in a 1.5-mile race, and that would put him in, you know, put him right up on in a jump race. And the other riders were probably happy that he was in front, making him do some work.
Yeah.
But obviously he's so good, they couldn't put any pressure on him, really.
That was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Snap decision. He is a real good one. That was a treat to kick off our Wednesday card here. Grade 1 win in the Jonathan Shepard. Joe, always a pleasure to have you on.
Well, thanks for having me. Happy to do it, especially when we can showcase a horse like that.
Well, we're going to take a time out. We'll get into our flat racing coming up at the kickoff of the early pick 5 when we return. And guess who's on the grounds? The Derby winner, Rich Strike, getting ready for his Travers moment. We'll be back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Good to have you with us on Saratoga Live as we kick off another week's action here at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We need to welcome in Frank Miramati as well. Didn't get a chance to throw it to him for that well-done job in the Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard, and this outstanding performance from Snap Decision. But Frank Miramati on the mic the next couple of days. Johnny and Brielle getting a little well-deserved time off. This was fun to watch. Snap Decision, just an incredible performer, and you see how comfortable, what a pretty mover he is as well, Mig.
That's so efficient. He just looked like when he came off the turf and was galloping back to the winner's circle, Paul, that he was just enjoying himself, kind of taking it all in. It didn't look like he drew a long breath.
Let's go to Liza for more.
Thanks, Greg. And here with leading trainer Jack Fisher. And Jack, Snap Decision just gave a great run and a great show. He sat on the lead and got an easy lead. Was that the plan today?
That was the plan, and I think Shug has Vigilante's Way, that's his full or half sister. And he said she's like a sewing machine. Push the button, she trains herself. That's what this horse does. Just push the button, he does it all himself.
And he put in a little bit of a long stride at that last fence. Did that make you a little nervous?
Got over it.
You did get over it.
That doesn't bother me when they do that at the last. It's when they chip in as they're getting tired. When, that's just he's got a lot of energy left.
And you gave him a prep race in a stake down at Colonial on the flat. Can you talk about the decision of why to run him in there?
Well, it's called the Colonial Cup. There used to be a Colonial Cup over jumps. And it was 1.5 miles on the turf. It fit well 3 weeks before this race. And so I was just doing it for work, to be honest with you. And he ran great in there. He kind of got boxed in a little bit in the stretch, but he ran great. So then the choice was, one of the owners of Snap Decision wanted to go in the John's Call, which is named for a friend of mine, Tom Voss, or he trained that horse. So that would have been cool until I looked at who was nominated. It's like, damn.
It would have been a tough race, yes.
This was easier with 64 than that would have been.
Easier, but still a good field, and gave them a great show. And he had just such a good run today. Where can we expect to see him next?
He may go to Aqueduct. He'll definitely go to Far Hills. So we'll see.
Well, excited to see him coming up here, and congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Greg, Snap Decision just putting on a show here today, winning easy.
As easy as could be. Yeah, thank you, Liza. And as Joe Clancy had mentioned, the horse chasing him coming into the stretch was toting an extra 24 pounds behind him and could not make up any ground. That's how good Snap Decision is. What a performance to kick off our Wednesday card. Here's what still remains. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Got the early pick 5 up next. Begins in race 2 here. 6 furlong sprint. $16,000 claiming race to kick it off. 2-year-old maiden fillies in race 5, and that New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway division. Dakota Gold disappointed at odds on earlier in the meet. We'll see if he's able to get it done today. A Rat Ortiz Jr. back aboard for Danny Gargan there. Could get some stiff competition from a few runners in there, maybe even a Chad Brown runner. Champion jockey Richard Migliori with me. Paul LaDuca on set as well as we get set for 2 big weeks still coming up here. We have the Alabama this weekend, and then, of course, Travers weekend, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner on the grounds. Arrived on Sunday, Rich Strike.
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool to see Rich Strike arrive on the grounds, and he acted like a little kid when he got here. It was pretty crazy. He was jumping around. It seemed like he was full of oats and vigor and was ready to go, Mig. We've seen this a couple times, but he looked like he was happy to be here.
Yeah, just getting off a van, too, a long van, right? You thought maybe he might be a little tired. He wasn't tired at all. He was like, oh, this is Saratoga. Let me at him.
Still, can we, obviously he loved Churchill Downs. He did get a good setup in there, but it was a tremendous performance. Belmont, we didn't see it. Do you believe in this horse that we can see what we saw in the Derby and the Travers?
That's a tough call. It really is, because you can't take away what the horse did. The horse won the Kentucky Derby fair and square. You could say broken pace, this and that. Well, all the other horses that were behind him had broken paces too, and he got the job done.
Including Mo Donegal.
Yes. And
to win the Belmont.
Does he have an affinity for Churchill Downs? Yes, of course. But this is the kind of place too where it's so tranquil. Mig, he might like it here too, as well as Churchill.
He may, but he's going to have to show us that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got 2 performances and they were both at Churchill Downs, that open your eyes. Obviously the Kentucky Derby, but even when he broke his maiden for maiden 30, that was Churchill Downs, and he threw in a crazy performance that day as well.
Yeah, we were on the air for that together, and we couldn't believe our eyes. I know it was just maiden 30, wound up getting taken out of that race. Can he reproduce that Derby magic at 80-1? Here's his trainer, Eric Reed, on arriving in Saratoga.
He was full of energy when he got off the van, and he's trained great every day that he's been here. He seems to have taken to the track pretty good, and he's real relaxed in the stall. Yeah, that 10-week break did him a lot of good. I mean, the first 30 days, he didn't like not being able to breeze and do his hard training, and kind of like a 12-year-old doesn't really know what's best for him, but the parents do. Something happened in that time off. He grew up a little bit in his mind, and he's all business now, not as much play. He has grown and put on some size. I went back and looked at some photographs, and he obviously is maturing out into a really, he's always been a handsome horse, but he's really maturing out nice. We're going to work Friday morning. I'm going to go out when the track opens early. Just an easy half. I'd like 49 or 50 if we can get that out of him, because he'll probably gallop out like 102. So that's all I really want to do with him. I don't want to get him too cranked up any more than he already is. And some longer gallops maybe next week. He trains harder than most horses ever dream of training, and that's why we don't gallop him so far sometimes, because he really puts a lot in it.
We'd love to see another big performance like we saw from him on Kentucky Derby Day. Apparently, I mean, even when he's gone out to the track, he's been wanting to do more. Now, is that going to translate into kind of performance he's going to need to produce against some horses who seem to be doing pretty good?
That's a good question. You know, when he worked out before the Belmont, in between races at Churchill, I am never, ever a fan of working horses out in the middle of a race card, because I asked Eric this, and Eric, you know, is going to say what he's going to say, but I said, listen, why would you work the horse out in the middle of the day? Because sometimes those horses think it's race day.
Well, they're being accommodating.
I get it, but if you watch the Belmont Post Parade, he lost it in the Belmont Post Parade. He was rank. The race was over before the race ran at Belmont, and I think there's going to be a different approach. And I give Eric a ton of credit. He's not backing down. He still thinks he's got the right horse, and he believes in Rich Strike.
Well, doing right by the horse, and like we were just talking about snap decision and agonizing over whether to run with that weight. We saw with American Pharaoh here a day or two before the Travers Stakes, accommodating for the crowd, and it's great, and everybody wants to get a look at the Triple Crown winner, but he did way too much right on top of the Travers, and now this horse worked in between races. I'm with Paul. I'm not a fan of that.
But yeah, he didn't want to do that. I mean, that was putting.
That was, yes.
It was for the good of the game.
For the good of the
getting
game.
the fans to see him.
Yes.
And, you know, you want fans to come out, but yes, at the end of the day.
The problem that you have is you could have worked out Harley and more people would have came out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, who's he going to line up against?
I'm with you.
This is the group that's looking at Saturday, August 27th, and this Midsummer Derby. And I think a lot of people believe that intriguing name on there, obviously Epicenter, obviously Zandon, but Artorias looked very good for Chad Brown.
Man, he looked like he's going to love every bit of a mile and a quarter and then some. And the thing about this run, Happy Travers, you got 6 of the 10 participants, potential participants, coming off of wins. And you got a couple horses, to me, that have been taking steps forward the second half of the year, Artorias being at the top of that list.
You know, Greg, when you look at this list, obviously Epicenter is at the top. Then you have so many horses with upside. Cyberknife figuring it out. Charge It just won by 20-something, so a lot of people don't even know where he's going. Artorias has got the pedigree to do what he can do, and we still got early voting in Zandon. Will they come back to where they were? So it's going to be very interesting on the 27th.
Live coverage you will see on Big Fox. Can't wait. A week from this Saturday, the biggest day of the meet. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to get into race 2 when we return. Start of the early pick 5, the 16 claiming race with a big scratch in here has made this race wide open.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for win the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Everybody can get involved with this. It's free to enter. You're competing for real prizes, and you get to see that leaderboard at the end of the show. Hopefully you're in that top 10 on our Showdown contest. Go to Naira.com/Showdown. Enter your selections. And good luck to everybody. Of course, you can compete for real money coming up in the early pick 5 next here in the second race. Huge scratch. Brilliant Ben coming out. Neat horse. Multiple stakes winner, 20-time winner. With him out of this race, it's now wide open. Seems like almost anybody can win in this group. Favorite, the 4 right now. Quick Return coming off a win for a different barn, claimed by Joe Sharp. For more on this group, let's welcome in Acacia Clement to kick off our early action here. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and we'll take a look at a couple of horses that are new claims. The runners in this field have been very popular at the claim box lately, as we have seen be quite a trend this summer at Saratoga. Taking a look at the number 2, Oh Trouble, did drop in class last time out and got the win for that condition. Non-winners of 3 last time out. Was picked up that day by Matt Shearer. A very sharp claiming outfit, as we have seen. And this is a horse that was up close, really dug in nicely, got his head down first that day. Comes back at just what I think is the logical spot. Now, sometimes he's had a little bit of trouble carrying his weight, carrying his condition from race to race. He looks incredibly fit in here today. He's never going to be one of those bigger-bodied, bulkier type of sprinters. He does have some length to his frame, a little bit more on the lankier side versus what you'll see of a typical sprinter. But I like the condition that I see from him for his standards. The number 4, Quick Return, is also off the claim. This one going out for Joe Sharp from Matt Shearer. Got the win with him last time out. Coming in for the 16 now, it makes sense. He's another one that is really, really fit, but he is that tried and true sprinter type of build. I love that they've been keeping him at these sprints. He's been popular at the claim box. Maybe he didn't handle Churchill Downs. He was running against tougher. This just does seem to be the right spot for him, as he'll run on a fast main track today, but I don't think that the surface had anything to do with that win last time out. He looks terrific and well turned out, as Joe Sharp's horses always are. The 5, Casalso, was one that did intrigue me in the paddock, though. He is one that my complaint with him in the past has been that he doesn't carry much muscle mass behind the saddle in his hindquarters. He looks pretty strong coming in here today. He did saddle accompanied by the pony and is following the pony out of the racetrack, but he's been very professional, has acted really well, hasn't really seemed to need it, maybe just a little bit more of a security blanket, dappled out from head to toe, and he goes back to a surface and a level, Greg, that is where he belongs.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Coming out onto the track. Post-parade we're going to see here in a moment. As we take a look at Casalsa, actually ran into Dick Pirtle earlier, owns his first horse he's ever had, apparently, Saw him this morning and very excited to be running here at Saratoga. This horse looks like he's a contender. Back on dirt, just missed by a nose the last time he was on dirt on a sloppy racetrack at Belmont against Al Cools. Al Cools is a 7-time winner.
Yeah, Al Cools is a horse for, I want to say Mike Maker. He didn't run well last time, but you're right. He's had some back class.
One for 32 claiming next out, Al Cools.
Yeah, this is a tight little field here because with the scratch of the one, you made a great point. Grilly and Ben was 1-2 on the morning line, so I think a lot of the public don't really know where to go.
This horse, Mig, is just a big question mark to 4. He ran lights out last time out. He's never produced a figure before like that. If he does again, this race is everyone's running for second.
Yeah, I mean, he ran huge last time, maybe being by Central Banker, who stands about 5 miles from Saratoga Racecourse. He felt like coming home. He had to show his best.
Oh, trouble. Going to kick things off. Matt Shire off the claim.
Yeah, and I like this horse, the two. Matt Shire loses one in here, and he gets this one back for Ricardo Santana.
Rudy Rodriguez off the claim with Winning Drive.
Yeah, a horse that does his best running when he's involved early should be early with Jose Gomez.
Here's the favorite. Monster effort at this meet back on July 28th.
Yeah, Matt Shire dropped this horse for 12.5, and then Joe Sharp dipped in and got this Central Banker, and Luis Saez will be aboard. Joe owns this horse, too. He bought this horse for himself.
Casalsa, 7-2. Steven Jerkins, again, last time on dirt, it was slop and just missed against Al Cools.
Yeah, beating a nose there. Start before was very good on a fast track. Last race to put a line through it was on the turf.
Manifest Destiny, Kendrick Carmouche on the outside.
You know, this horse has got a couple races. I mean, he's 8 now, but he has a couple races that you can go to that would absolutely bury this field. But it's so long ago, 30-1 on the line. Heeman Harkey in the irons.
10-1. From that outside post, yeah, that 83 buyer from Manifest Destiny. Not that long ago. Featured later today. And Dakota Gold, no question, going to be the one to beat again in this Cab Calloway division. And Mig, get your take on this. Arad Ortiz Jr., a little wide early, but it was right here. Coming out of the turn, goes to that left-handed crop, and the horse veers out a little bit. Is that what cost him the race?
I think so. He really took a big step out here. And
right there.
Yeah, you get beat a nose, and you've gone sideways when the horse that beats you is going forward. You've basically given up at least a half a length at that point.
Yeah.
Now he comes with a big run, and he just misses. So you have to think that if he had cornered a little better, he would have gotten it done. But let's not take anything away from the inside horse, who did fight. He was game.
No, he was very game. You know, sometimes when you're a jockey, correct me if I'm wrong, Mig, maybe he was getting him to the outside with the left-handed crop to then, when you get away from the horse, you get that right-handed crop to get him that extra energy, but that other horse was in front of him, and he really couldn't get that extra energy. He had to stay left-handed.
Yeah, and I honestly think, and this is one of those cases where he's maybe a little overconfident, almost like I got these guys in front of me, what's coming, because he even saw him take a little quick look back under his left shoulder at one point when he still hadn't gotten to the leader. I think maybe he just underestimated his competition.
Shouldn't he have got by that horse, though?
Kind of felt like it watching that.
He kind of did. I mean, he was 35 cents on the dollar, and this is a way tougher field. Marinara Sauce, I think, is a very talented horse. Shin Sun the 3, I think, is a very talented horse moving up, but Dakota Gold is much the horse to beat in that race. Someone's going to have to step it up.
And thank you, Paulie, by the way. It is Heeman Harkey, as you said. We had that wrong graphic up on Manifest Destiny. So rider change on the 6 in here. 8-5, though. Quick return. Saez, Joe Sharp. We mentioned on the mic today and tomorrow, we have our friend Frank Miramati filling in for John Imbriel. Frank, always great to have you here at Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Greg. Obviously a tremendous honor. Had dinner with Johnny I last night. He usually takes a couple of days before Run Happy Travers Week, and couldn't be more happy to be here. And certainly it's the ultimate challenge, and that's what I live for.
So, Frank, give us the challenges of being in that booth and calling the races compared to where you call races at Monmouth.
It's a different environment. There's no question. I'm a lot lower to the ground here, Paul, and so the difference is you have to really pay attention to little things more so than at other ovals, such as the caps, the sleeves, and the equipment of the horses, because in the circumstance like this, when you're low to the ground, if horses get across the track, you're going to have to just pick a little something out of the silks to be able to actually identify them accurately.
It's such a low booth, Frank, and I see there's a lot of obstructions and you know, bushes and trees. How do you deal with all that? It just seems like a very difficult place to call a race from.
The good thing about it, Mig, is that I really have no other interest. So I'm such a big racing fan that these horses are what I love to watch every day, and I've been doing it for a long time. And so certainly it's a different environment. There are different booths. My first job at Hialeah, which is actually I called Jonathan Shepard's Alice Springs in my first stakes call there many years ago, filling in '95, and so to call his race today is awesome. But at Hialeah, my first job, that was also low to the ground, and it was in the days when they didn't have saddle towels. So you just get adjusting. You adjust yourself to those circumstances, and you know, everything is a little bit different. It's, you know, like you riding at different racetracks. You just got to get the job done.
And can we bring you a pizza? I'm done the 5th race from. Have you tried the pizza truck out back?
I had a couple of slices already just to make sure I maintain my body weight for this afternoon's activities.
We know Frank's a Nove guy. Loves that pizza there. Frank, going to be great to have you on the mic over the next couple of days. Always fun talking to him. So we'll hear his voice over the next 2 days here at Saratoga as we're a minute to post. Coming up, 7-5 favorite remains. Quick return. Let's go back to Acacia.
And all of a sudden, I have a huge craving for pizza, and I can't figure out why. But taking a look at another new claim in this race, and that's the 3. Winning drive off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez. Did finally get his first win of the meet last week when What Do You Think Now got the win in the stake race, and so certainly a good way to get off the duck. But this horse is one of several that it seems Rudy has claimed up here at Saratoga. We've seen a lot of shakes for horses in claiming races, in that there are multiple people who drop a slip to try to claim a race in a certain race when they're for sale, try to claim a horse, I should say, in a certain race when they're for sale. And Rudy Rodriguez has picked up a few. This one off the claim for Rob Atras. And coming up here to Saratoga, got run down late last time out, but this is a horse that's been pretty consistent. Had a lovely warm-up out on the track under Jose Gomez, who I like that Jose, for an apprentice rider, takes his horses away from the pony, gives them a good gallop, and this is a horse that saddled, accompanied by the pony back in the paddock, but has really been doing very well, been very professional. Weight looks good. He looks very fit in here. If he's able to have just a little bit more punch and a little bit more follow through in the stretch, he's another new face going out for his new barn in this race that could make some noise. But your favorite quick return on the track, Greg, he looks sensational and is the one to beat.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up. So 8-5 quick return. Again, the Pick 5 starts here in this race. Over $500,000 in that pool. You can play along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download yours.
So if you didn't watch Talking Horses this morning, Greg Wolf was leading the parade with Acacia Courtney. And I guess you're the one that makes the lines here, Greg. You like the 4 at 8-5. And here's the thing. You're a sheet player. And this horse is coming off a lifetime top. You don't think this horse is going to regress?
Here's the thing. It was a tough call. But the fact that a horse came here to Saratoga and did it at Saratoga, maybe the horse is just blossoming here potentially. And
I do buy into that, actually, because some horses don't bounce here. They just love it here. You're kind of right. I get it.
And I feel like the horse could bounce a little bit and still win. He ran that good.
Okay. I believe you. Like the 2-0 Trouble has a win here, likes it here. I mean, the 5 is 1 for 1 here, and they're betting the 5 down to 5-2, Miggy. And I know you like this horse a tiny bit.
Yeah, I do. I just think the last race kind of, dirties his form up a little bit, and that's on the turf. And his 2 tries on the turf were just abysmal. And he's getting back to his preferred surface, and he should be forwardly placed.
Is he the speed of the speed, you think?
I think he is.
You believe who is?
The 5, maybe?
I think the 5 could be potentially the fastest horse in the race. Early.
Early, not late. Yeah.
Not necessarily late, but...
Second choice, 5-2, Casalsa getting back to dirt. And a lot of times, too, that turf to dirt move, you just use some of those different muscles on that turf course can really help you on the surface switch. And there's Manifest Destiny with Eamon Harkey. We're set for our flat racing. Early Pick 5 begins here. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Manifest Destiny takes up his spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even beginning. Quick return with those white blinkers, and Casalsa will duel through the opening furlong. Oh Trouble comes away 2 off the pace in third. They're followed by Winning Drive and Manifest Destiny. They're in single file behind Casalsa, who heads to the half-mile pole with a 2-length advantage. Quick Return is second, just in front of Oh Trouble, who inches up in the clear, 3 wide in third, with less than a half-mile to travel. The opening quarter went in 22 4/5 seconds. And so it's Casalsa, pressed by Quick Return around the far turn. Those two are now a length in front of Oh Trouble third. Another 4 back to Winning Drive, and Manifest Destiny at the back of the pack. There's a quarter of a mile to go, and Quick Return makes his move now. The half went in 46 1. Quick Return on the outside of Casalsa puts him away, heading to the furlong pole. Just coaxed along through the stretch by Luis Saez, has opened up a 3-length lead. Winning Drive coming through along the inside to battle for second, but it's a 1-horse race. Quick Return, all alone, strolls in by 5. Winning Drive second best. Oh Trouble wins the photo for third over Casalsa.
Quick Return, moving to a new barn, produces the same type of result as we saw him back on July 28th. This was even more impressive.
Yeah, they got a quick return on their money, claiming him for 12.5, wins right back for 16. Luis Saez did a great job. He allowed Casalsa to clear, eased out, stalked off his flank, and then drew off as much the best, the son of Central Banker, and looked so much like his sire. This good, thick, solid kind of horse.
Yeah, you could tell in the beginning of this race how the 4 was just traveling, and the 5-2 Oh Trouble had a tremendous trip sitting behind both of those horses, but Luis Saez had a ton left in the tank, and I don't even know if Oh Trouble got up for second. He didn't. The 3 Winning Drive and Jose Gomez came up the rail for Rudy Rod to get up for second. So you get 3-2 over 3-1 for your exacta. Might be a nice little exacta. Good call by you, Gregor. 3-2 on Quick Return. Wait a second. Greg had the race 4-3-2-5 on Talking Horses, and he's showing it to me. He's bragging, but I'll allow him to brag because he picked him 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is it bragging, though, if you deliver? I mean,
no, it's not. No. That's why I always say, if you hit 500 feet and
throw your bat, look at your batting averages every single day?
100%. I said this on air. Everybody wants to say, oh, they don't know how many wins they got. They are full of bull. You know that. You know exactly where you are in the standings. I used to tell myself, when I was 1 for 4, did I want that 5th at bat? Because I could be 2 for 5, or I could be 1 for 5. Believe me, it goes through your head. Statistics matter.
I knew how many races I won, even if I counted the 27 disqualifications I had in my career.
Well, exactly. Because here's the thing.
Did you really have that many?
No, actually, it was more than
that.
Well,
the problem is that it's all about results, Greg. That's all it is when it comes to professional sports. I don't care how hard you hit the ball or whatever happens, how hard you get the horse across the wire, whatever. If you get the job done, you stick.
4-3, 2-5, 3-2 favorite. Quick Return. Maybe he is just a different horse here in upstate New York. Wins for the New Connections. Did he remain with this barn? We'll find out when we come back. We're underway with our flat racing pick 4s next.
Standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
There is no better place to savor summer than right here at Saratoga. And the Savor Summer Saratoga Sweepstakes, presented by ABR, the winner. Congrats to Luke Timmons, who's been coming here for several years. So great to have someone win that contest who knows Saratoga well, and it's a special place for him. Going to come here at the final weekend of the meet. Won a package-paid trip in addition to some fine dining experiences in the city. Looking forward to seeing Luke here. Come say hi if you're near the set.
Everybody knows, well, not everybody knows, but I stay at a hotel here. He comes to the hotel. He's bought me many drinks before.
Really?
I can't believe he won. That's congratulations to him.
Oh, that's great. Quick return kicks off our flat racing with a victory. It did get claimed, by the way. Moving on to yet another barn. Returns $5.10 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
And Louis Saez gets right to the winner's circle here aboard Quick Return. Louis, you had your horse just perched up close there, and he seemed to always be traveling well.
Yeah, definitely. He broke from there very, very nice, so beautiful. He was in a great spot when he came to the 3A and he feel the pressure from the outside. He just went by himself, so I don't need to use the stick or nothing. He was all by himself.
That has to be such a good feeling, too.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good feeling.
Every win's special up at Saratoga, but you're looking for a big one this weekend with Secret Oath. You were aboard for her work yesterday for Wayne Lucas, and you said you never even let her go. She was just going easy.
Yeah, it was so easy. I was very happy. Everybody was pretty happy with her. She galloping out pretty strong, and wow, she's doing 100%, and we're so excited for Saturday.
She's running in the Alabama. Of course, you won the Kentucky Oaks on her. How special is she to you?
Oh, she's very special. It's a filly that she always tries. She's doing great, unbelievable, and of course for all the connections, she's very, very special.
We can't wait to see her this weekend. Best of luck. Congrats here, Louis.
Thank you so much, Kasia.
Louis Saez with the win as he has his big girl waiting in the wings. Greg, can't wait to see Secret Oath take on Nest again this weekend.
All right, it's going to be fun to see that rematch. Obviously, Secret Oath going to have to run a lot better because Nest was a monster in that Coaching Club American Oaks.
She was, but I really like the way Secret Oath is trained up to the Alabama better than I like the way she trained up to the Coaching Club. In her works for the Coaching Club, she was trying to drift out. I didn't think her gallop outs were as impressive. I thought she was straight, Paul, and I thought she galloped out extremely well. I think you're going to see the best of Secret Oath. Now, if that's good enough to beat Nest, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
As good as Nest was last time.
They were thinking about Travers. She ran so good.
Yeah, they were. And, you know, Mig hit the nail on the head. He called it right after that work with Secret Oak. He basically said, listen, I don't like the way she's working out. She's lugging out a little bit. She's still got a ton of quality. But even in the race, you could tell that she was not really taking the turns that well. So maybe that race over the racetrack will help her a little bit. And like Mig said, he's witnessed the last work, and she was straight and strong. I hate to use that word, straight and strong, but she was straight and strong in the work, and maybe she'll stay that way in the race. But can she catch up to Nest? Because Nest has turned into a different animal.
Yeah. It's coming up on Saturday. We'll get back into the third in a moment. Time right now for our Miller Lite highlight of the week. Miller Lite, the official domestic beer of Saratoga Racecourse. It's Miller time. Casa Creed last to first in the 4-star Dave.
Was the Miller the chaser for the Casamigos, or was the Miller
yes.
the main course? But yes, was
Leon
the
Sadler, Mike Francesa.
And here's the crazy part. Chad Brown had never won the Hall of Fame. And again, everybody thought, okay, this is his
year.
The 4-star Dave. And this is the year he's going to get it done. Casa Creed never won his grade 1 around a mile, and he got it, Mig.
And got it emphatically. Man, did he finish the deal. I love the way he went through the wire. And congratulations to Lee Einseidler.
So we take a look at the Week 5 stakes winners real quick. We're going to take a look at the week that was, but they have a decision to make. Turf sprint or mile, 5.5 or mile distance for Casa Creed now.
I'd go the mile.
I'll tell you right now, that's a good question. I wouldn't want to face Big Invasion either if they go to the turf sprint. I know he's a different animal too, but Casa Creed, gosh, he's shown some versatility, and as he's gotten to age 6, Lee hit the nail right on the head because he talked to Bill Mott, and Bill said, this horse has grown. It just shows you, we're seeing these horses now not getting retired at 3, 4, 5, but when they get to 6, all of a sudden Casa Creed can get a mile. No, he's matured. He can get that mile. I'm kind of with Mig that going towards the Breeders' Cup, he's proved himself as one of the best sprinters. If he proves himself on Breeders' Cup at the mile, that would be key.
Sounds like miles where they're leaning. Let's take a look back at an outstanding week here at Saratoga.
Repo rocks on the inside. It is Isolate now moving up. It is Isolate, Mr. Phil, Repo rocks. It is Isolate who leads with a 16th to the finish. And this is going to be a milestone victory for trainer Tom Amoss. Career win number 4,000.
It's an honor to accept it, but it's not just about me. It's about so many people, and I'm proud of the milestone. Very proud of it.
Followed by Poppy Flower down on the inside in 8th. And on the far outside, Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum to win the Galway Stakes. Selby going out for the lead. What do you think now? Came away running in 2nd. What do you think now? Trying to get back in it again here. Here's What Do You Think Now? Now to take the lead in the stretch. What Do You Think Now? Wins the John Morrissey Handicap. And it is Mashney Girl and Bank on Anna. They are 1-2 here in the early going. Bank on Anna is next in 2nd. Here is Bank on Anna now to take over. It is Bank on Anna, and she's going to win it here. There is a storm brewing. Bankett's down on the inside. Bankett is 5th, about 4.5 lengths from the lead. Bankett's on the outside now coming up the challenge. It is Bankett and Seafoam, and it's going to be tight, and it looked like Bankett got it. 3 of them are battling for the lead here as Damon's Mound sits just behind them in 4th. It is Super Chow and Damon's Mound on the outside, and it will be Damon's Mound to win the 117th Saratoga Special. And then comes Sweet Maeve, who's racing in 5th, followed by Vallelujah. Room on the inside for Vallelujah. She's coming on through up the challenge. Toscanova Beauty for the lead. And it is Vallelujah trying to pull off a big upset here, and she has done it.
It's incredible. This is the only thing better than this is the Travers, I gotta tell you.
The early trailer is Casa Creed in 5th. As the field comes to the top of the stretch, Casa Creed follows the move of Regal Glory. And it's Casa Creed on the outside, and then Regal Glory. Casa Creed, who makes the last move, the winning move. And they're off. The beginning for Big Invasion. Big Invasion is now back in 5th. Big Invasion is now gaining ground on the outside along with Determined Kingdom. And here is Big Invasion making that big move again on to victory from off the pace.
Incredible week of action, so many good moments. So happy for the Davis family to see that emotional moment. And Tom Amoss, of course, our colleague, getting number 4,000 and doing it in a stakes race here at Saratoga. Congratulations to Tom and his family.
Only the 15th trainer in the history of the sport to reach that number. I mean, that's hallowed ground.
It really is. I mean, 15. Listen, we've been running horses for how long? I mean, 170, 150 years to be the 15th all-time winningest trainer?
And among the top 20, the highest winning percentage of anyone. Just incredible what Tom's been able to do over the course of his career. And that was a nice win with Isolating that tail of the cat.
Was really nice. And you know what? I want to give love to Jackie Davis because we showed that for Robbie Davis. That was a heartwarming moment. And Jackie Davis might have give that horse the best ride of the meet. I mean, hugged the rail the whole time. And by the way, came back in the next race on Tommy the Torch, a first-time starter, almost won that race at 40-1.
I'm a big fan of Jackie Davis.
So she tries so hard every time. She's been riding so well things. But the best part of that was Robbie said, I told her that I didn't want her near the rail. I said, and then the first thing I thought, if you want your kids to do something, tell them not to do it.
And, of course, good for Rudy Rodriguez, too, to finally get off the schneid, get a win, got that W with What Do You Think Now, and hopefully a much better second half of the meet for Rudy. We're going to get into race 3 when we come back. Who do we got here?
Saratoga Zoo.
How'd they let him in? Take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 3 next at 6.5 furlongs. There's the favorite at 7-5. Mama's Gotta Run.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. a sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live in our live coverage from the premier meet in the country. We're not allowed in there, but I hear it's nice.
I've been in there. They allowed me a walkthrough.
It's beautiful. A great spot to watch the races from.
I saw a picture of you on the wall. Want it? No, it actually amazing. Yeah, that fruit plate. You can bring that over here to this paddock set.
Yeah, we wouldn't turn it away.
Yeah.
Program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. And now standing, of course, had a legendary stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. This third race, we showed you the favorite. There she is again. Mama's Gotta Run. Now in the Brad Cox barn, claimed off of Mr. 4000, Tom Amos. She's the 3-2 favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Mama's Gotta Run. First off, the claim for Brad Cox, who we don't see claiming a lot of horses these days, but does have success with it, as she seems like she is a bit of a quirky filly. They did saddle her outside the stall, finished putting the tack on the walk, and now that they've gotten the tack on her, she's doing okay. As you see, Brad's son and assistant trainer Blake Cox on the shank, holding her and keeping her settled in here. When she was with Tom Amos, it seemed that he handled her quite well and finding the right kind of spot so that she could still break her maiden in special weight competition, taking her to a variety of tracks, and she finally did so back in May, and then went right into deeper waters. The drop in class last time just kind of seemed like being a logical spot for her. And yes, she does drop off the claim, but maybe it's just be aggressive, find a place to win, and be realistic about where she does belong. She's incredibly fit in here. Again, she's sharp, cotton in her ears, but she's doing okay now that they have the tack on. There could be quite a bit of pace in this race. We'll see what happens, as the 7 backed by Gold showed speed in her last couple of starts. She opened up a big lead, 2 starts back at Parks to break her maiden, and then last time out hustled up right to the lead, dueling with another, took over and then got run down late, but it was a big effort from her, and she too takes a drop in class from the $25,000 level. It seems that the connections are being aggressive with her, given that she finished second for 25, and she is sharp in here. She has been really on the muscle, very energetic here in the paddock. Again, she does have that early speed, but she looks incredibly fit now, and I personally thought that she was a horse that looked pretty big, maybe could even tuck up a little bit more. She's incredibly fit now today off the back of that win, or that second place finish last time out. If there is a bit of pace up front, I thought that the 2 Wicked Happy could be a little bit intriguing, of a horse that might be able to come from off of it. She's 1 for 25. She's not a horse that could potentially be the trustworthy type, but she hasn't run since the failed turf experience in April. She looks really fit coming in off that freshening. She dropped drops in class for the lowest level that she's run at, and she looks like she is the type that has maybe come along mentally too. She's a horse that could fit the right kind of trip if things get pretty hot up front, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Pick 4 starts here, 87,000 and growing in that Pick 4 pool. I want to remind everyone watching today, you can bet Saratoga with Now Bets. Just for playing, you'll get a $20 bonus. Wager at least $200. Wednesdays here at Saratoga, you'll get that $20 back in your account whether you win or lose. You got to opt in on the website at NyraBets.com. As we get set for race number 3 on the card, 3-2 favorite. Mama's Got to Run. Paul and Mig, I mean, it really felt like 6-7 in here. Did you guys feel the same?
Well, I like the 7. I thought the 7 ran really big race last time, going 7/8. Greg DePrime is an underrated trainer, and I think being drawn outside gives this horse an opportunity to kind of see what happens inside of him and stalk from the outside.
This is such a confusing race because when you have the speeds of the race as your favorite, you have the 3, the 6, and the 7. They all possess early speed, all these fillies. The other mares in here, the 2, Wicked Happy taking all the money, I get it because they're thinking maybe a speed duel. Of course, it's 1 for 25, so the 1 is 1 for 22. The 4 hasn't really done much, and a lot of people might be thinking, okay, somebody might come from off the pace, but how far back is the 4 going to be? So it might be dominated by horses on the front end, but they also might be going quick.
Call to post as we approach the 6-minute mark. The post coming up. And we're going to begin with a big long shot here to the inside. Here's Handle the Truth, who is just 1 for 22 lifetime.
Yeah, and just recent races, just not fast enough to compete here. Would have to improve a lot.
Next door, this is Wicked Happy, who 3 starts ago was a winner against Maiden 40. Took 23 starts to break her maiden.
Yeah, that's the thing that concerns me with this mare, but she might get the best setup in the race.
This one interesting because there's that dirt form early in the career.
And adds speed to the affair. Drops in class, Shafi Joseph. This horse is quick.
First time back on dirt in the last 4 starts. Here's Keen Dancer, Eric Hansel.
Yeah, it's daughter Keen Ice, and Eric gets aboard. This is a horse that launches from way back as well.
3-2 favorite. Brad Cox off the claim. Mama's Got to Run.
This horse got tremendous speed. 3 starts at Saratoga. Does have 2 seconds. Look for him to be forwardly placed, or her.
And then backed by Gold. This horse was competitive last start, battled, and now gets an outside post.
I think the outside post helps. I think it allows the rider an opportunity to let the horse run into his hands. He shouldn't be far away because he has natural speed. And he did all the dirty work on the front end.
Yeah, had to battle with you can't handle this early on the front end, and then finds himself down on the inside.
And I thought this was courageous because sometimes when you're down on the inside, you kind of sort of just fade away when the other horse really has you kind of buried. And it's a deceiving angle. The 4 was always winning in this race, but the 5 was actually getting closer and closer.
That was a 3-5 favorite.
100%. And backed by Gold, I don't think she gave it up at all. She got beat by a better horse that day. You could tell she was fighting back. She came off a 13.5 length win at Parks in a maiden 10. That gave her a ton of confidence. So right now she's in great form.
So 5-2. Yeah, just manhandling that maiden 10 group at Parks, but then backed it up with that similar number here at Saratoga at the meet. As we take a look at the Saratoga WinStar jockey standings, Arad Ortiz Jr. leading the way, Joel Rosario, Luis Saez in hot pursuit.
You know, Irad's been, I won't say dominating, but he's been leading from flagfall to that's all. But I got this feeling things are going to tighten up a lot. Luis Saez isn't going quietly, and neither is Joel Rosario.
How about Flavian Pratt? He got up
really
to the 20 mark real quick, and a lot of people thought, he'll be like 6th or 7th. I don't know about that.
Immediate impact in his move to the East Coast. With more on Arad and Perfect Provision, the 3. Let's go back to Acacia.
He climbs aboard this filly for the first time for Safi Joseph Jr. as she last ran on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, trying turf sprinting prior to that. And she did start her career on the main track. And for what it's worth, when I did see her over the winter down in Florida in December and March, and those 2 starts, my notes said that she didn't really look very much like a turf horse, not overly turf meant. So I really don't mind her going back to the main track. Now, that being said, I do think that the best way and pretty much the only way that she has in running is showing that early speed, and she has drawn to the inside of the two outside speed runners, as you guys were talking about, with that being the advantage for the 6 and 7 in here. Red Ortiz has kept her pretty quiet with the pony on the main track, warming up, as back down in Florida when I last saw her, she would get really revved up prior to her races, really, really sharp. And while she's been forward today, she's a lot more relaxed, which I really do appreciate. She's very feminine. She's a little bit of a lighter bone type of filly, and that could be a reason why they tried her on the turf and on the Tapeta. But again, physically, I don't mind her getting to this spot. And I did think it was curious that she had a rather quiet warm-up and maybe wanting to not get involved in any sort of pace duel in here. She's one that has come along, and she is dropping in class. We'll see how she stacks up with this competition. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 3 minutes to post here in the race that'll kick off our early pick 4 on this Wednesday card, and that is our 8-5 favorite. Mama's Got to Run. She's made a nice appearance here, at least from our vantage point on screen, what we can see. Mama's Got to Run.
She really has high energy level. Loved how animated her gallop over to the backstretch was, jogging beautifully back towards the starting gate. Listen, she makes a lot of sense. She's your favorite. She was claimed for 25 and she drops for 16, but she's running for a $35,000 purse. That's just good business. You know, you win the race and lose the horse for 16, even though you claim the horse for more money, you've still made money.
Yeah. I just thought, Paul, too, as we get back for gold, Mama's Got to Run, obviously, was in a very good barn. Tom Amos has had 10 starts. Seemed to be a little more upside with this filly.
Well, 100%. I mean, Greg DePrima had this horse, and Joey Taylor took the horse and got the horse in good form at Parks. You know, the first 3 races of her career, she got claimed out of her first start. She was in the Jorge Abreu barn. She was 3.5 to 1 the 7. So obviously she had talent in the morning when she was, first started, but she debuted as a 4-year-old. So maybe there is more improvement. I loved her last race. So there's your favorite. 1 for 10 lifetime. The issue with the favorite is, can this filly clear this field? I just don't know if she can rate, but maybe she can rate in here. Depends what Irad does with the 3.
You look at the talent she showed early on, though, too. Mama's Got to Run. She ran against Gerrymander, showed ability, had the lead on that one almost into the stretch. Dream Lith. She faced some serious fillies early on in her career with some decent results. Obviously has not panned out. In terms of pace, you expect both the 6, 7, and I guess the 3, right, to be all right there?
Yeah, I would think so. Listen, if you're going to take this horse at 4 to 5, which I did, but I'm looking at this knowing that this horse won at 2 to 5, lost at 1 to 9, and lost at 70 cents on the dollar at Delta Downs. Now, I know, different barn, but Tom Amos to Brad Cox, I think it's more of a wash. And at 4 to 5, do you want to take your chances on that type of horse? I understand. I think the 3 is a better proposition on the win end.
The way I'm looking at the race, guys, if I was riding this race, and I'm picking who I would ride the 7 back by Gold, because I'd be looking for the 3, Perfect Provision, and the 6, Mama's Got to Run, the hook up, and I'm the one in the catbird seat stalking from the outside. I just love the outside position, and I think you're on a horse that's fast enough that you don't have to get involved until you see one or the other give way, then attack. Don't give them a chance to get a breather.
And we talk about that a lot, and obviously there's something to it a lot, but being in that preferred outside post position when you are one of the speeds. But how many times did you see that truly play out where you were in that outside post and it really made the difference for you?
Oh, quite a bit. Particularly, at Aqueduct or Belmont going 7/8 to a mile, at Belmont all the way to a mile and 1/8. Also, if you're outside, Paul, and you look over and you saw, let's say, the 3 didn't break or the 6 didn't break, well, now you've got to adjust and react to the situation. And then, all right, plan B. I'm going to take it away from them, or I'm going to put pressure and make somebody kind of, commit, make them make a decision. That's what a jockey's job is.
Is it just, was some of it, obviously you got options from the outside, but also, too, that you're not feeling that pressure and you can kind of get into a race the way you want?
A horse can get into a better rhythm. You don't have that immediate outside pressure that you've got to worry about a horse coming over on you or squeezing you or forcing you into something. It just, to me, it made it less stress on your horse finding their rhythm.
Surprised at this disparity in the odds. I mean, Mama's Got to Run. I mean, David Aragona, one of the best in the business. He had this one pegged at even money. He's not usually wrong, and he's right on here.
Well, you know, Keisha made a great point. You know, Brad Cox is at the level now where he's an elite trainer, so he doesn't really claim a lot of horses for $25,000, but when he does, he's 38%. He's 3 for 8, and he drops his horse like Mig says, and if they lose the horse, they're still going to get out with the purse money if she's able to cross the wire first. I'm surprised that the 3 is not taking much money here. She's kind of an unknown. Her 2-year-old numbers on dirt, average. Maybe she's grown up a little bit, but if Irad decides to send, she could be the speed of the speed. Because the 1 and the 2 are both very slow out of the gate. I think the 3 is going to get the rail run in here. It's just going to matter whether the 6 and the 7 overlap her.
Irad Ortiz Jr. again on the 3 for Saffie Joseph Jr. 4-1. Did show some ability in those first couple of dirt sprints of her career. She will need to move forward, but you would think getting back onto a surface where she showed talent, a year older now from when she ran there, you're going to naturally see that. But 4-5 on Mama's Got to Run. First off the claim, Brad Cox, and then backed by Gold 3-1 from that outside post, already with the race, as Mama's Got to Run does as well at this racetrack. And that could be a big edge, too, having a run over the Saratoga surface.
It proved in the last race. You called it. You said the 4 had a run and didn't bounce, move forward.
Yeah. Big 4 starts here in race 3. There's the favorite, Mama's Got to Run with Manny Franco. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Backed by Gold is quick, so is Perfect Provision, who will battle it out for the lead. Perfect Provision opens up 2. Mama's Got to Run moves through on the inside, a joint second with Backed by Gold outside of her. Then it's Wicked Happy 4th and 4 lengths off the pacemaker. Another 2 back to Handle the Truth, and Keen Dancer is at the back of the field. Perfect Provision takes him into the far turn over Mama's Got to Run, leading the way through an opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's Backed by Gold on the outside 3rd. 2 more back to Wicked Happy, who's 4th, and 3.5 lengths off the pace, a gap of 5. Back to Handle the Truth, who's at the back of the field, a length clear of Keen Dancer. Perfect Provision coming to the quarter pole, pursued intently by Mama's Got to Run, and these 2 have pulled well clear. Wicked Happy moves through on the inside of a weakened Backed by Gold, who's drifting out there at the top of the stretch. And Perfect Provision, still with plenty left in the tank, trying to fend off this bid from Mama's Got to Run. Perfect Provision, Mama's Got to Run up alongside, and Mama's Got to Run has collared her and will win it going away. Mama's Got to Run, 2 strong, wins it by 2. Perfect Provision second by double digits. Photo for 3rd goes to Handle the Truth, just in front of Backed by Gold and Wicked Happy.
Brad Cox off the claim. Mama's Got to Run with Manny Franco. Too good for this group.
Yeah, and it looked like at one point the 3 Perfect Provision might have given her a little bit of the slip turning for home, but she just kept coming with a relentless, grinding kind of run, rated from just off the pace this time as the 7-horse Backed by Gold tried to run with Perfect Provision. She just wound up caving in. Perfect Provision ran a winning race, just second best to Mama's Got to Run.
Yeah, Irad Ortiz Jr., he gave the 3 a perfect ride. He said, listen, I'll go to the front end while the rest of you guys sit and watch. And Manny Franco did a great job just sitting there, and the 7 was not handling the racetrack at all. And it turned into a 2-horse race, but actually a 1-horse race. Mama's Got to Run just showed some of her class and went by the 3. If the 3 might have had a race over this racetrack, you know what, Greg, you might have hit something here. Race over the racetrack has proved to be very, very good so far coming back.
So far here today, that angle 2 for 2. Manny Franco, Brad Cox, Genstar Thoroughbreds. Did this one get taken again? The question. In for 16. Wins first off the claim for Brad Cox and wins as the odds-on favorite at 4-5. Perfect Provision. Back on dirt. Respectable effort, but no match for this 3-year-old filly by McLean's Music. 6-3-1-7. Prices from the third when we come back, and we'll get on the turf for race 4 when we return to Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back on Saratoga Live every Thursday through Sunday. Fans in Saratoga, opportunity to enjoy a host of New York craft beers, hard cider, wine, spirits, and foods at the Taste New York Pavilion. Located just inside Gate A at the top of the stretch. All kinds of great addition, not just the racing here at Saratoga, so much for fans. They have it all here at the summer place to be. Back in race 3, Manny Franco, Brad Cox first off to claim. Mama's Gotta Run gets the victory at odds on. Let's go to Acacia.
And Mama ran right to the winner's circle as I'm pleased to be joined by Manny Franco. Manny, this was a filly that had shown some speed, and then you were drawn a little bit more towards the outside. You let her settle and sit in kind of a stalking position today. Tell me a little bit about the trip.
Yeah, guys, I mean, she kind of bobbled out there a little bit, so I don't panic because I wasn't the best horse of the race, so I just drop in, and the horse in the lead was like in the 3 or 4 pad. I got all the rear for me. I don't get the kid back at all, and when it was time by the 3-8 pole, I just put her on the clear, and she made do the rest.
And it did seem in the stretch, too, the horse on the lead, Perfect for Vision, she was kind of lugging in towards the rail a little bit, too. Gave you some clear sailing outside.
Yeah, that was the case. The horse in the lead was in the 4 pad, I think, and I just dropped my filly in, and I was perfect where I was.
Coming up later in the New York Stallion Series, you're going to be on marinara sauced. Wide trip last time out, and I'm sure that's something that really hurt him that day quite a bit.
I'm agree a little bit. I mean, I drew the 10 hole last time, and today I guess I'm in the third hole. So I think hopefully he run a good race, and let's see if we can get it done.
Wish you the best later. Congratulations here, Manny.
Thank you, Cassia.
Manny Franco with another win, and later in the New York Stallion Series, he'll be teaming up for Chad Brown yet again, and they've had a lot of success together lately, Greg.
They really have, and Chad Brown has been giving Manny Franco more and more opportunities. It's big opportunities because he really is beginning to trust him now.
That's such a key thing where a trainer has confidence in the rider has confidence in the trainer, you have good communication. And once you establish that trust and confidence in each other, you're going to get better results.
Really good jockey who, you know, we don't say his name a lot as at the top tier, but he is one of the really good riders in this colony and probably the most athletic.
Yeah, he's probably the most athletic. I think the key is like a lot of trainers or any kind of professional athletes want to see you perform on a higher stage, and Manny Franco just did it with Tiz the Law. He just flawless with that horse, and I think Tiz the Law might have crossed him over to be, okay, now I can get on anything, and I can get on a real horse, and people can trust me, and Chad has put a ton of trust in him, and he's delivered. So, you know, you could do whatever you want when you go to baseball, basketball, football, whatever. There's always a guy in front of you. There's always a guy behind you. But when you get your chance to get it done, you have to get it done. Chad has given Manny horses, and he's gotten it done.
He's delivered. Yep. Fourth coming up next. We're on the turf at 1 1/16. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, $35,000 claiming tag. Kemba certainly appears like he's the horse to beat, and here's she. But she's 1 for 20 lifetime. And you want to take 5 to 2?
That's a good question. I mean, the 1 for 20, you know, with 5 seconds, 5/3. I thought she was a little too involved too soon last time, and that's why I liked her a little bit, but it is a little hard to take that 1 for 20 at a shorter price.
We'll have more in this field coming up. We're going to take a timeout. It's Alabama weekend. We're going to remember one of the great Alabama winners. What a story. Princess of Sylmar, from rags to riches. We'll have her story when we come back.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga where I normally watch gate works on the main track. So I saw a horse load up in the gate and just, decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
When we did run him in the afternoon, he did not disappoint.
Nashville, first time out, much the best,
Spicedown was a super fast horse, phenomenal stallion, and certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Rolling on by those Nashville, much the best here this afternoon.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever, never asked for a thing, track record.
His Perryville was fast enough to win the Breeders' Cup.
It's Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
You can train some stamina into some horses, but there's nothing like that natural gift of speed.
Back on a terrific Wednesday here at the summer place to be, the Spa Saratoga Springs in upstate New York, getting set for race 4 on the card ahead at 1 1/16 on the turf. Of course, it is Alabama weekend, and any opportunity is a good time to bring up this story. Ask almost any owner in this sport why they're involved. If they're being honest, they would tell you it's to get that once-in-a-lifetime horse, to get them in the winner's circle on the biggest stage there is. But for Ed Stanko, that was actually the furthest thing from his mind when he decided to breed a mare that he had owned who had just one lifetime win to her name. But in this sport, you never know what may lie ahead.
Princess of Silmar.
Princess of Silmar.
We call the house that Princess built every day we walk in. It all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. And so how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Silmar Farm. And then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Silmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Silmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. Close hatches beat us in the Gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1. And I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's gonna be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the Pharaoh side. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, picked them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga, and then to go on and do this. It makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
What an incredible ride Princess of Silmar took her connections on. What a career, what a resume she put together.
It's incredible.
From a Pennsylvania bred.
That's a crazy story. The Grand Slam gets hurt, you go to Warriors Reward, you got to make a decision in 10 minutes, and you come out with a champion? That is unreal.
I believe in the intervention from the racing gods.
I'm with you 100%, Richie, 100%.
We're going to get into this fourth from Saratoga when we come back. That's the 5-2 favorite, Kemba. Coming off a 4th place effort at this condition last time out, just 1 for 20, but the one to beat.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on Saratoga Live, getting set for this 4th mile and 16th on the turf. We approach the 10-minute mark to post. We're going to get a paddock report. Let's check in with Acacia.
And while Kemba is the one to beat and looks to break through and get the second lifetime victory, take a look at a couple of others, starting with the number 7 for Mark Casse, French Frank, who does get a significant drop in class. And this filly was one that really caught my eye in the paddock last time out. I think she was just facing far too tough. And today she drops in for the $35,000. This is the price tag at which she broke her maiden, where she was more forward too. 2 starts back down in Florida. She's dappled out from head to toe once again. She's been pretty relaxed in the paddock, but now that they've gotten on the walking ring, she's perked up a bit. Physically, I love what I see from her yet again. Such an eye-catching type of individual. So with this drop in class, I thought that she could be one to potentially upend the favorite. The number 4, Tails of McKenna, is also taking a significant drop in class. She also does have a little bit of a layoff to contend with. In fact, her second layoff after a significant one from November to May. She has been so sharp here in the paddock. She looks very, very fit coming back here now in August. She's really well tucked up, not carrying any excess weight, and she has been on the muscle. She did break her maiden in an off-the-turf race. She definitely looks more turf meant. Her turf starts after that were just, again, so much tougher than what she faces today. I just do hope that she can keep things contained a little bit more as they do start to head out. I would say the same for the 6, I'm Buzzy. They had to saddle her on the walk. She was trying to run away from her groom. She's tossing her head, heading out here. She is really, really energetic in here. A new face coming in from Monmouth, had a good effort last time out, just out game to the wire last time out, had a bit of a price. She fits with these in here, and she will be one to try and come from off of it a bit, but another one who's just maybe doing a bit much prior to the race even beginning, so I'll keep my eye on them as they head out onto the track in those warm-ups. Greg?
Thank you, Keisha. 9 minutes away, 4th here coming up as we had a look at Tails of McKenna at 7-2. Let's look at I'm Buzzy in that Monmouth race back on July 22nd. Just missed here at 7-1.
I thought this was a good effort, Richie. You know, Michael Deeney, who trains this horse, he's one of the better trainers that you'll see in South Florida at Tampa. And he brings a lot of horses to Monmouth. He's brought a horse up here that's won on the turf. And I thought I'm Buzzy ran well to the wire.
Fought. Looked like she might come back there for a second, and she should be forwardly placed, which could be an advantage here.
Here's Freedom Machine to kick off the post parade at 6-1.
Yeah, she's going to have to show a little bit more gate speed, try to take advantage of that inside post, because there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on here.
Blinkers come off. Lemon Taffy, big price.
Yeah, last 2 efforts haven't been great. They put the blinkers on this horse for the last 4 times. Now they're going to take them off.
Synonymous, Trevor McCarthy, 15-1.
Yeah, well beaten last time at the same level. Another one that just lacks speed could be a detriment here.
Jose Lezcano on Tails of McKenna.
Yeah, she's riding for, Jose's riding for her main lady in Linda Rice, and this filly has shown some promise in a couple races.
Go to the 6. Here's I'm Buzzy. Just showed you in that race at Monmouth.
Yeah, I think one of the horses to beat in here. 7-1 at Monmouth, 3-1 here in Saratoga.
Back to the 5. Here's Kemba, the favorite.
Yeah, I thought she got involved a little too much too soon last time. Maybe a little bit more patient tack with Joel Rosario.
French Frank, Tyler Gaffleone, Mark Casse.
I thought this one was a standout in the paddock.
And Miss Invincible showed speed last time, was sharp out of the gate, got carried wide around that last turn.
Yeah, this is a horse that actually ran way better than looked. If you go back and look at that replay, only lost the race by 3.5. Mike got floated out. I remember talking to Mike. If he wouldn't have got floated out, he said he would have never got to the winner. He thinks he would have run second in that race. The blinkers have basically helped this filly.
I felt like that. I know it was a 40 claiming race for 3-year-old fillies and now facing older company. I thought that was a better field than what she's going to face here. There were some multiple winners in there. Merthin Merriment was a 3-time winner. Fish Mooney, stakes placed. So you can make the argument that was a better group she was facing. Get signed up. Started with Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code for new members. Toga 200. So
Rails
is that the
still
game?
Way out.
Is that the game? What was that?
Rails are still way out.
And so that would be imperative from that outside post, right, to try and get to the front with the 8?
I think I want to clear.
Well, you know, the whole thing is you can see how the rails are out, and it's taken away about 40% of the turf course, say, Mig. It's always been, as a handicapper, when the rails are out, speed or better, because speed is better because it shortens up the course for the horses that are coming from behind, right?
Absolutely. Now, if you're caught wide, you're kind of shot out to no man's land, and just it always is played to me position. If not on the lead, position. Get your position going forward.
Basic Tipton New York bred yearling sale. Take a look at what happens. No surprise, seeing an Arrogate up there. Went for $700,000. Bolt Doro had a tremendous impact early on at stud. For more on what happened, let's go to Acacia.
And that Arrogate colt, the sales topper at $700,000, the highest priced New York bred colt to go through the ring at this New York bred Saratoga Basic Tipton sale, and was really excited to see that one selling so well, as was bred by somebody that I've gotten to know really well, Mr. Dan Burke and his family, Kathleen Schweizer, his daughter, responsible for breeding this one. They have a farm in Elmira, New York, and you may have recognized the name as the breeder's A Victim of Love, multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinting mare who we saw a couple times here in New York, and he was really excited about this colt and to sell so well. A filly that I got to see quite a bit too is hip number 341, the Good Magic filly. Dean Reeves purchased that one, and we'll be looking forward to seeing her future. She's had a majestic heat who was very talented for Richard Mandela, and this filly just oozed class. Good Magic, who so far has had some nice 2-year-old runners out on the track, and of course he himself a son of Curlin. And pretty exciting to see how some of these newer stallions are stamping themselves now already with some proven progeny out on the racetrack, and you see that influence going over into these sales. We saw a really strong market over at the Select sale back on Monday and Tuesday of last week, and that carried over into the New York bred sale. I know with a lot of owners keen to get in on the action and have some exciting New York breds to win with at the Spa next summer, Greg.
One of the many great things we love about Saratoga, you're at these sales very often seeing future champions through that walking ring.
It's incredible, and just specifically the New York bred sale, we had the New York Breeders' Award night at Basic Tipton. 26 of the horses nominated for awards had sold at that sale, had gone through the same ring that we were announcing the winners from.
It's amazing how the New York bred program has changed over the last decade or so, maybe a little bit less than that, but you know, the Arrogate's going through 700, 800,000. Nothing against, but you're just not seeing the hook and ladders and those older sires. You're getting legit sires coming through this ring and legit money, and the New York breds can run with any other bred horses in the country.
3 minutes to post here in the fourth. It's still Kemba favored at 9-5. Joel Rosario teaming up with trainer Ray Handel. Let's go back to Acacia.
And she is the one that does seem to be the horse to beat based off of some of her numbers. And Greg, as you and I discussed earlier, she's a horse that could be a little bit tough to trust. She's one that has been some shorter prices in the past. She's 1 for 20 with 10 in the money finishes. Sometimes she just doesn't have that final little punch that you would like from her. And sometimes my complaint with her is that she doesn't carry a lot of conditioning, and today's one of those days that I just wish she had a little bit more strength behind the saddle. She's a lighter frame type of filly, or mare now, I should say. She does pick up Joel Rosario. He's the strongest finisher, one of the strongest finishers in the game, and he's kept her relatively quiet out on track, as Joel typically does with his runners. Yes, she's the one to beat. I don't know if maybe it's better with a horse like her to try and use some of that natural speed that she has. There could be some speed from Miss Invincible forward to the outside. French Frank is not slow either, but I wonder if Joel will try to use Kemba speed and maybe keep her from wanting to wait on horses, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. There is the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Had a tremendous first half of the meet. All the stakes victories he has piled up. Joel Rosario, it's been incredible.
It's been incredible. It's been incredibly fun to watch him ride. I'm a big fan of his riding, but no rider wins with the regularity in big races that Joel's winning without an agent that's orchestrating him getting those mounts. Ron Anderson does an amazing job for him.
Really does. Ron Anderson, one of the better agents that you'll see out there, and that's Rich Schosberg. He's got the one horse in here for Jose Gomez, and I think not without a chance. I mean, this horse dropped down for the 35 non-2 and got dead left from the 9 hole was completely wide the whole way around. I think you can draw a line through that. You go back to the last time this horse dropped in for 30. Horse was almost a winner. So looked like Rick is very, very being studious down there, like he has a chance to win this race at 7-1. What do you think there, Greg? You like to read body language.
This is the kind of race where you have a 1-20 favorite who's 1 for 20 lifetime, and there's, again, Kevin, no one gets you super excited in here. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. The 6 could win, the 7 could win, the 4 has a big shot.
Yeah.
I like the 8 because I like how sharp that she was out of the gate. And do you feel, you talked about the rails being out, Mig. Does Mike Luzzi, is he aware, look, from that outside post, if he doesn't get forward, he's got no chance here, right?
Yeah, Mike's a veteran. He knows how to get it done.
Right, so I'm saying going to be aggressive, right?
I believe he will be. If she breaks cleanly, I would expect her to be forward, if not make the lead. Mike can still ride. It's about getting opportunity.
I think Kemba. I think Joel Rosario realizes I got a 1 for 20 animal that hasn't won in 2 years. Horse does possess a little speed. These are the kind of races where Joel pulls a hat trick and tries to go to the front end.
And, back to Leslie for a moment, the fact that, he wasn't out in front, but he was forward, but got carried wide with trouble. Does that weighing on his mind or remembering that, saying, wow, maybe if I had been in front, that wouldn't have happened?
No, but I think reading the racing form, he's aware that there's not a tremendous amount of speed, so he should come out forward, look over, and see what's going on inside.
Not a long run on that first turn. We're set for the 4th. Here's Frank Miramati.
They're off. Kemba in the center out quickly. Freedom Machine, Lemon Tappy in between them. French Frank one from the outside, and Miss Invincible. There's a real scramble for early supremacy as they move into the first turn, and Kemba is the quickest, with Miss Invincible on the outside taking second. Freedom Machine and French Frank are 3rd and 4th. Lemon Taffy settles in 5th, about 4 lengths off the pace, followed by I'm Buzzy, who was just a little flat-footed out of the gate. At the back of the field, synonymous together with Tales of McKenna. 25-1 for the opening quarter, and it's Kemba narrowly in front. Miss Invincible keeping her honest in second. 1.5 lengths back to Freedom Machine and French Frank, who are right together and only 2 lengths off Kemba as they continue down the back stretch. Behind this group comes Lemon Taffy. Buzzy is in between rivals, has about 4 lengths to make up. Passed on the outside by Tales of McKenna through a half in 49-1, and Synonymous is at the back of the field. It's Kemba carving out the fractions. Miss Invincible ridden along to try and keep pace in second. Tales of McKenna has made some steady progress on the outside of French Frank, with Freedom Machine at the rail as the field turns for home. 3/4 in 13 flat. Kemba well off the rail, in command, and doing it nicely. Has a 3-length lead with a furlong to finish the job. Buzzy is starting to kick in on the outside, but only trying to get into second. It's Kemba 3-length lead. Buzzy closing the gap, but Kemba takes him all the way under Joel Rosario, prevailing by a little more than a length. Buzzy a rallying second. Freedom Machine 3rd, just in front of Tales of McKenna.
Favorite gets it done in the 4th. Joel Rosario, Ray Handel. And Joel, Mig, appeared to be going very easy on this mare throughout the early stages of the race.
Cruise to the front, 25-1, 49 in big change. Last time she was head-and-head going 47-1. This was basically 10 lengths or more slower. And Paul kind of called the shot as they were walking into the gate that he expected Joelle to allow her to use her speed. 1 for 20. Well, now she's 2 for 21, Paul.
Listen, I know this guy's in second place, but he's schooling everybody in that room. It's just the bottom line. He was aggressive with the 5. This horse is 1 for 20 lifetime. Has not run 1 in 2 years. And took the horse to the front end, and everybody just let the horse walk around the racetrack, and Joel said, okay. He's outsmarting everybody in that room right now, and he's embarrassing them, to be honest with you.
How about how confident he was turning for home like a statue on this filly? I think you remarked, Greg, is doing his Jackie's Warrior impersonation.
Didn't move a muscle. As you got to look at winning trainer Ray Handel. Got his Don Johnson Miami Vice look going again today.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's a sign
that's
that
Crockett?
You're starting. Yeah, Crockett.
He's got the aerodynamic look going with the.
He
with
needs
the
to go
new
see
haircut
Dominic
going.
the barber.
He's feeling like he's arrived a little if you're going to show up like that. Feeling the confidence.
And yeah, if you don't win and you show up like that, that's embarrassing.
You better win, and he did. Ray Handel, very sharp, young up-and-coming trainer who's having a nice meet. Kemba, favorite, takes the 4th as the 9-5 favorite. Joel Rosario aboard for CTR Stables, owned in part by Ray Handel as well. 5-6-1-4 here in the 4th.
Much the best.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign. What the Peter Pan?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, 4th in the books. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Joel Rosario, as good as it gets in this game. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, had a snug hold on Kemba. One for fun.
Yeah, got very comfortable along the inside. You know when Joel's got horse, the way he rakes one with that kind of wide cross with his hands way back on the horses with us. And when he turned for home and had to move the muscle, it was all over.
You know who he reminds me of? Joel Rosario, Eddie De La Houssaye, to the point, if Eddie De La Houssaye or Joel Rosario are on the front end, good luck trying to pass him.
He's as cool as Eddie D. He's as smooth as George Velasquez, and he's as strong as Lafitte Pincay.
That's crazy.
It's a nice trifecta. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Ray Handel, and apparently his owner said he looked like he was straight out of Miami Vice as well, Craig. But Ray getting to the winner's circle with Kemba, and Joel put her on the lead. Do you think that made the difference for her to be able to get that second win?
You know, I think she proved that she's not really a need-to-lead type. The race, she broke real sharp today, and Joel thought there was no speed, and we kind of talked about a game plan going into it. And she broke there. She went 25-1 the first quarter. I was feeling pretty good after that.
He's so good at getting a horse to relax, too, and she just really always seemed to be doing it well within herself.
Yeah, she really melts into his hands, and she was just right there for him. And he said she was just playing a little cat and mouse with him. He let her out, and then she kind of dropped the bridle, and then he would put his leg back on her, and she'd jump back into it. And then when he asked her, she kind of kicked on, and then she was doing it so easy. She's kind of playing around a little bit at the end and let that 6 come up. It gave us a little bit of a worry. I was sitting in silence so we got to the wire. I was like, oh gosh, here we go.
She held on for the win. Coming up later in the 7th, you'll be sending out a 2-year-old that you picked up at the OBS June sale. Donna, what can you tell us about her?
Yeah, she's showing us a lot in the morning. She's fast from the gate. she's a big, stout filly, so she carries a lot of weight. I've been like going back and forth in my head if I have her like completely tight enough, but she's definitely talented, quick from the gate, and you know, we're expecting a good performance. You know, I hear a couple of them can run in there. Kelly Breen's horse making a second start, and racing experience is always good here, but you know, I think she'll make a good showing of herself.
We can't wait to see her. Congratulations here, Ray.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Kemba with the win, Greg, and always had a little bit of a soft spot for Kemba as I'm a native of Connecticut, and I know that this filly mare now originally named for Kemba Walker, which is kind of fun too.
Yeah, I love Kemba Walker. He's been so much fun to watch. His Yukon days.
He literally took the Yukon Huskies by himself to a national title. 100% won the national title. Single-handedly did Kemba Walker. Now, I know he's had a couple struggles of late, but tremendous basketball player. And I always thought the horse was named after Kemba. That's actually pretty cool. Kemba Walker, very, very good. And if you ever get a chance to watch the New York City Point Guards, it's a thing that's a documentary. He's part of it with Kenny Smith, Mark Jackson, a lot of guys that came from New York City. Kemba Walker from Left Rack City.
Yeah, I heard Kenny Smith mentioned now. I drive by there all the time. I had no idea Kenny Smith was from there.
Yep.
A lot of great point guards come through New York.
Rod Strickland, Kenny Anderson, Pearl Washington goes on. Tiny Archibald. It's pretty cool.
I groomed a horse for Sam Lefrak, who built Left Rack City, named Good Reward at the farm when I was a kid.
That's crazy, yeah.
Up next, pick 6 time. Maiden special weight. We got 2-year-old fillies. Big scratch of Binsky in here. That was the only one with experience in the field. Right now, it's Justifying. First-time starter for Steve Asmussen, as you would expect. Daughter of Justify, 3-2 favorite. How about Justify? 29% with the 2-year-old first-time starters.
Strong stat.
Good horse.
Yeah.
This one's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, 6-furlong sprint in the pick 6 to kick things off for these 2-year-old fillies, all of them making their debut ahead. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports Southern California. You're watching Saratoga Live. Those already with us on FS2. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York in the Adirondacks at the premier meet in the country at Saratoga Racecourse. Getting set for the pick 6 coming up. You've joined us just in time. It starts in about 20 minutes. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca, and we're going to see 2-year-old fillies, all of them debuting coming up to kick off our sequence in the pick 6.
Yeah, always the 2-year-olds always exciting up here, and some buzz about several of these in here, and it's always fun digging through the pedigrees, although I thought I had some good stats, and then Greg showed me up.
I had to do a little extra work this morning. You always come with the work. We're going to talk through this field in much more detail ahead. Steve Asmussen, Todd Pletcher, no surprise, getting a lot of money with their first-time starters here. Pick 6 starts here. What's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Then we get into the late pick 5. And I get this 9th race, this Cap Calloway New York Stallion Series, Mig, intriguing because Dakota Gold was a very short price earlier at the meet, got beat with a bit of a trip, had a bit of an excuse. I think some can make the argument they felt those still should have gone by in that race.
Yeah, but he actually is turning back a little bit from a mile to 16th to a mile, which might ultimately help him. He took a step out. He lost some ground at a critical moment, but it did look like he was going to beat Practice Squad, and Practice Squad fought back.
Is he beatable, Greg?
Might be.
I mean, listen, if you think that Dakota Gold is beatable at 3-5, then this late pick 5 is very, very playable.
Look ahead to this week's schedule coming up. So today, that Callaway feature, Dakota Gold, will be an odds-on favorite. We got the Skidmore Summer Colony on Friday. Alabama with the return of Nest and the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath dueling again. And when they met earlier in the Kentucky Oaks, of course, this was Secret Oath's day for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, Secret Oath made a kind of a wide, I think slightly premature move in the Oaks, but she was out in the clear from post 1. Louise Sayas taking no chances, put her in a position to use her stride. Nest was in behind horses, but got to save all the ground, and I think she just came up second best to a Secret Oath on the day.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that over, the last 3 or 4 months, Nest has grown up. I loved Nest's second place effort because at one time you thought, okay, she could finish 4th or 5th in this race. But she kept on pursuing Secret Oath, who made that wide run. And during that weekend, the outside of the racetrack was great. That's what even made Rich Strike's Derby win even more unbelievable, as nobody came up the rail. And then Nest came back up here with the rematch of Secret Oath, and I guess ended the conversation who's better.
This performance made you think this might be the best 3-year-old in the country.
Yeah, Nest was dominant here, and the thing that we took from the comments from Todd Pletcher coming out of the Belmont was she had put on weight after running 1.5 miles against the Colts. Listen, Secret Oath didn't have a great trip, but she wasn't going to beat Nest under any circumstances. This day, Nest was just dominant.
You know what's great, unbelievable about this, Greg? All the horses are wobbling. She's still straight as a string and still moving. Like, when you're going this long of a distance over this tiring racetrack, you think she might be laboring towards the end. She was not laboring at all. She kept on moving forward, and Secret Oath was just getting tired and tired.
That's why it's an even scarier proposition Saturday, because connection, Todd Pletcher and company have said all along with Nest, the more ground Mig is going to be better for her. She's going to get a mile on the course. She's going to get more ground on Saturday, where she, you would think, is going to get even better.
Yeah, and the way she dominated in the coaching club, I have a hard time seeing Secret Oath being able to turn the tables on her. But I will say I think Secret Oath's training better into the Alabama than she was into the coaching club.
If Nest does the same thing and wins by a lot, Todd Pletcher's going to have a real dilemma on his hands, because you can argue, okay, she might be the second best 3-year-old right now behind Epicenter. You can argue that.
You might make the argument she stumbled out of the gate in that Belmont. Some believe she might have been best. She certainly would have been closer to Mo Donegal in that Belmont Stakes. I can't wait for Saturday. It's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be fun, yeah.
This 5th race kicks off the Pick 6. Speaking of Epicenter, his trainer, Steve Asmussen, sending out this runner right here. 2-year-old filly by Justify, the Triple Crown winner. Debuting will have Joel Rosario aboard, the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
So this was a great idea. Let's have a hockey league with no protection, pads, or helmets with everyone who works for the show.
Who was the goalie?
Who was who?
Who was the goalie?
So I see our fearless Eric Donovan.
We actually got Dominic Hasek in to play.
Tony Elbow. You see the guy there in the left, that's Mitch Levitas. He's absolutely useless. But you see the guy with the referee, that's Tony Alvaro. He was refereeing the games, but I heard he was kind of biased. What a crew. And here's the thing is,
Motley crew?
Greg Wolf played in a couple of those games, but he had to get x-rays on his elbow afterwards.
I definitely came out of it injured. Far worse for the wear. Congratulations to our producer, Josh Abelson, part of the championship team.
Is that the Ali Cup? Like instead of the Stanley Cup, the Ali Cup?
The best part about all this is I walked downstairs and Josh Abelson, who won the championships, is actually stretching. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm going to play the championship hockey game tonight.
Oh, it's taken very serious. Will you play next year, Mick?
No.
You want to know how serious Josh took it? He went to the dentist yesterday, and his mouth couldn't even talk, and he still went and won the game. That's dedication.
Well, that's what champions do. Champions find a way.
Yeah. Exactly, as Paul said earlier. Pick 6 starts with his 2-year-old filly race. Everyone making their debut coming up and making her debut on our Wednesday show. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale.
Greg, thank you. And I feel privileged to be in the paddock for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day because it looks as though it could be potentially loaded with talent, as we'll start down on the rail with one of 2 Hall of Famer Bill Mott's horses. And I know that the Godolphin-owned Padma taking more money as predicted by our morning line odds maker David Aragona and regular rider Junior Alvarado on that one. But I'm a little bit more interested in the one Socially Selective. I really like this daughter Speitster's works, and in fact she worked on the inside of Padma last time, and what I liked about her, she's just a lot more relaxed than her uncoupled stablemate here in the paddock and in that workout. And she reserved her energy, and maybe it's a hint that she wants to go longer, but then again, these progeny of Speitsters, they are more sprinting types, and 2 on the bottom side, it's a dirt sprinting family. And I like the way she was going late. She was finishing up well. She galloped out a bit better than Padma as well. And it just feels like she might be the easier one to ride as we see Jose Lascano aboard. She's very athletic, very fit here in the paddock. I'm a bit intrigued by this filly as we'll move on to number 2, Implicated, a daughter of Connect for Chad Brown. This is the first foal out of an unraced dam. The second dam won on the dirt and the turf, also stakes place on the turf, and the dam have to a multiple stakes winning turf horse. Yeah, you would think there's a little more turf on the bottom, but when Chad decides to run one on a surface, they're meant for that surface. And I saw why with her. Her works have been really nice. She was on the outside of an unraced horse. The rider always had more. All of the works that I've seen from this filly on XBTV indicate that she is always going better than her workmate, and she walks around this paddock with a purpose. She overstrides beautifully. She has a lovely, powerful walk to her. She's very well developed behind the saddle. And while this is a field full of horses that potentially want to go further in distance than the 6 furlongs they get here at First Asking, she represents one that I think could be very effective at the 6. Moving on towards number 5, Mija. She's your favorite. But this gal wants to go long. She is a daughter of Curlin out of Rachel Valentina, who was a precocious type. She did win the spin away, but the only other foal of hers to run was Alejandro, and I think he just won a race going 1 3/16. So just watching her works, watching her disposition here in the paddock, she's very laid back. She has a bit more of an even-built frame, not really built down into the ground like many sprinters can be. Yes, if she's talented enough, she can win at 6. I get it. But everything about her says that she wants to go a bit further than this, but she is ultra well prepared by Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. From a fitness perspective, she's more than ready to go. Number 8 is Justifying, daughter of Justify. She's another one that I think probably wants to go further, but Steve Asmussen's firsters do tend to show a bit of speed. Watching her one workout on XBTV, just very even work, always kind of just galloping, and she's a big, physically mature girl. And she's woken up a bit since they put the tack on her. She was brought in with a training saddle, indicating that maybe while schooling she's been a bit of a handful, as we do see assistant trainer Scott Blasi on her head now. She's keeping it together so far, but I always appreciate with these 2-year-olds when they have that physical maturity to them. It always indicates that they are ready to win early, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Getting set for this post parade coming up. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day ahead to kick off our pick 6 as we're 7 minutes to post.
Greg, I know you're getting involved in this pick 6. Who do you think the most singled horse is going to be in the pick 6 today?
I think it'll be Dakota Gold.
Okay. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, right?
Here's socially selected first-time starter Bill Mott from the rail.
Dam won her debut, as in fact won her first 2 starts, has had 7 foals to race, 6 won either on debut or in their second start. There is precocity.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, implicated.
Yeah, and this one's tail of the cat on the bottom side. Yeah, might have some precocity here with Flavian Pratt aboard.
Bulsara, Mike Trombetta trains.
By Klimt, gets 12% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. I'm going to let Paul talk about the clever name with Bulsara.
Well, if you look at the mare, Queen Mercury, that's Freddie Mercury's actually real name. Farouk Bulsara was actually his real name. So very clever name here on the 3 by the Dam Queen Mercury.
4 went by with a little pedigree. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Second Dam, multiple stakes winner. Here's Mija, the favorite.
Yeah, out of Rachel's Valentina, who is out of Rachel Alexander, excuse me.
Padma, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
Wow, this is a horse that's bred to run all day long, and 8-1 with Junior Alvarado. Does have some fastest work, especially for being a tap-it. Got some quick works. Looks well, too.
Yeah, and justifying Steve Asmussen, first-time starter, 9-5.
Yeah, another one here, another great Justify. Probably gets it from the Unbridled Song on the bottom side, but that 47-4, breezing out of the gate, you get Joel Rosario and Steve Asmussen.
Great crowd on hand for this Wednesday card. Naira bets, Saturday contests going on all May long. Show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest featuring racing from right here at Saratoga. Win cash prizes and seats into the following week's contests at naira.com/contests to get involved. Good luck to everybody. So pick 6 starts here. There again, the 5, Mija. Curlin filly out of the Dam, Rachel's Valentina, who won her debut at Saratoga. Won her next start, the Grade 1 Spinaway here as well. And, of course, the second Dam, the great Rachel Alexandra.
Yeah, and this filly was very good. I mean, she didn't break really sharp, but she took kickback. She was, nice come from behind style for a young horse to be able to do that, Paul. Not only speaks to their ability, but also their determination.
Really does. There was always that debate, who was the better horse for such a long time? Was it Rachel or was it Zenyatta? But you always knew Rachel was going to be a better broodmare because it's just her raw speed. And Rachel's Valentina was a proof of that. And I think that family is going to run on. And I have a feeling this 5's a runner.
8-5 for Grand Dam, a champion who produced one of the great performances in the history of this racetrack.
And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead. Bulls Bay is second. Macho again is making a tremendous run for the back of the pack. Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won.
Beating older males in a Grade 1, Rachel Alexandra, and that pretty much cemented an eclipse.
Not just beating older males, though. She took all the heat. It was like they were running, a relay race at her.
Yeah.
Everybody, when someone would fall off, someone was back on her. She never got a breather the entire race and kept fighting everybody off.
Look at Calvin Burrell. Awesome. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't even know this. That was how long ago?
2010.
Greg Wolf and I were out there on the paddock.
9, wasn't
it? Out there in the paddock, and Greg took pictures of Rachel Alexandra right there. I still have the pictures that Greg took, but we were around that and watched that go down, and we could not believe she hung on. I couldn't believe she hung on. I remember turning to you going, oh, my God, how can she do this?
Yeah,
and
it
she
was
did.
just an amazing performance. Yeah, back in 2009, it was the first time I worked with Paulie. I'll always remember that, my first trip to Saratoga. Let's go to Maggie for more.
I came up here, I remember still vividly remembering watching that race of Rachel Alexandra in my parents' living room and just being absolutely amazed. I still get chills every time I watch that race or talk about it even. So it's very cool to see a granddaughter of Rachel Alexandra. I was here though when Rachel's Valentina broke her maiden. That was fun to watch. But she's your current favorite in here. But like I said, just there's hints that she might want to go further, and I just opted to go with the horse that I'll get to in a moment, but she looks great out on the track, so really taking nothing away from Miha. As we'll take a look, though, at actually the horse who was just announced as the Backstretch Employee Service Team's Best Turned Out Award, and I would tend to agree. She's a big prize, number 4, Super Sleuth Cash. Now, she was not a late scratch. She was scratched Sunday. It was listed as a steward's scratch in a similar spot, going the 6 furlongs on the dirt. But what I like is the workout from this filly. Her lone one up here, she broke really, really quickly, and John Velasquez was aboard that day. She has a really good push off the ground and a really nice stride to her as well. She's a big filly. Now, I do think in the face of some of these, she does look as though she might need a start from the fitness perspective, but one that I really want to watch with interest because she just showed me in that workout and looking at her from a physical perspective that there's some ability in there, and obviously she's a generous price, being one of 2 out for Mike Trombetta. Moving on to the other one going out for Bill Mott, that's Padma. Like I said back in the paddock, she's always fighting the rider early in those workouts, and she just seems very difficult. She seems to expend a bit more energy than what she needs to in the mornings, and then doesn't have much left late on the gallop outs. She looks fit here. Not a bad-looking filly whatsoever. We'll see. Junior Alvarado's opted to keep her fairly quiet with the pony, kind of heeding that she is a little bit of a difficult type. We'll see. Does that headstrong disposition indicate that she's going to be quick from the stalls? Typically, it does if they break cleanly. But I just kept going back to number 2 in here, Implicated. You want to talk about a very good mover. Usually when they walk that good, they move that good, either at a trot or a gallop or at a full-out gallop, and she does. This filly's just got an intensity about her, and just that fighting kind of way that she just has run on her mind as far as I can work out. And like I said, I get that the 5 and 8 are very dangerous here. She just felt like the one that could be effective going short first time out. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Implicated out of an unraced mare. It's the first foal, but Chad Brown always dangerous as he's leading the way. 27 wins for the meet's leading trainer. There's Chad.
Just impressive, too, that he's coming off such a successful Belmont meeting, and you would think at some point there would be a lull, and there has been absolutely no lull whatsoever.
He even talked about it. Yeah, having so many runners, essentially run out of conditions, and then you're facing tougher spots. He's like, I don't know if we can keep it going. It's more than kept it going.
Yeah, he's kept it going without his big 3 winning. We were coming into this meet thinking, okay, what's going to happen with early voting, Zandon, and Jack Christopher? Well, they all sort of threw in a couple clunkers. Now, I'm not going to discount all 3 of those horses because all 3 of those horses are very, very talented. But he's done it with all of his other horses, I mean,
he's also had 3 horses beating the Diana.
That's kind of true.
Oh, wait, he also won it.
He also won it, yeah.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the problem that you deal with. Sometimes he enters 3 or 4 races, so he's 33% automatically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It is amazing. So, here, what do you think here? First-time starter, Mig House Implicated, moving on the track to you.
She looked like she warmed up very nicely. She looks very smart. She's been very calm. Looks like she's prepared well, as you expect from all Chad Brown runners. And Flavien Prat has certainly kind of ensconced himself deep into Chad Brown's lineup, hasn't he?
The crazy stat, and you can see it in the form, the last 20 months, Flavien Prat is 32% for Chad Brown. Now you know
Incredible.
why he came here.
Yep. To try and get in that Eclipse conversation. Ride these big races at this meet. Get those kinds of wins that sway the voters. And he's already getting them on the resume. As we see Super Slough's Cash move in those Silks of Live Oak Plantation. Second dam, multiple stakes winner, sprinting and routing. Graded stakes placed on dirt. Maybe an intriguing long shot at 16-1. But certainly the 5 and the 8 taking most of the attention here.
You expect the 8, I think, to be quick. She certainly warmed up like a filly that was really on her toes, extra sharp. I'd be surprised if she doesn't show good speed.
Pick 6 gets underway here. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. The last one to load. The great daughter of Justify. Justifying goes in. And they're off. Justifying very quick, but so is Socially Selective, who comes through to take the lead. Super Slough Cash is up and on the pace too, as is Padma. Then it's another 2 lengths back to the next flight. Implicated is down at the rail. Bulsara just outside of her. And Miha is at the back of the field. Socially Selective blazes into the far turn, leading by a length. Padma now trying to bear down in second. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It's 2 more lengths back to Justifying the Gray in third. Followed by Super Slough's Cash, advancing on the inside, taking the third spot and coming after the top pair. Bulsara is next. Has about 4 lengths to make up, followed by Implicated and Miha as the field turns for home. 46 and 3. Socially Selective is loaded with a 5-length lead. Padma is second, trying her best, followed by Bulsara moving into third. What a sparkling display from Socially Selective, who cruises home by a half dozen lengths. Padma clearly second best, followed by Implicated and Bulsara in 1:11 and 3.
Socially Selective. Speedster filly debuting for Bill Mott. Dominant performance.
Well, it was there in the family, Paul. The dam won first time out. She won her second start as well, and she's had 6 foals to win either on debut or in their second start. And this filly just showed that precocity runs in families.
God, you're right. I mean, Bill Mott just decided to say, okay, you could take your Justify and you could take your Curlin, and I'm going to roll out 2 other fillies, and I'm going to run 1-2 at 13-1 and 8-1, and hopefully everything's all right. Your 2 favorites ran last and second to last, and I want to say Miha kind of pulled up here, so hopefully everything is okay with the 5 and the 8. They both were dead last in here, but take nothing away from Social Selective. I mean, she just won this race from start to finish. Race was over.
It's a big effort, right out of the gate. Jose Lezcano aboard for Bill Mott. 13-1 winner to kick off the pick 6. Let's go to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined by assistant to Bill Mott, his son, Riley Mott. And Riley, we know that you work a lot with the young 2-year-olds and Socially Selective. She has been impressing in the morning. She has a win early pedigree. I'm sure you weren't too surprised to see this performance.
No, she's always worked pretty forwardly. I mean, given the tote board, it looked like it was a pretty loaded race. I mean, she was a bit overlooked, but we liked her. She was, pretty precocious acting all along. And, you saw there she broke fast and just kept going. So that was very encouraging.
Riley, with a horse like this that does it easily on the front end, where do you go from here? Is there always some trepidation about the fact that they didn't face any adversity in their debut?
Well, I mean, it's nice when they get a good education, but, you're not going to complain with the way she won. Until they get hit in the face with dirt, you're never going to really know. But just hopefully she comes back sound and we can move forward, and just very excited for the ownership group.
Riley, not to take away from her performance, but I know that you have announced that you're going out on your own coming this fall. Talk about the decision behind that.
I mean, it's been in, my dream for, 20 plus years, and I think I'm finally ready to take that next step, and I've had a lot of great mentors, not only my dad, but, everyone in the operation. So I think I'm ready to, put everything I've learned to the test.
We can't wait to see it. Wishing you the best of luck, but congratulations here with this filly.
Thank you so much.
Socially selective. She selected the right field as she proverbially trounced them in her debut, Greg.
At 13-1, I think she would have put a lot of fields the way she ran today.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I'm interested to see what this number comes back.
And we talk about jockeys heating up all the time. Jose Lezcano's got about 4 or 5 wins in the last 3 racing days. He's been getting hot.
Rides as good as anybody.
Yep.
It's just a perfect example of how deep the colony is. It's just so many good opportunities to go around. But when he gets a live mount, he knows how to produce with it.
111-3.
It's actually pretty quick. Again, we've been seeing 113s, whatever. Jackie's Warrior, listen, different ballgame when he ran 109. Okay, he's a different kind of animal. But when maidens are running around a 111 here, it's actually been pretty fast because the track's been playing deep.
And broke from the rail, so she had to be, quick on her feet to get away from there and clear everybody. Big effort.
Do you get tempted? There's another big race for 2-year-old fillies at the meet, isn't there?
Might be running out of time. Might be quick back, no?
It'll be a quick return, certainly. $28 winner. Socially selective. Padma implicated. Second and third, so 162 start. How about a 13-1 start to this pick 6?
By the way, the dollar double paid more than $1 pick 3. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Wow.
That's unusual, huh?
Yeah, $42 on the double, like $33 on the pick 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah.
Socially selective, dominant performance from a first-time out 2-year-old filly trained by Belmont. Jose Lezcano, owned by 930 Racing. Late pick 5 next, and this horse probably going to be a single on a lot of tickets in that Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Stakes. Dakota Gold getting another shot after being a beaten favorite earlier in the meet.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. It's Alabama Week. On Saturday, Coaching Club American Oaks winner Nest, Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath, round 3 in the 142nd Alabama. Till then, like all kinds of stuff to keep you occupied. Latest edition of Cart Talk debuts today, featuring a world-renowned chef, Bobby Flay with JK, and a little pizza, plus the very latest in horse racing technology. It's called Stride Safe. How can this device make the sport safer for horse and human. And the Wednesday feature, Dakota Gold's second start of the meet. Odds-on favorite in today's Cab Calloway Stakes defeated odds-on favorite in last month's Rick Violet. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Danny Gargan, Dean Reeves, will they be in the winner's circle after today's feature? As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Can you believe it? Week 6 of the 154th season at Saratoga. Another terrific crowd at the August place to be. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You know what happened 50 years yesterday? Secretariat stroll in the Sanford. 50 years right here at Saratoga. Epic performance we'll revisit later in the show. As for today's racing, not sure we'll see any Secretariats, but the late Big Five is just around the corner. Included, the New York Stallion Series does continue with the Cab Calloway division, 16th running of the Cab Calloway. As we take a look at some of the highlights, Week 6 at Saratoga tomorrow. More New York Stallion Series Girls Division, Statue of Liberty. Paris Stakes races Friday, a trio on Saturday, all leading up to the 142nd running of the Grade 1 Alabama Keith Jackson. Joined by a Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, on the set. Gary, we all saw what happened in the coaching club, American Oaks. I think Nest dominated, just hammered those fillies, included Secret Oath. So why should nobody be surprised that D. Wayne Lucas is right back in the Alabama with Secret Oath?
It's Wayne Lucas, and you never count him out. He's had a terrific meet. Secret Oath, he told me he thought he'd trained her light going into the coaching club, American Oaks, and he stiffened up on her, and it was pretty critical of Louis Sias's ride. Listen, they're great friends. He trusts Louis, but he wondered why he was chasing after Nest early on. I think you'll see him be a little bit more conservative early on in the race. And listen, I drank the Kool-Aid for a lot of years for Wayne Lucas. And if I'm Louis Sias, I'm going to believe going out there that I can beat Nest because Wayne believes he can beat Nest.
He will have him convinced by the time he gives him a leg up in the paddock for Saturday's Grade 1 Alabama. As always, championship implications in the Grade 1 Alabama mile and a quarter. As for today's feature, not at a mile and a quarter, it is the New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway division, the field, 3-year-olds, mile on grass, $150,000 purse. Number 8, odds-on favorite 3 to 5. Dakota Gold, as we say hello to our handicappers, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin on the paddock set. Andy, I wanted to start with you in terms of the race itself, the Cab Calloway, this New York Stallion Series. Like, what's the series all about to begin with?
It's a series for horses that are sired by New York Stallions. You see a New York bred, but a New York bred, as you'll frequently see, not sired by stallions that stand in New York. It's a question of where the mare, the dam, drops the foal. These are horses that are sired by New York Stallions. Now, they could be Kentucky breds, as the Scratched 1 Tetragrammaton is. Try to say that for the first time. Try to say that 5 times fast. That's Kentucky bred. But sired by War Dancer, who stands here in New York. So these are races in a series designed to promote the stallions that stand in New York. And there are some pretty good ones, including Central Banker, among others.
Would you be eligible for this race or no?
I haven't been called a stallion recently. I think maybe I had a 10-minute period in my 20s. But since then, no, I'm no longer. But I am standing in New York in case anybody's interested. Jonathan apparently is fielding all calls for that. Dakota Gold, let me ask you a question. I know he's probably going to win this race, but don't you feel like if he was the ridiculous 35 cents a dollar last time, he's going to be short again? And shouldn't he have won this race?
Yeah, I mean, he had the prep race kind of leading into it. I think in that last race, he was too short of a price. I think in this race, he's probably going to still be that short of a price. And I feel the exact same way. He can absolutely win. He probably will win. I'm going to try to beat him with a 3 Shinshan on the inside, who I think has been closing in a slow pace. Is one of my favorite angles in racing.
Yeah, he feels like a horse that we both feel like he's going to probably win, but we're not going to be afraid to take different horses, take a small shot against him. Just so you know, the stud fee is very, very low in case anybody's interested.
Standing in New York in case anyone is interested.
Oh my.
Brilliant. Andy's having a hell of a day. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, late pick 5 starts in the 6th. Late pick 4, 1 race later. Cab Calloway, race 9, main track fast, turf course firm. It's about 79. We have our eyes on their radar. Could be some incoming rain. We'll keep you posted or just tell you when it gets here. Alabama week. Next week, Travers. Get signed up if you haven't. Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGO200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. When we come back, JK on the backstretch, on the loose again. Quick turnaround for the Alabama Week Cart Talk episode, and for good reason. A-lister after A-lister. Pizza, horses, and why Bobby Flay fell in love with this game to begin with. That's next, just getting started on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
They are the greatest. Fans here at Saratoga, over 1 million last summer, right on target. This summer, a huge part of the Saratoga experience. Along with playing the Pick 5, a big part of the Saratoga experience. Updated odds, race 6, $80,000 allowance optional claimer, 3-year-olds, mile on the inner turf course. You're looking at Analogy, currently 7-2. This thing is wide, wide open as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show, standing by in the paddock. Acacia, wanted to ask you about Macalop for trainer Chad Brown. What do you know? We haven't seen him since early May. How's he looking?
And he has been gelded since then, Lafitte, which I really think is necessary for Makalop. The one time that I saw him when he ran last time out after breaking his maiden on debut at Tampa, he's very naughty, particularly behind the gate. He was very tough loading, throwing his head around, just being a difficult type. And oftentimes, with that gelding, it does help a horse to focus quite a bit. He looks incredibly fit coming in off of that layoff of a few months since May. I like the mile for him. I think that's probably the best distance, as he's not a huge horse. He's a very kind of streamlined type of build, but he's incredibly fit, and so far so good as far as his demeanor is concerned. He's acting very professional, very composed here in the paddock. If I'm splitting hairs on him, I would like to see him strengthen up a little bit behind the saddle, but I do think he comes back in the right spot. A couple other intriguing ones. We'll go to the 2. Mo Rewards broke from the far outside post last time out, and I was intrigued by him getting onto the grass. Thought that he could handle the turf, and he certainly did handle it as he broke from the widest post. He couldn't clear, parked mid-pack, and then was pushed even wider when another horse who was inside got pretty rank early on. Then met with a wall of horses and just not quite enough, but he was beaten just by a length and 3/4 behind Credit Event, who's very talented. Gets a much better post in here today. He's also second off the layoff. He's so well defined, so fit today for his second start off the bench, striding out nicely in here too. And Luis Saez will climb aboard for the first time. I'd imagine he's going to be able to hopefully save some ground this time, which he certainly did not get to do last time in his first turf race. I was thinking that maybe the mile could be a little bit better for him versus the 9 furlongs, but he's a big, leggy type of horse. I think anything from here out to the 9 should suit him fine, and just, again, really like what I see from Mo Rewards second off the bench. The number 4, Legends Can't Die, does stretch out in distance, and I thought last time out that he kind of ran just a little bit evenly after a little bit of a bump at the break. And I was thinking with his running style, not to mention his physicality, he's built like a horse who could potentially go a little bit longer, that he would go the mile. Now, he's very, very sharp once again. And so I would think with his demeanor, that's where he was sprinting for the first couple of races of his career, but he just didn't quite have that punch. That even running style last time out leads me to believe, with the way that he travels throughout the race, that the mile should be within his scope. Hopefully, as he will go the furthest distance of his career, he'll be able to kind of keep it under wraps, as he's really sharp, really on his toes once again, and you'll need to conserve that energy as he'll try to navigate this trip. But it's a fun and tricky race to kick off today's late pick 5, so let's get some help from JK and Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. Well, John is going to try to help right away with a pick 5, but I agree, this race is wide open.
Yeah, it is a tough sequence, I think. A lot of the races are. I'm a spread here. I just didn't have a strong opinion. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 6, the second-time starter for Brad Cox, You Glow Girl. In the third leg, another spread, my famous all but one. I just didn't like the 3. I'm not using the 3. Whatever. In the fourth leg, I'm going to use the 3 and the 8. The 3 Shinsun and the 8 Dakota Gold. And to wrap it up, I thought the class droppers, the 5 Go Big Green and the 6 Cafe Floor, were the ones that you wanted.
Yeah, this race is wide open. I know you're a little interested in taking a small shot on top with the 4, though.
Yeah, just because, you know, when there's a horse that's stretching out and they draw towards the inside, and we talked about this last time we were on together, which was Sunday. When a horse that's stretching out draws the inside, those are the stretch out turf horses I like, because they're going to get positioned forward. They'll be able to tuck in. They're going to get cover to keep them from getting rank, and then they're going to be able to save ground if the distance is an issue.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, this horse ran well first time out, obviously disappointing second time. I wonder how much speed Seal Beach will show inside. It's a very tricky race. I guess with Makalop, and it's kind of a cop-out taking Chad Brown. Ran against better horses in Napoleonic War last time out. Even the third-place finisher, 0-2-0-3-5. Ran respectably here the other day, Saturday, that tough race behind Portfolio Company. Been gelded since then, and I just guessed this one. Didn't think he did that much running last time, but maybe enough running to beat these.
Yeah, and if he was trained by anyone else, you might want to question the short little break, but I don't question that when they're trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, Analogy's another one with Todd Pletcher. And, you know, Chad's comfortably in front of Todd with, I think, 7 wins in front. But the way Todd Pletcher's barn is running, I think you feel like he could win 4 races at a clip almost any time. Analogy, I'm not sure what to do with him. I thought he had an easy trip when he broke his maiden. I didn't think he ran badly, though he was kind of with the track 2 back. Last time out, though, he didn't really have a fair chance. He was really buried in traffic.
A debut, he broke slow. Second start, like you said, he got an easy trip. Third start, I thought he had a bad trip. Fourth start, bad trip. So if he can work out a trip in here, then I guess he's very compatible.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. He has enough speed that Irad gets some position. And I would think that Todd and Irad would want to be a little more forward in this race, because you look at what happened last time, in these kind of bigger field races, you don't want to get lost out there.
Don't want to get lost, and we get to see these runners up close and personal once again for the post parade. Mbawate graduated in his fourth start, week 2 of the meet.
Got an absolutely perfect trip last time with Tyler Gaffalion, the hot riding Javier Castellano, but he's going to need a lot more than that to beat this field.
Mo rewards Luis Saez, third rider in his many starts.
Ran well enough last time, going 9 furlongs, cuts back to the mile.
Seal Beach.
You know, Seal Beach tries the turf for the first time. His owner, Kirk Wyckoff, says he's wanted to get him on the turf. I think he could be the speed here. He's a wild card. There isn't a ton of turf pedigree. The second dam is pretty good.
Rain starting to fall. Legends Can't Die, lightly raced, just his third career start. There's the 5 Maritime Wings. Irish Colt, second start in the States.
Total wild card, switching to Todd Pletcher. Faced better horses, did no running.
Analogy, Arad Ortiz rides for the first time.
When he gets a good trip, he wins. Let's see if he can get a good one today.
Good choice, 3-1. Wish Me Home arrives having won at Laurel in Maryland 12 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's not out of it. His figures are really put him in the mix. He's the kind of horse that shouldn't be 16-1. I'm not saying he should be 5-1, but I think he should be at worst 10-1 or so here.
Now a gelding, Macalop, Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown.
It's one of those Chad Brown horses people try to make a case to beat, and then he wins by 3.
Hashtag no wonder, outsider 20-1.
Yeah, he feels like a horse that would have to improve. Her trainer that does win at a relatively high percentage doesn't run many horses here, and I was wondering about the sprinkles falling. It's supposed to be a drizzle for about 10 minutes, so I wouldn't worry about it whatsoever.
Just a drizzle. We'll see. We will see. We have the field for the Alabama. We'll have that for you very shortly. Nice, easy race to kick off this late pick 5. Gary, this thing wide open. Another look at Maritime Wins. Second start in the States, blasted by Big Invasion in his U.S. debut. No shame whatsoever, but John Velasquez, just great to see him back in the saddle. Didn't ride on Sunday, involved in that spill Churchill Saturday as his quest for 1,000 wins continues.
Yeah, he's an amazing athlete. You know, at his age, he's fit, and it's a good thing he's fit because he hit the ground hard. The first race at Churchill Downs, he came back with the remainder of the card, the remainder of his mounts, took Sunday off, and back at it today in quest of that 1,000th. And 994 wins right now, I believe he stands at right now, and I'm praying that he hits it by the end of the meet. If he doesn't, he'll be back here next year, I'm sure. He loves what he's doing, and just tremendous athlete.
Holds just about every record there is here at Saratoga. Races won, stakes won, money earned. Will be the first to reach 1,000 victories before long. The horse you like, Seal Beach. Guys were discussing tactics, Tyler Gaffalion, and how aggressive he'll be early on. Based on the warm-up, he's going to be in the mix.
He's got his hands full right now, Tyler does. Yeah, this horse, he's going to show speed. The horse directly to his outside, Legends Can't Die. He's also coming off his sprint races. He'll show some speed, but I look for Tyler to just get position. I don't think he's going to necessarily try to put him on the lead. He may just inherit the lead. But this horse really improved from his time at Oakland Park to Churchill Downs, put 2 races, really good races, back-to-back, coming off of a nice win, and he was second the time before that. So if he can transfer that form, the recent form, to grass, I'll trust him Mike Maker. He's running him on the grass for a reason.
Is he doing too much pre-race?
For me, he is, if I'm on his back. No, Tyler's got him. I mean, he had his head up in the air a little bit, and he was trying to take advantage of Tyler, but he's got him under fine control now, and no, he's fine.
Nice and settled now. Andy J.K., Seal Beach. Should be in the mix early on.
Well, he's a wild card here. You know, I think that his connections were considering running in non-winners of 1 or running on the turf. And the non-winners of 1 had that monster Saint Tappet with Todd Pletcher. I think it scared him off a little bit. And Kirk Wyckoff, who runs 3 Diamonds, has told me, I've kind of always wanted to run this one on the turf. I don't know. I mean, he's pretty good on the dirt, this guy. And we'll see what he does. These kind rarely win, but he's not. At least he's not that short a price.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be my question.
Like Witt.
Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be my question about this horse. Is like, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't Maker have got him on the grass at some point if he really wanted to get him there?
But Kirk Wyckoff wanted to run the turf, and apparently Mike Maker did not. But now he had no other choice to go there. The second dam is a pretty good turf horse, and I'll say one thing on this horse: he could be the speed. I'm not saying he's going to be, but he could be the speed, and that could help him. I mean, there's no reason to believe that the inside isn't still a decent place to be on the inner, right?
No, of course. I mean, I think, no matter what turf course, you'd like to think at least the conversation starts with saving ground always matters. And if this horse can pop away from there, and I've always heard, our friend Paul Matisse taught me this, that horses that can run well on the dirt show a level of toughness that comes in handy when they face a bunch of the turf horses.
We'll see what happens. And listen, he's 6-1 now. It's a fairish price. Maritime Wings at 7-1 is another horse that I wouldn't have any problem with. Somebody said I wanted to bet this horse because the last racehorse was against much better horses. Big Invasion, we all know what he is. Gets blinkers, gets Lasix, goes to Todd Pletcher, ran in great group stakes over in Europe, so clearly faced some decent enough horses. So I wouldn't be surprised if this horse did okay, and 7-1 seems very fair.
When you have a horse like this who's getting all of these changes, this could be a completely different animal, right? Blinkers, Lasix, Todd, 2 turns. It could be a completely different animal than what we've seen prior.
And I think one of the reasons, Joe, you took a shot with the 4. None of us, and I bet the favorite, so I can't really brag about anything, but I have no problem with taking shots with these horses at better prices, and I think that's the situation here. Not sure. What do you think, Acacia?
I totally agree with you, Andy. I liked the 4 Legends Can't Die too, actually. And as far as the Todd Pletcher runners do go, I actually liked the warm-up from the 5 Maritime Wings better than that of Analogy, and that's kind of what I felt about him last time. Last time out, he was just taking a long time to warm up. He did break slowly. He was caught in traffic after that. He looks a little bit better in here today. He could potentially get a better trip. Iraud Ortiz does climb aboard. That's all fair and well and good. But I think that there's a lot more interesting pieces to this race. The number 7, Wish Me Home, as he does come off of a good effort against Older last time out. And I thought it was interesting, Phil Schoenthal, who I have a great amount of respect for in bringing his horses here to New York, sent me a message and said that after the Turfway start, you saw that layoff from January to July. He did have a entrapped epiglottis, and thus the reason for the layoff. And he was just short coming back in that Colonial race. And so given that, he was racing prior with not getting full access to his entire airways. And so now with being able to breathe more freely and coming in off of a win last time out, physically he fits with these two. He's incredibly fit now, 3rd off of the layoff. He did do it pretty well last time out. He is a 2-time winner, and I thought that was interesting information to see how this was a horse who is coming along. This to me is a wide open race, and he is a fresh face who has already defeated some older horses as he comes in to this spot to try the big boys in New York. Lafitte.
In from Maryland, where he won 12 days ago, Acacia, Wish Me Home. Travers Canoe, rain falling here, just a steady
light drizzle.
Kind of got strong for a little bit,
for a few moments.
It should
Turf
be over.
course definitely needs it. It's been a very, by Saratoga standards and some of the recent years, as much rain as we've encountered. Very dry for the most part, which we've gotten a ton of turf racing, and that makes for a better overall product.
Absolutely. It's been a great meet. We've been lucky with the weather. But yeah, we could use a little bit of rain right now, this turf course. It's actually perfect after getting a little rain like we're getting right now. They can get their toe into it a little bit.
Saw Johnny Velasquez in those Team Valor colors. One horse comes to mind, Animal Kingdom, his first Derby winner, 2011. Another look at him, Maritime Wings. What are you expecting from him?
I'm expecting him to show a little more speed than he did his first time. First time for Todd Pletcher, coming from Joseph O'Brien, ran him one time at Belmont back in May. Johnny gave him a sharp warm-up by himself away from the pony. I saw him pop him a couple of times on the shoulder with his crop just to make him alert, and he was plenty awake during the warm-up.
At the gate here, all set for the late pick 5. You know when it hasn't rained in a while and you drive and it first starts to rain, and that's where things can be a little bit most slippery out there. Is there, oh, well, hold on.
Good save.
Acting up at the starting gate. Mboyete. Try to keep him settled and coaxed him back forward. Javier Castellano having such a productive meet. Raining a little bit harder now, so is there anything to that if it hasn't rained in a while when it first starts to?
Well, it's been, the turf has been pretty firm from the lack of rain that we've had recently. So, yeah, it can get a little bit slick when the rain first starts. Get a coat on it, but I think it's rained enough at this point right now that it's starting to go into the ground just enough that they'll be fine.
Number 8 at 5-2, Makalop. As Acacia mentioned, it was the behavior at the starting gate where he'd had some issues, but now a gelding taking it all in like a pro. Flavien Prat aboard the favorite for leading trainer Chad Brown. Another look at Maritime Wings. John Velasquez, as Gary mentioned, maybe expecting a little more position early on, tactical speed perhaps in his second start in the States.
And looking at the 4-horse here, we haven't talked about him. Reeves Thoroughbreds. They've got the favorite in the stake later on
Dakota
today.
Gold.
Dakota Gold. Trying to rebound.
Had Big Invasion on Sunday. How good was that? Good.
How good a meet
grief.
have Patty and Dean Reeves had at this meet. It's been an amazing meet for them from the first week and continues on.
Big Invasion, just a machine. Sensational in the Mahoney. Legends Can't Die is in. Maritime Wings. Johnny Velasquez steps forward. We're ready for the Wednesday late pick 5-2 on Makalop. Flavien Prat in the saddle. Frank Mirmati with the remainder of the load and call. Post time for the 6 from Saratoga.
Thank you, the feet. We're just waiting on hashtag no wonder. And Jairo Rendon to the outside. Walks in calmly. They're in the gate. And they're off. Legends Can't Die is the quickest out of the gate. Wish Me Home has some early speed. On the inside, here's Maritime Wings, very eager and under a hole too, but finding a seam in between the top two as they round the first turn. Legends Can't Die opens up 2. Wish Me Home is now in second. Maritime Wings able to settle in third, about 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Makalop on the outside in fourth. Followed widest of all by hashtag No Wonder. Down at the rail, it's Seal Beach. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Outside of Seal Beach comes Analogy in the blue silks, 2.5 lengths clear of Mo Rewards, and M. Boite is at the back of the field. Legends Can't Die carves out the fractions with plenty in pursuit, however. Wish Me Home is just a half length back, and outside of him, McKillop through a half that went in 48 2/5 seconds. On the inside comes Maritime Wings. Hashtag No Wonder continues a wide journey. Seal Beach trying to get into it, as is Analogy, who will be caught widest of all. Then it's Mo Rewards and Mboite. They're at the top of the stretch, and Legends Can't Die is digging in fact, pulling clear. He's got a 2.5 length lead with Makalop in second, and then it's a scramble for third, a 16th to go, and Legends Can't Die just ran them off their feet. A no doubt about it, coast-to-coast victory by 2.5. Makalop was second, followed by Mo Rewards, who picked it up a bit late for third, and Analogy was fourth.
You said something about Patty and Dean Reeves enjoying a productive summer at Saratoga?
And the luck just keeps rolling. Everything they lead over right now. Manny Franco puts Legends Can't Die right on the lead and took them all the way. Nice run.
They have Dakota Gold, the odds-on favorite, a little bit later on in the cab. Callaway right here, turning for home gear. You could tell Manny Franco, his body language, he was loaded. Legends Can't Die, who set the tempo, re-breaks, and he's gone.
He was gone, and nobody else was making any grain. Nobody was making a menacing move turning into the stretch, and Legends Can't Die rambled home.
4-8-2-6. JK and Acacia zeroing in on this one. Well done, 9-1. And Andy with Makalop, the exacta, as the Reeves make a familiar trip down the stairs and into the winner's circle.
I'm very proud of my 5-2 shot that finished second, Lafitte. I appreciate that. Nice call by you, Jonathan. Acacia as well. And great job by Manny Franco. It's at least his second win today, and feels like being on the inside, the inner turf is still the place to be.
Yeah, it was a great ride by Manny. I called it right when they jumped out of the gate that it was a great ride. No matter what was going to happen, I love when riders take their weapons and use them. The weapon of this horse was speed and the inside draw. Pop, go to the front and see if this horse wants to go 2 turns. But more importantly, and I'll say it every time George Weaver wins a race for the rest of this meet and however long it takes, I'm very happy for George, Cindy, and their son Ben.
story we've been following. Cindy, his wife, who was involved in a training incident before the meet started, and George Weaver, and you can only imagine, and Randy Hill there as well, how difficult it must be to just focus on the task at hand with so much else going on at home, and the health of his family and his wife, Cindy, and what she's gone through after that accident here several weeks back.
Yeah, and obviously the entire staff has rallied behind George and the family. They continue to do their job every day. George is here every day, and wish him all the best.
He's always put up big numbers at Saratoga. George Weaver had Legends Can't Die. Manny Franco, aggressive right from the start. Second win on the afternoon. Dean Reeves, Randy Hill. They're going to enjoy this one. And again, Reeves hit the odds-on favorite a little bit later on in the Wednesday feature here. Dakota Gold in the New York Stallion Series Cab Callaway Division Race 9, 4-8-2-6. When we come back, it's been another big summer for Todd Pletcher in upstate New York. Nothing new for the 14-time Saratoga champion trainer. Already a pair of Grade 1 wins this meet. The first, courtesy of that filly, Nest, runaway winner in the Coaching Club American Oaks, the one to beat in the Grade 1 Alabama. Stay tuned.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Off and running in the late pick 5 with a 9-1 shot. You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Stretching out for the first time. Made the lead for the first time. Legends Can't Die. 2 wins on the afternoon. Manny Franco let his intentions known early on, and there was no catching him, Gary.
Yeah, he left there running, let him sizzle into the first turn, relax down the backside, filled up with oxygen around the far turn, hit another gear coming into the stretch. 21-20.
Acacia handing out $21 winners and interviewing winning owners.
Thank you, Laffy. And always a pleasure to catch up with Dean Reeves and Randy Hill, 2 great guys in the sport. And Randy, this horse, Legends Can't Die, you said you can't miss him. He really is such a beautiful horse, and put on the lead by Manny Franco. He finished up nicely today.
He sure did. We were a little worried about whether he'd get the mile. I have to give you credit. You told me you were sure he was going to stretch, so he did more than stretch, I got to tell you. As Dean and I were saying, he's got one of the most beautiful strides I've ever seen. He's a beautiful horse. Great job by Manny, great job by George.
And what does it mean winning here in Saratoga, and especially as we're talking about for George Weaver and just all the adversity that he has faced with his family recently?
Well, that's why we play the game, is to win here. And so I won a couple of races opening day. It's been a long drive. Not like my partner, he wins every week. So I was on his coattails, but I'll be catching up this week. I got my guns coming out.
And Dean, legends can't die with the win here. You know, you and Manny Franco teamed up for a lot of wins together too.
Yeah, we have. Manny's a top rider, and you know, this ride was so picture perfect. We knew the horse was a little wound up, and he got him to the lead, got him comfortable. He said he felt really, really good. He turned for home. That big stride kicked in, and Manny gets a lot of credit, and as Randy said, along with George Weaver and his staff.
Of course, you'll be sending out Dakota Gold later in the New York Stallion Series. What can you tell us about him as he looks to get back to the winner's circle today?
Well, I hope so. And he's been training really well. Danny's got him ready to go. So I'm glad the rain's holding off. And so I'm looking for a big effort by Dakota Gold.
Well, best of luck later. Congratulations. Okay.
Side note is how the horse got named. Our partners are Rick Pitino and Chris Mara. So those are two legends in their own right. So I try to get legends never die, but they wouldn't let me use that one. So it comes from those two guys.
I love it. I love the story behind the name. Congratulations, Dean and Randy. As you can see, Lafitte, there is no feeling like being in the winner's circle here at Saratoga.
Nothing like it. The people at Sandlot probably wouldn't have been okay with, legends never die, so they get legends can't die. And, they made the lead, stretching out for the first time, got brave, and you could tell, rounding the far turn, that it was going to take something unforeseen to catch him today.
Yeah, the way he ran today, he did enjoy stretching out to the 2 turns. It's going to be a big confidence builder for him. Had those 2 sprint races. He's got a future.
So that was race number 6. Race number 7 coming up with 2-year-olds. The pick 5 follow along here, and 9-1 JK Acacia 21-20. The pool up over $655,000. Tough one in race number 6. For some, we turn the page. 2-year-old fillies maiden special weight with a restriction, all sold for $50,000 or less, or did not meet the reserve at their most recent sale. 3/4 of a mile sprint. A couple of them at 5-2. Number 4, O'Donna, You Glow Girl, 5-2 with about 20 minutes to post. So while we have a moment, the marquee event on Saturday, 3-year-old fillies taking center stage in the Grade 1 Alabama. It is all about deciding championships. The field drawn today, there are 7 of them. Several familiar names. Jerry Mander, haven't seen her since that graded stakes win at Belmont. Nest will be favored. Big win in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Secret Oath down towards the bottom with Luis Saez back in the saddle. So let's get you caught up, Gary. This is the first Friday in May, Churchill Downs. Secret Oath is about to leave Nest, who was favorite, in the wake of a stellar performance.
Yeah, and she just ran an outstanding race in the Kentucky Oaks. Luis Saez gave her a great trip, just stalking off the pace. Was loaded going into the far turn. You saw Luis take a confident look back, a couple of peaks. He's loaded coming into the stretch. Nest right behind him. Secret Oath, she hits another gear right here and just starts to widen. Nest, she looked like she could run 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Gets up right near the wire to wind up 2nd. She enjoyed the further distance of the 1 1/8 of the Coaching Club American Oaks when she came back after her 2nd place finish in the Belmont Stakes. That was a huge race. Stumbled leaving the starting gate, countered a little bit of a roadblock entering the stretch, but Coaching Club American Oaks, it was a totally different story. You see Secret Oath just outside of Nest here, totally different than what the Kentucky Oaks was, and never any doubt once they straightened up into the stretch. Nest, she was wanting to lean out just a tad, but that's her. She's always wanted to drift just a little bit, but she straightened true all the way through the wire here. And look, Secret Oath, she's tiring right now. Wayne said he didn't think he was hard enough on her going into the race. He's regrouped, so I'm hoping that we get what everybody's going to come for, and they put on a great show for us.
Devastating in the CCA Oaks. What will happen in round 3? Feels like a heavyweight fight. That's how we're going to treat it. Tail of the tape. That's about as close as it gets. The wins even, earnings very close. Head-to-head, 1 for Nest, 1 for Secret Oath. Bottom line, however, hard to erase that most recent image of Nest posterizing Secret Oath in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Andy and JK, I mean, based on what we saw in round 2, the Coaching Club American Oaks, the definition of a mismatch, like how can Secret Oath, going farther, how can she possibly turn things around?
She can't. She has no shot to turn things around if Nest shows up at all. frankly, if Ness loses this race, she's going to lose to Gerrymander. She's not going to lose to Secret Oath.
Yeah, I don't see an excuse for Secret Oath. Ness is meant to be better going longer. She just seems to be improving. Secret Oath seems to be going the wrong direction. I understand that Secret Oath was not in a great position through that race, but then lose by a length or two. But she got blown away. I just don't see how it changes anything coming on Saturday.
Listen, I respect Wayne Lucas, who is known to beat up on jockeys occasionally. I thought it was very unfair the way he criticized Luis Saez. He trains the horses. He's allowed his opinion, certainly, as we all are. But I don't know how you can blame Luis Saez. Like you say, you want to blame a jockey when you lose by a neck or a half length. She was atrocious in there, and I hope she bounced back. As you know, I've always been a big fan of hers. But I don't know how you take her out of that race, and frankly, Ness just seems to be getting better and better. Now, the question is, bounce a little bit. I don't think Ness is running a 104 buyer again. But even if she regressed to a 98, it's going to be hard to beat in here unless Gerrymander takes another step forward. Secret Oath, she's not on my tickets.
The worst thing that happened for Secret Oath, and for Gerrymander for that matter, is the fact that Ness won so impressively on the front end. They're going to go in with so much confidence. They're going to ride her like she's the best horse. I think it actually gives her a better chance to run well again.
Oh, yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, Gerrymander has speed, but Nest is not going to be far behind. I don't think Nest is... I think as Nest has gotten better, she's found herself more in the races, and they're just riding her like that. There was no reason to be super forward in the Kentucky Oaks. They're just riding her with more confidence, and she's been absolutely terrific. Her Belmont was terrific. Her Coaching Club American Oaks is the most definitive performance from the 3-year-olds. I mean, maybe in their groups, any 3-year-old this year, as well as she ran. We'll see what she does in the Alabama, but anybody thinks that Nest is not an enormous favorite in this race is not paying attention, whether you're playing or betting against her.
Championship implications in the Alabama Nest Secret Oath, round 3. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live. We'll step aside. When we return, the 2-year-olds have reached the paddock for race number 7. Started the late pick 4. If things didn't work out in the first leg of the late pick 5, you Glow Girl has something most don't. Experience, not to mention a 2-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer in her corner, Brad Cox. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking stride. Squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front. And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds. Gun Runners on top of the world.
Come dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Those tractors off the Run Happy sign. Watching Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Run Happy, Eclipse champion sprinter, record-breaking speed. Now the sire of winners on all surfaces, all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. 2-year-old fillies maiden special weight. We touched on the restriction. Current favorite, You Glow Girl at 2-1. Over to Maggie standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Maggie wanted to start with Crypto Mama, who, like You Glow Girl, does have experience, which is really proven to be beneficial, specifically in these 2-year-old races facing a lot of other first-time starters.
Lafitte, it's essential a lot of times, especially I think in these restricted maiden claimers, because you often get horses that have emerged out of sales, and so therefore trainers haven't really had that much time with them. So yes, You Glow Girl is a deserved favorite, and I really like what I'm seeing from her. But as you mentioned, Crypto Mama, she has some experience as well, coming in from Monmouth for trainer Kelly Breen, in which she broke fine, but she took a while to find her stride, but she did around the turn. Now she is built like a filly that looks as though the longer she gets to travel, the better. She does get an extra half furlong here. She's very tall, lanky type. A little bit on the narrow side, but comes in here extremely fit. Now, she was a little bit nervous when she first walked in here, but since they've saddled her, she looks to be a bit more calm. You can see she's a little sweated up between her legs. It's fairly human. I'm going to give her a slight pass for that one. But again, look for her to be more forwardly placed here at second asking than she was first time out. As you mentioned, Lafitte, Run Happy. Well, he's the sire of number 8, Happy Warrior. And yes, this one goes out for my husband, Tom. And it's a disadvantage to know more and, just look at these horses relative to their competition. Look, going into this race, I wasn't thrilled with her chances, but when I look at her against the rest of the horses she meets here, I kind of like what I see. She's a sprinter frame, as her pedigree would suggest, well-developed hindquarters to her, and Tom jokingly saying that she doesn't look that fit, but against some of the other ones that haven't run, she looks as fit as she possibly can in here. We'll see. Does she show a bit of speed from that outside post position? She could, as she is fairly sharp in here. And like I said, there's a lot of push from behind as we'll move on to another first-time starter. The one taking the most money is number 4, O'Donna. For Ray Handel, seeking a second win on this card. She sold for $35,000 at the OBS June sale. After working 10-1, she was asked a bit in that workout. She was swapping leads. She just looked a bit green. She's acting a bit green here in the paddock, too. Though, since they've gotten the tack on her, she's chilled out slightly. But one I really want to keep my eye on. She's definitely borderline nervous, to say the least. Well put together physical. I like the way she's framed. She's well balanced, and she comes in here looking 90-95% fit. A lot of times we see Ray with his firsters needing a start, though it seems as of late within the last year he has been able to fire with some first-time starters. And then we'll check in with one that'll be a price based on lower profile connections. Number 1, Risk Free, daughter of American Freedom. The dam's a stakes-winning dirt sprinter, and she produced Good Skate, who's a decent runner for trainer Rudy Rodriguez, and actually this is a full sister, comes in here with a slew of very fast workouts down at Belmont, and she's incredibly fit looking. Definitely the most defined and toned first-time starter we see here in the paddock, as she is wearing blinkers first time out, and she's been a professional so far. Really intrigued to see what we might get from this gal, Risk Free, on the rail with those lower profile connections. But some high profile connections are across the paddock from me. Andy and JK, as we kick off this late pick 4, who you got?
I got a big root in here. I got a root for my guy here who's live in some multis and leaning heavily on You Glow Girl, who I kind of like. I thought that she did a lot more running than it appears in her first race. I mean, I don't like that she lost by 13 lengths, but she did do all the dirty work in that race.
Yeah, and we talk about this with first-time starters and with the second-time starters. I just want to see some talent from these horses, and she showed a lot of talent to run that fast early. Now, like to your point, she got a little tired late and kind of fell apart, but you like to think she's going to improve second time out. She does have a fantastic trainer in Brad Cox, and I'm just hopeful that she'll run better this time around.
It worries me a little bit, and that's Jonathan, by the way, that the 4 O'Donna is taking so much money not because of first taking a lot of money. When Ray Handel's firsters get bet, they usually have speed, and that could be a concern. Now with the 7 Crypto Mama, I think that she'll benefit from getting any pace because she didn't get a lot of pace in her debut, and she still made up some ground at that slow pace.
Yeah, one of the things I'll say about the 7 Crypto Mama is that she was working, and it seems like she worked well with Adiyama Afarenze, who ran earlier in the meet in the stake, was the second choice in that stake. I'm drawing a blank, obviously, on which stake it is now that I'm sitting here talking about it. But she did run.
I'm not going to look to help you out at all.
I know. she seemed to work well, so she obviously has a little bit of talent as well. But her speed figure first time out just wasn't very fast. I didn't think she had a lot of excuses.
And, a friend of mine who plays Mama a lot said that she was wide versus the gold rail in her debut as well, which would move her up even more.
Something to keep your eye on. Calling the field to post, these 2-year-old fillies in a post parade, starting with Risk Free. There she is, the American Freedom first-time starter.
Well, Maggie had a couple interesting things to say, but this is not one for me. Is a half to good skate, who's actually is pretty good.
Red Hot Chick, cold start for Always Dreaming with first-time starters.
She was in a work with three Rudy Rodriguez horses. Rudy not having a great meet. She was the worst of those 3.
Ruler of the Night, Midnight Loot, first-time starter.
Yeah, we'll see what this horse does. Saltwater Rain, actually, the dam was pretty good. Her progeny actually seems to be better, a little bit better on the turf, though.
O'Donna, as Maggie mentioned, she still hasn't settled down, and now she's going the wrong way, Jim Marshall.
Yeah, like Maggie mentioned, she was acting borderline nervous in the paddock. I would say she has crossed over that line now.
She's 7th to contender going in. Amazon Barbie, Bernardini debuting filly for Wayne Catalano.
I didn't really know what to expect when I looked at a horse named Amazon Barbie.
She as tall as you thought she might be? You Glow Girl, the favorite?
This is a very funny name, by the way, You Glow Girl. I think she's going to make the front, and I think she'll advance her position her second-time start.
The very tall Crypto Mama unveiled at Monmouth last month.
I'm rooting for all cloud computing. We actually saw one win in the turf the other day. Not sure we'll see that too often in the future. This one could easily improve off the maiden win, especially if she gets some pace.
That was crazy. Cloud computing on grass. Happy Warrior here. Run Happy New York bred. First-time starter for Tom Morley.
First-time starter drawn towards the outside. You get Javier Castellano, who it seems like at least once a week takes me and gently stuffs me into a locker.
Nobody's stuffing you into a locker. But you have 4 races left to get involved with this today. But Saratoga Naira bets a $20 bonus. Wager at least $200 on the spa, and you're going to get that $20 back. Win or lose. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in and start earning your bonus now. Lots of inexperience. Who will graduate 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga? Start of the late pick 4. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 2-year-old fillies winding up for the 7th race. Start of the late pick 4. Gary, your top selection. It's a great shot of Crypto Mama. That one race under her belt, and how useful that has been over this surface with these 2-year-old races, especially when you're talking about those with an experience versus those that do not have it.
Yeah, there's a couple things I like about this filly. I like that she's coming from Monmouth Park, had her first race there, been training there for Kelly Breen, gets Joel Rosario today. But the horse is coming from Monmouth, whether they run on the turf or they've been running on the dirt. They've had a lot of success here this summer. So I think there's a couple of things to like about this filly along with her experience. She shouldn't be far away. She's going to have pace in front of her. The filly just to her inside, You Glow Girl. Jonathan thinks she's going to be on the lead. I do too. We'll see if Crypto Mama can find another gear in the lane.
Joel Rosario looking for a second win this afternoon. Oh, Donna. Richie Valens way before your time, Maggie. How is she behaving from what we've seen thus far? She said she was nervous in the paddock, and she looked just about as nervous in the post-parade.
Yeah, she did not want to link up with the pony Lafitte, but her jockey, Arad Ortiz, did break her away from the pony. She settled into a nice gallop, and now he's gotten her to link up with that Palomino lead pony. I don't think on the strap from what I can see, but at least walking calmly next to him. So Irad did the right thing by her and just letting her settle. As you see, now she's letting the pony be next to her, and she's responding beautifully to her rider's cues. Look, 75% of the time when I say a horse is acting green first time out in the preliminaries, they usually need a race, but sometimes they can fire and run well. I mean, I remember multiple New York bred stakes winner, Senbei, he was acting a fool before he went in the gate. I mean, rearing up, wheeling around, and then he was a rocket ship around the racetrack. So, like I said, it's something usually that means they need a start, but sometimes they still can fire. As we'll take a look at another first-time starter, number 3, Ruler of the Night. You heard Andy say much more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side, but one that's kind of flown under the radar in the preliminaries here. She's a big price on the board, and maybe she ultimately does want turf, a little bit more of a turf hoof, but she's been really professional. She looks fit enough. And she warmed up beautifully here for trainer Steve Claceris. Now, most of her preparations have been at Delaware. As we talk, I feel like you need to be training up here at Saratoga, given the fact that this track has been quite testing. As Amazon Barbie, she has not. She has been at Keeneland, and she just looks like she needs a start. She's a big price on the board for trainer Wayne Catalano. Ultimately, this has all led me to pick the 6-5 favorite, You Glow Girl. She was a little bit revved up in her first start, a little bit on edge, and I love the fact that she's making her second start, and she's far more settled. She's far stronger and defined. She's supposed to win here. Lafitte.
World-class connections. Flavian Pratt, Brad Cox, You Glow Girl. Maggie's top selection along with Andy and JK's. Gary going with Crypto Mama. Final thoughts before they file into the
Look,
gate.
you can look at my paper right here. I liked the 5, 6, and 7. I could only pick one, and that's why I landed on Crypto Mama. But it's not going to be a huge surprise. Obviously, it's 6-5 if You Glow Girl does what she's supposed to do according to the odds.
6-5. Always interesting with the first-time starters doing this for the first time in the afternoon. Red Hot Chick. Amazon Barbie coaxed forward. Red Hot Chick, Luis Saez, a little hesitant, as is You Glow Girl, who does have that race under her belt, 6-5. Now she, not just yet.
She's not ready. Little encouragement.
Ruler of the Night.
She's in now.
Great to have Frank Miramonte here for the next couple of days, standing by with the remainder of the load and call post time for the 7th at the Spa.
O'Donna about to take up her spot. Following the cue of the previous entrance, she backs away. Assistant starting team working on O'Donna. Ray Handel looking for his second winner on the afternoon, and here is Happy Warrior to the outside stall. Right up. Moving in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ruler of the night, very quick away from the gate, as is You Glow Girl. And these two hook up right away. With O'Donna coming away in third, 3 lengths off the battle up top. Crypto Mama fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Red Hot Chick, followed by Happy Warrior. The 2 trailers are Risk Free and Amazon Barbie. Ruler of the night going at it with You Glow Girl. 3 more back to O'Donna, who's by herself in third. Crypto Mama is fourth. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's Happy Warrior on the outside of Red Hot Chick, who's down at the rail. A big gap to the 2 trailers, Risk Free and Amazon Barbie. You Glow Girl puts away her early pace rival, Ruler of the night. O'Donna moves clearly into second, the half in 46 and 1. They're coming to the 8th pole, and it's You Glow Girl with a 5-length lead. O'Donna's in second. In the center of the track, Risk Free is starting to pick up some nice momentum, but it's lights out for You Glow Girl. Flavien Prat just needed to hold on. You Glow Girl wins by about 6 lengths. Risk Free up for second. Then it was Crypto Mama third. O'Donna was fourth.
Lights out is right. In a no doubt about it performance, You Glow Girl by several, Gary. The 7th at Saratoga.
Yeah, that was a nice race by this filly. She's a good filly. The 3 filly, Ruler of the night, was putting pressure on You Glow Girl from the word go. She extended her lead, never in any danger whatsoever. Good run from Risk Free. The 1 horse under Eric Cancel came from way back with a nice run at the end. But this is all You Glow Girl and Flavien Prat.
6-1-7-4, Flavien Prat. You Glow Girl by a Haskell winner in Gervin. Not much to unpack after this one, guys. She simply dominated her competition.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we'll be running to bet anybody back out of this race outside of the winner in here, and maybe not even the winner. Those Gervins have been runners in here, and a nice call by Maggie, who mentioned the 1 as a long shot. And, you know, the kind of horse you hook up with a long shot with the winner, make a little money.
Yeah, if you own a Gervin, a 2-year-old Gervin, you're feeling pretty good. Or if you have a Sharon Gervin, you're feeling pretty good. They've been running extremely well. Look, this filly showed a lot of talent first time out with a speed and fade. Those are the types of horses I like coming back in their next starts to improve a little bit, to have a little bit more foundation, to be a little bit more fit. She was more fit today, and she saw her race all the way through.
I once met George Gervin. Does that count?
Finger roll? Did he teach you the finger roll?
You probably met Larry Keenan.
The Iceman. I'm sitting next to an Iceman. That Iceman was taller than this Iceman. He was a killer for the Spurs, George Gervin. This Gervin filly, yeah, it was owned by Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox, and Flavien Prat, 6-1-7-4. She is ready for better. Onward and upward for her, Gary.
Absolutely. She'll move forward again off of this race, I would suppose. And she looks like a filly that wants more ground with that big long stride she has.
Gervin could handle it. Results when we come back. Reaction. And can J.K. cook? Anyone know? After this visit with a world-renowned chef, can he cook? It's a fair question. Alabama Week edition of Cart Talk is next with celebrity chef Bobby Flay. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
A stroll through the backyard. Some of the nicest picnic tables you've ever seen, Gary. I'll tell you what, if you're coming this Saturday or next Saturday, you better have your running shoes on. Prime real estate. They open those gates.
Yep.
Every man, woman, child for themselves.
And a few coolers. Just saying.
Get here early, like real early. Flavian Pratt with You Glow Girl in the Steve Landers colors, entering the winner's circle. Her trainer, Brad Cox. And she was crushed throughout the wagering. Even money at post time. Maggie touched on risk-free, solid effort, 14-1 to complete the exacta, 6-1-7 in the 7th at Saratoga. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle with winning jockey Flavian Pratt.
Always pays to have a bit of experience, as we were talking about before this race. But Flavian, we saw her benefit greatly, You Glow Girl, from that first-time effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Brad liked her the first time out, and obviously we had a draw inside, so she broke, and I kind of used her, and she got tired down the lane, but obviously it was a good draw today, and she broke well, got me into the race, and ran a good race.
How difficult is it for young horses, first-time starters, to break from that inside post and take all the pressure that she did?
Well, it's pretty hard, especially when you never run. You know, obviously you're going to get pressure the whole race. So, yeah, it's not easy, but the benefits are today.
We also hear a lot of trainers talking about how demanding this track is. As a rider, do you feel it out there with, especially horses that don't have as much of a bottom to them, do you feel how much it's kind of taking out of them?
Yeah, the track has been really demanding. I mean, it's my first meet here, so I don't know how it was the year before, but yeah, it's pretty demanding. It felt like it gets a little tighter today, but yeah, it's as of right now, it's been pretty demanding.
Well, Flavian, thank you so much for your insights, and congratulations with You Glow Girl.
Thank you.
All right, second asking was a charm, Lafitte.
Worked to perfection on this afternoon for Flavian Pratt, riding and winning for Chad Brown, riding and winning for Brad Cox. This East Coast experiment thing is working out pretty well so far.
I would say it's working out real well, riding for these two top trainers, and just another feather in his cap. He's gotten hot here over the last couple of weeks. Started out the meet a little bit slow, but been on fire for everybody, including just everybody. He's been on fire.
In demand as we look at the pick 5 and the follow along. The point out, You Glow Girl. Remember, it was Brad Cox who had a filly, graduate in a race just like that, one of those restricted maiden races. All she did, go on and capture the Darley Alcibiades, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and a 2-year-old Filly Championship British Idiom. You Glow Girl. One to watch. Move along. Race 8, back to the main track. New York Breds, Fillies and Mares, 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute. Sunset Louise, number 4. And Mia Be a Star down towards the bottom, 9 to 5 with about 23 minutes to post. After last week's episode on Card Talk, I said, I feel sorry for whoever has to go after Dale Romans. Not so much this time with celebrity chef Bobby Flay, who is a Breeders' Cup winning owner and a Breeders' Cup winning breeder. Bobby Flay, this week's guest on Jonathan Kinchin's Card Talk.
Bobby, I did a little cheating. I got a inside track now with some Italian food. Got the parents-in-law to make some white pizza.
Solevo, gotta do it. Pizza Bianca. I have to be honest. I like red sauce on my pizza, but I like the horse. I like the Pizza Bianca horse for sure.
Why the name then? Why didn't you do red pizza?
Because the mom's name is White Hot, so I wanted to bring the color in somehow, and I've been obsessed with Italy for 2 decades. So I was kicking around Rome one day. I was like, Pizza Bianca. That's a good name for a horse. Good pizza.
Bobby, I think a lot of people, when they see you involved in racing, their first question is, how did you get involved with racing?
I got involved in racing because my grandfather, Willie Flay, took me to the track, took me to Belmont. My grandfather would make $2 bets for me, and I just bet Steve Cawthon every race. But I love the idea that this young guy was killing it at the racetrack.
So you had some really good horses, very important horses in your operation. America wasn't the greatest race mare, but she's a pretty darn good brood mare.
She was a grade 3 winner. She was grade 1 place in a couple of races. She was part of AP Indy's last crop. I've been breeding out of her over the last, handful of years, and she's been amazing. Her first fall was first captain, sold for $1.5 million at Saratoga, topped the sale. She's not quite a blue hen yet, but, she's starting to turn a little lavender at this point.
Your favorite horses that you ever owned of mine was Dame Dorothy.
Yeah.
But her name was a little bit significant to you.
Sure, yeah. Dame Dorothy is named after my mother. My mother passed away a few years ago, but Todd always said to me, this is the best horse you ever had, the most natural talent. And for me, it was great to see, because my mom was still living when Dame Dorothy was running. So she used to walk around the track. The horse would win a graded stake, and people would be congratulating me about Dame Dorothy, and my mother would yell out, I'm the real Dame Dorothy, and she is. I mean, she was. I mean, that's how I got the name. And her first fall was Spice's Nice, who won a grade 3, and she sold for over $1 million too. And then we just sold her her Uncle Mo colt last year at Saratoga for $1.6 million. I mean, it's been, the breeding part of it has been so fun for me because I really like to participate at the top of the stud book in terms of pedigrees. I love the game 360, and that's what's great about it.
Some might argue that your favorite part of the game is the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies, because you've won it a couple times. Which one was more stressful for you?
More Than Real came out at 11 post. She was 3 or 4 wide the entire race. But if you watch her race, as she completes the far turn and is about to go into the stretch, she literally drops her shoulders like I've never seen before and found this other gear and ran off. And so I was stressed out the entire race, in 2010. But last year, with Pizza Bianca, she was dead last of 14 when they turned for home in a short stretch at Del Mar. The stress was gone, Jonathan, because I was like, well, I got all my friends and family here. We're going to have a great weekend no matter what. And then literally within seconds, she won the race. It was one of the greatest rides I'd ever seen. I mean, Jose made 0 mistakes, and he probably made about 3 or 4 decisions in the stretch. If he had made the wrong one at all, I mean, she could have run 7th.
Of all your accomplishments in racing, or the challenges in racing, right? The breeding stuff, the sales, Triple Crown races, Breeders' Cup races, of all of those things, are any of them harder than what you did in 2009 when you called a race here?
Yeah, you had to bring that up. That was certainly not my best accomplishment, I can promise you that. It was awful.
And it's Tall Poppy with the lead. On the inside, Freddie the Cap, looking for the champagne and the caviar. Freddie the Cap in front. On the outside, it's a 0 trap. And room for victory. Freddie the Cap in front.
But thanks for bringing that up.
I was wondering if he'd go there. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Our thanks to Bobby Flay for spending the time with Jonathan Kinchin. It's a genuine love for the game. He's great for the sport and success at the highest level. Belmont Stakes co-owner, and again, most recently, Pizza Bianca, not just the owner, the breeder of a Breeders' Cup winner. JK, what was your biggest takeaway from the time spent with Bobby Flay and getting ready for that edition of Card Talk we just watched?
I mean, he's had a lot of success in a lot of different facets of the game as well. And one of my favorite parts of that whole thing that I didn't make is I got to tell him one of the biggest scores I'd ever had in my life was on Dame Dorothy that day when she won the Humana Distaff. Yeah, cold pick 3. Yeah, it was one of my favorite.
By a nose? Yeah,
one of my favorite moments ever.
That's right.
And so Dame Dorothy, probably not as important to Bobby, or to me as she is to Bobby, but that was a lot of fun. And he's just excited. He really, really loves the game, and that's it's exciting for people outside of our game to see someone that they can relate to in other ways, loving racing. And so it was a lot of fun to spend time with him.
I thought his race call was okay too.
No, it was good. It was fun.
Were you nervous when you asked him about the race call at all?
No,
like,
not at all.
Should I?
I tell you what, he nailed that photo. And there's a lot of people that call races for a living that wouldn't call that. He did. He nailed the photo.
A lot harder than it looks.
Absolutely.
Lot harder than it looks calling races. Great stuff with Bobby Flay, as always, JK. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm. When we come back, an 80-1 Kentucky Derby winner has arrived. Rich Strike. He was full of energy, looking good when he arrived on Sunday. On the track, well, now time to gear up for the Travers in 10 days. What will he do in his first start since that somewhat dull Belmont effort? That's next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
He passes on durability, strength, consistency, great turn of foot, soundness, the ability to go 2 turns, to get better with time and age. Really all the things you look for in a racehorse.
And it's all Curlin in the race of the year for Horse of the Year. It's Curlin in an absolutely stylish performance.
Two-time Horse of the Year Curlin had another banner season in 2021. He was the leading sire of Grade 1 wins with 5 and Grade 1 stakes horses with 9.
Curlin is truly a classic sire. He's a horse that gives you a chance to win every important race. So I believe that, all the Triple Crown events, all the classic races, Curlin is certainly a horse that produces offspring of the highest level. He carefully manages his book, breeds 140 mares in capacity. He breeds many of the finest mares in America, some of the finest mares in the world. He's followed through every year with multiple Grade 1 winners and really good horses.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
I think as good as he's been, the next 3, 4, 5 years will be his best yet.
Big red of his day. It's an absolute monster. Curlin at Hillendale. As always, our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa.
What a great honor it was to have Andy Serling to be our first recipient of the Mary Lou Whitney Award. He's done so much for our industry behind the scenes and continues to do it. So we're once again, the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy, myself, are very proud of who he is and what God is doing through him.
You're involved in racing, it's hard to imagine organizations that are more important to support. And there's so much of the chaplaincy talking about how the money goes to people that need it. And this game gives so many of us, especially myself, so much. Any opportunity you have to give back is a golden opportunity. And the chaplaincy is such a wonderful organization. And as far as for me today, being honored by them, it means the world to me. It really does.
New York Racetrack Chaplaincy hosting its annual fundraising brunch this morning. And as you heard, this year's honoree, our very own Andy Serling. Andy, well-deserved. And the best part, your mother, Lucy, was there to see you honored earlier this morning at Saratoga National.
Well, that was the best part for me personally, because it's great to have my mom still there. And, and she had a very nice time. But the whole event meant a great deal to me. I'd like to think I'm worthy of it. I'll have to leave it up to them for getting it. But they're a terrific organization. You look at the chaplaincy, the Backstretch Employee Services Team, BEST, as well as the BCCA, the Belmont Child Care Association. These are all make available to the backstretch workers and their families much deserved help, and they're wonderful organizations that we have here at the New York Racing Association. And in any way for me to be involved with them, I host a BCC event, and that is always something that I look forward to every year. These are really great organizations helping people who greatly deserve it. I mean, it sounds corny maybe, but the reality is, without so many people working incredibly hard on the backstretch, we wouldn't have jobs in the show because we wouldn't have racing. And you think all the memories. You think, Lafitte, about your father and his career and his great career and how proud that makes you, and understandably, all those things, none of it would be possible without incredibly hard work from a lot of people who really never get any credit. And it's always the people behind the scenes. It's no different than our TV show where all these people that work behind the scenes and never appear on camera. They don't get the credit. And the people in the backstretch work incredibly hard every day. So anything we can do that benefits them and to be associated with them at all, that's a great honor to me. So it was a wonderful event. And like I said, my mom was there and she was happy too, and that also mattered.
Very well said and deserved, Andy. A great honor. Congratulations from all of your colleagues here, and great to see that earlier today, and with Lucy there, his mother, for the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. Horses leaving the paddock. We check in with Maggie for this Race 8 paddock report.
Number 2 in here is Silken Dollar. She switches back to the dirt. She tried it in her debut, which she didn't run too poorly in a maiden special weight, an open maiden special weight to boot, but it was a wet track. And with pedigree in mind, the full brother ran his fastest race on the dirt, but it was a wet track. She has a turf hoof to her, and I am not so sold on the fact that she's going to be getting back to the surface, especially going a mile. I mean, maybe she gets out there and she controls, and that's what they're going for, but physically she does not fit the bill. Moving on to number 5, Karamoka. Last time was the proverbial, let's give her a race. 6 furlongs is too short for her. In my opinion, she's just a longer-bodied filly. I think this is a better spot for her. She's really fit in here for trainer Mitch Friedman, and I like her going this mile. She's been calm so far. Sometimes she can be a little bit of a bad actor, but she's had her pony, and she's minding her P's and Q's. Lafitte.
And 5-1. We'll see her again in the post parade. We start with Gringo there at 8-1 and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Greenshot isn't the worst long shot if you're looking for one, but I'm a little worried her form is dissipating a bit.
You guys are no fun. Just too far her last race. Now has this mile option.
Yeah, we'll see how forward she can be. She doesn't have a lot of speed breaking from the inside. I don't know. She got drowned by the favorite in the outside. Why am I supposed to believe she's supposed to improve strongly off that effort?
Silken Dollar, first race on a fast dirt track.
Ran okay on the dirt on debut, was showing some speed, but seems like more of a turf horse now.
Sunset Louise, been a struggle to string races together.
Yeah, the race on January 6th ran okay, 3-1. This race is really, really difficult for me.
Karamoka, Javier Castellano takes over.
I like Karamoka in this spot, actually. I like that Javier's taking over the mount. It's a real improvement. Second off the layoff, getting some more distance, and she's got races that make her fast enough. For Mitch Friedman, who very quietly is having a good meet.
And Mia Be a Star, more on her in a moment. Third start at the meet, second in her first two, the current favorite at 2-1.
Yeah, she's got okay speed figure. Sorry, Lafitte, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying she's okay speed figure. She's drawn toward the outside, but she's low percentage connections.
2-1 favorite, Mia Be a Star. And this Saturday, Naira Bet Saturday, the contest. Want to give you a reminder, show off your handicapping skills in the $300 on live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Saratoga. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 on Friday. 5 on Friday. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. As you guys were saying, tricky race, and then circling back to Mia Be a Star, yeah, who's had this her third run at the meet where she was second in her first pair.
Perhaps somebody on Twitter will come through and let us know if Randy Persaud has ever saddled a favorite at Saratoga. And I do get it with Mia Be a Star. She's held her good form. She continues to show up and run well. Her figures make sense. It's just tough to take 2-1 in these connections.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part about it is like, and I'm not trying to be disparaging. I'm just saying,
it is what it is.
If Chad Brown trained this horse would be 4-5 in this.
No, she would have gotten to his condition. No, all due respect. But she shows up every time. But I'm thinking back with Mia Be a Star when my friend Eddie Olczyk bet her at 43-1 and she lost by a nose. He's not betting her back at 2-1, and neither am I. I'm betting Karamoka in this race. Second off a layoff. Met a tough field last time out. It was a race where the pace basically held together. We're taking a look, I'm assuming, at this race 2 back when she gets beaten by a head. This was a time when Mitch Friedman was on a massive run. This was even the only one he started that didn't win, but she lost by a head, but she ran a winning race. And she was running races before the layoff that put her in contention. She's second off. She gets Javier. Mitch's horse has been running well at the meet. What's not to like it around 5-1?
Yeah, I mean, I think the point is that she's supposed to improve off that effort. And I think you'll agree with me. I wish there was a smidge more running done in that line, just to give me a little bit more confidence that she could take another step forward. But in this field, I really can't talk you off anybody.
And can't she be forward in here? You'd think with Javier, she'll be a bit forward. And, I agree with you. She didn't do a lot of running. She did get spun out. I mean, she didn't lose a lot of ground in the turn. She was 2-3 wide. But she got spun out she practically went up and sat in your friend Bob Edwards' box on the top of the stretch. As far as the rest of them, and listen, I wouldn't knock anybody taking anybody in this race, to be honest. You guys are no fun. Okay, but what about the horse's last race suggests she's supposed to be competitive with the number 6 today?
Well, I mean, I think if you want to stick to the idea that this racetrack, at least for the majority of the meet, it's not that the inside's been like awful. It's just like it's probably not where you want to be. She spent a lot of time down there. You could look at it in that.
She's
arena.
there again.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see what happens. This is a head scratcher, and I know, Jonathan, you said you used 5 of 6, so you know what that means, Lafitte. He left out the 3 Gringotts. Go to the window.
Automatic. Gary, you came up with Mia Be a Star as well, but you're gonna pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult race to read, to handicap, and I liked her last race. I think the guys, they make a fair case. Why not Mia Star? She doesn't have any speed. She's not going to be far away. There's not a lot of speed in here. The 2-horse Silken Dollar coming from off the turf has shown decent speed, so I predict her to be on the lead. And Mia Star has 0 speed, but she shouldn't be too awful far away.
More on Mia Be a Star. We check it with Maggie.
Lafitte, can't endorse her. Especially as a favorite, number 6, Mia Be a Star. As This is her third start of the meet. Now, she's never been a filly that carries her weight well. I'm sorry, I don't want a horse that doesn't carry their weight and conditioning well to me making their third start of the meet, which is still has 3 weeks left in it of the 7. She can win without me. I get it because her numbers are faster and her form's fine, but this is not my kind of horse. As number 4, Sunset Louise, she's second off the bench, and she has yet to run nearly fast enough to win here. I get it, but this is a filly that when she tried to make her first start, she was actually a late scratch when she went to debut last fall, and then she was very green in the paddock still back in November. Then she broke through in January and was much more calm that day. I love what I'm seeing from her second off the bench. She's big, she's strong, and she's just so much more within herself mentally. I like the way that this filly has come along for trainer Bruce Levine, and the flat mile, I should say, is ideal. Do want to talk about number 1. You guys are no fun. As you were mentioning the pace in here, I don't think she is naturally fast enough to go with the 2, obviously, but Joel Rosario had it in his mind that with that inside post position leaving from the Wilson chute, he's going to have to secure his position and make sure that she leaves there running. So he gave her a big warm-up. She looks great. I know there was an argument that maybe the rail wasn't the place to be back on July 21st, but it kind of got better throughout the day. Plus, the winner, Carragate, she was down towards the rail for most of the running as well. So I don't think it's quite a viable excuse, but still could improve. Guys?
So perhaps feeling a little bit better about that inside draw. Another look at Silken Dollar, and you guys are no fun. And Rosario at 7-2. Rosario seeking a second win on the afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, this filly is coming off of a just okay race. You go 2 back at Finger Lakes, ran a good race there. She shouldn't be far away. 1 hole's not a bad place to be. I haven't seen a bad post position, to be honest with you, coming out of this Wilson chute. We've had horses win down on the fence. We had horses win from the middle draws and outside draws. It's only 6-horse field. They've got plenty of time to figure out their trip before they round into that bend, turning into the backstretch. And I think Silken Dollar, hey, look, she ran on the dirt her first out of her life. It was a sloppy racetrack. She showed speed that day, just off of the pace. She faded late, comes back, broke her maiden next time out, going 7/8 on the turf. So she's proven she can get at least 7/8, but that was on turf. We'll see what she can do today.
Thinking she makes the lead.
She'll make the lead.
Silken Dollar at 4-1 with Louis Saez as they are at the gate. Trevor McCarthy pictured there, the longest shot in the field at 12-1, 9-5 Mia Via Star. Where do you think Junior Alvarado will have her situated early on in order for her to be most effective?
I think he's going to hustle her away from there a little bit and then let her settle. I don't think she's going to be more than 3-4 lengths off the lead. I think if she is further than that off the lead, that she's in trouble.
The 9-5 favorite, Mia Via Star. Those 2 seconds coming into this one. Let's see if she can get her first win of the meet in her 3rd start this summer at Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by with the call. It's post time for the 8th, live from the spa.
Sunset Louise awaiting her turn going in. Karamoka. And Mia Via Star to the outside. Going up. And in. They're in the gate. Karamoka just a little anxious. And they're up. Silken Dollar is very quick and opens up a length and a half in the first few jumps. Karamoka comes away in second. Gringotts at the rail in third. They're followed by Sunset Louise, who's 3 lengths off the pace in fourth. Mia Via Star is outside of her. And another 2, You Guys Are No Fun. 4 lengths covers the field. And it's Silken Dollar taken in hand to lead it by about a neck. Karamoka is second, a length back to Sunset Louise in third. And by herself, Gringotts on the rail fourth. The opening quarter went in 25 3/5 seconds. Mia Via Star has 3.5 to make up. And You Guys Are No Fun is now 7 off front-running Silken Dollar, who's been there every step of the way. It's Silken Dollar by a half length to Karamoka in second. Another length and a half. Sunset Louise has been third the whole way. The half went in 49-2, and there goes Sunset Louise making her move right now. Sunset Louise and Karamoka, along with Silken Dollar, 3 of them across the track. A gap of 4 back to Mia Bia Star in 4th. Then it's Gringotts and You Guys Are No Fun has trailed throughout. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and the battle continues up top. Karamoka in between. Silken Dollar coming back for more at the rail, and Sunset Louise on the outside. They're humming to the 8th pole. It's Sunset Louise and Karamoka with Silken Dollar, and now Sunset Louise takes off and waves goodbye. Sunset Louise, clearly best, asserting her superiority through the lane to win it by 4 easy lengths. Karamoka second. You Guys Are No Fun rallied from last for third, and then Gringotts.
She wins going away. Sunset Louise, Jose Ortiz, Bruce Levine, 4-1 at post time.
Yeah, she got a great trip just off the pace. Jose Ortiz had plenty of force coming into the stretch, had to work for it, but when she got in the high gear, she just strode away with ease. Second race off the layoff, first race here at Saratoga. Good win.
Right here, towards the inside, Silken Dollar, tiring. Karamoka spinning her wheels. Sunset Louise, at that point, it was just a question of how far, Gary.
How far she was going to win, and Power's Way, good looking win here for her today. Good job by Bruce Levine.
Andy J.K., and we'll see what's next. And for Sunset Louise, if she can finally string together a few races without so much time off and so much time in between races.
It's interesting. It's Bruce Levine's first win of the meet that wasn't a first-time starter. Not a trainer you often think of with first-time starters. His first 2 wins, first-time starters. One of the things I was noting as John and I were watching this race together, there's obviously next to no run-up. The distance between when the gate is positioned before the race time begins. Because you don't see going 25 and 3/5. Grand, much fit around a turn, but then to go 23 and 3/5 or 4/5 their next call, clearly there's very little run-up, and that's why these first quarters are always so slow in a mile.
But I think that's important to note when you're watching these races and you're trying to evaluate horses and how they ran in the races. Most time we're conditioned to see 25 and 3 and then think, oh, that was a slow pace. It probably wasn't as slow as it might appear that it looked like it was.
Right. If you ever see them go 24, they may be flying up front. It's something to think about looking at these races. As far as Sunset Louise, Jose Ortiz just said in the backstretch, I got a lot of horse. I'm not going to sit back. I'm going to get involved. It's not a fast pace. He did the right thing, and let's see if Jose Ortiz can put together some wins in this last few weeks of the meet.
And Andy, it may sound technical run-up for someone who doesn't follow the game on a day-to-day basis, but night and day, if you're not aware of how much run-up there is in terms of a specific track and a specific distance when trying to evaluate that race later down the line.
I'll give you a couple of very extreme examples. The 6.5 furlong races here have a very long run-up because of where the turn is. So we'll see 21 and 4 in a 6.5 furlong race, and it's kind of like 22 and 1, 22 and 2 in a 6 furlong race. And it seems blistering fast. The most extreme example of that is Churchill Downs and their 6 furlong races. You see 21 and 1 there all the time, and it really isn't even that fast, considering there's such a long run to that first before they start timing the race.
You know, clock your own 50-yard dash from the blocks, and then do it with like a 25-yard running start. One time's going to be a little bit faster than the other.
I'm glad that Andy pointed it out because I wasn't even aware of it. So thank you, Andy.
We're getting you brand new the Wilson Chute. 4-5-1-3 in this 8th race at Saratoga. We'll have those results, reaction, and then a look ahead to the main event coming up a little bit later on. Dakota Gold defeated as an odds-on favorite in his most recent, strictly the one to beat in the feature coming up New York Stallion Series. But first, this is potentially a game changer. Technology, equine safety. Stay tuned. You want us to watch the story.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eight down, 2 left at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. All by herself at the wire. Sunset Louise, 2 of 4 overall. Game face, Jose Ortiz. Entering the winner's circle, Bruce Levine, winning trainer. Sunset Louise looked like a competitive race on paper. A runaway, easy winner, $10 over Karamoka, and you guys are no fun. 4-5-1, Sunset Louise in the 8th, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be joined by winning connections of Sunset Louise, owner Vinny Stanzione, as well as Bruce Levine. Vinny, you were just telling me you named this filly for your late sister.
Correct, that's correct. I named it after her.
And what an honor that the filly is doing to your sister on the racetrack.
Yeah, she's really good. She may be close to my sister, but sister's first, horse is second.
I love that. Oh, it's good to be loyal. But, Bruce, we saw this filly. She was a little trouble. I remember she was a late scratch one day. Today, she was so professional, had her mind on business. And is it the fact that she's turning the corner? Has she turned a corner in her career?
She's turned. It's just a lot of schooling is what made it turn. She did a lot of schooling with her, and now she's very, very well behaved. First time we run her, she lost the jock, and second time she was wild too, and then she kind of straightened it out, but now she's got it together.
Talk about this performance today. I mean, Jose Ortiz ranged up outside the 2 other speeds, and she drew away from this field.
The last 2 times she didn't break. She really spotted the field. Today he broke, and he put her in a good spot, and you could just tell he was loaded the whole race. He pushed the button, and it was there. So she run good, really good. Jose rode it perfect.
Vinny, you got a big crew here today. How are we going to celebrate?
We'll be celebrating tonight. Hey, you're welcome if you want to come. My husband, it's all right.
I love that. Invitations, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. There's a guy you got. This is the guy that was the guy.
Bruce, congratulations on a big meet, too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Time, him and I. He's like my brother, for Christ's sake.
It helps when you're winning and running with your family.
Even when I lose, I'm the same type of guy.
You can't. And it's okay if you want to bring your husband as well. It's fine.
Absolutely.
He said. Sunset Louise. And yeah, again, Gary, I want to see what she can do moving forward. She's had all those time in between her first 3 races, and now if she can stay in training, stay on the track, and see what she can do moving forward.
He said the schooling's made the big difference in her, and she was all grown up today, and it was a heck of a race.
That was the 8th race in that late pick 5. The follow along looks like this. It was tough from the onset. Legends Can't Die, 21-20. You Glow Girl rolled. Sunset Louise, $10. Up next, New York Stallion Series continues. Cab Calloway division. Cab Calloway, singer, songwriter, dancer, band leader, conductor, actor. He could absolutely do it all. A native of Rochester. He passed in 1994, and we remember and honor Cab Calloway today with the Cab Calloway Stakes, Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series. As expected, Dakota Gold, 3 to 5 morning line favorite, 1 to 5 with about 22 minutes to post. If only we would have known sooner. How many times have we said it? How many times have we heard it? Maybe you've lost a loved one to a medical condition. If detected sooner, maybe something could have been done. The same goes in thoroughbred racing. Preventing serious injury is all about early detection, and that's what Stride Safe is all about.
So there's a whole new world, quite honestly, in wearable technology, and we've seen it proliferate in human sport, and we're excited to be bringing it to our equine athletes.
20 years of research that have shown that about 85% of the injuries that happen in a horse in a racetrack have pre-existing musculoskeletal abnormalities to some degree or another. Well, Stride Safe can measure changes in a horse's gait that are very, very subtle that a human being can't perceive. We can, with this device, identify those horses at the very early stages of musculoskeletal injury before anyone could otherwise find it. And we can then take action to intervene so that that horse does not go on and have a serious injury. It's the size of a cell phone, and it weighs just a couple of ounces, has no electrodes or wires attached to it, to the horse. You simply slip this device into the saddle cloth. The device is in every horse when they go out on the racetrack.
And in the morning, we're also using devices that can measure stride length and speed and heart rate and EKG status. So we're really developing a full data set as they're running.
We will also be able to export the full electrocardiogram of the horse while he was exercising. So that will allow us to investigate any heart rate pathology, such as atrial fibrillation, etc. Then into the device, we also have a GPS for all the speed, distance, mapping, sectional data, etc.
Terrific opportunity. If we see something that's wrong, then we can go to identify that with a trainer, talk about it, and have a collaborative relationship where we're working together to figure out what the problem is and how we can address it.
It's very exciting because it's a new area, and so to explore some new services, bringing innovation into the racehorse industry, it's a great challenge.
New York is leading the way on this. We're spending money, we're investing time in people, and we think it's really important to set a standard and be a leader in the field on the technology end.
Potential game changer, technology and equine safety, Gary, to even detect the slightest difference in mechanics in the morning when they're training, to give them a heads up like, hey, something's different, maybe something has changed with this horse.
I've got a smile on my face for a reason. It's a complete game changer for the riders, for the horses, the exercise people in the morning. If they can detect these things before anybody else, God bless them. It's all
incredible.
Beautiful.
Stride Safe, again, specifically designed to detect and any physical issues in our equine athletes before those issues become serious problems. Another example of had we only known. Now with Stride Safe for these thoroughbreds, they'll have that information beforehand. Again, and a game changer, and so excited about the future with Stride Safe, making this game that much safer for jockeys and horses alike. Here at Saratoga, the Cab Calloway Stakes is next. Another part of the Saratoga tradition. That's that Big Red Spring. I didn't know what it was named after until I saw this. Kids absolutely love it. by the way. Love it. If they haven't tried it, like, make sure they do. You only have 3 weeks left. We're watching Saratoga Live.
Every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after 2 of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the 2 stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
The Big Red Spring, good for you. Healing properties like you've never tasted. Have you tried it? Head over there right after the show.
Really?
It's going to wind up on social media, too. Never tried it.
I'll go over there with you.
Named after, I didn't know that until we saw that piece, named after Man of War and Secretariat. And yesterday, in the calendar, 50-year anniversary since Big Red's victory in the Sanford. Gary, Secretariat right there in behind horses, considered one of the most jaw-dropping performances by a 2-year-old ever. What Secretariat did, and you go back and read some of the art. Look at them split horses right there, and now turns on the jets and runs by some really nice horses. Like, you know, there.
I was 9 years old, Lafitte, and I knew who he was a year later, but I didn't know who he was that particular day.
That's Linda's Chief he's putting away. And it's interesting because sometimes you think that, did Secretariat start getting all that publicity and all that, like after maybe the Kentucky Derby or the Preakness, or maybe even after, no, at that time back then, reading some of those articles, like they knew this is different, this is something special, and he turned it out to be one of, if not the greatest racehorses that ever lived.
I'll never forget, I was in the jockeys' quarters at LeBois Park in Boise, Idaho, in the jocks room, watching on a black and white TV. It was about 12 inches. It was staticky and stuff, but I know where I was when he won the Belmont Stakes.
I was listening to, we're going to get to Maggie, I was listening to Andy Beyer, and he wasn't definitive, but speculating about a Beyer speed figure on that Belmont Stakes, somewhere in the high 30s, 130s, he believes.
Wow.
somewhere in the high 130s. An estimate on the Beyer speed figure. Secretariat, 50 years ago yesterday, that stroll in the Sanford. So much history, so much prestige and tradition. And the live racing continues. Horses in the paddock. We check in with Maggie, standing by with this Race 9 paddock report.
Lafayette is our feature, the Cab Calloway edition of this New York Stallion Series Stakes, and we'll check in with your favorite, and he's a deserved favorite in number 8, Dakota Gold. And while I thought my father was one of the most superstitious trainers, Danny Gargan might give him a run for his money. Doesn't believe in pre-race interviews. That's fine. Also changing where he's saddling Dakota Gold today. I noticed they saddled him over by the tree last time. Now he's in the stall. Not because this horse is a bad actor whatsoever. He's very focused, very much on, has run on his mind. He looks great. I thought he did last time, but he did not get the particularly best trip given the way things played out with the horse who eventually won the race, being able to save ground where Dakota Gold was very wide throughout. And, you could make the argument maybe a little overconfidently ridden that day. So all things looking good with Dakota Gold here in the paddock, as we'll take a look at number 5, Marinara Sauce, another one that was very wide throughout, yet again on the inner turf course, not the trip that you want. Marinara Sauce, though, ran well in his first 2 starts, albeit at 7 furlongs at Belmont. It's a little bit of a smaller, handier horse. Now, granted, he's trained by Chad Brown, so Chad can get him to do anything, and he has an excuse for his last start. But in my heart of hearts, I almost feel as though this horse is probably best with less ground, which he does get a mile here, but he may be one that is even better with a little less, given that he has that late kick, and it's accentuated when he gets a bit of pace to close into. And then talking about pace, one that's not necessarily compromised by it is number 10, Barrel of Quest. Last time he broke very sharp from the rail, had a great trip, just 3rd best that day, but complimented when Frontline Dancer came back and won out of the same race that Marinara Sauce comes out of with the 79 Beyer. Barrel of Quest looks fantastic here for Dave Donk. Big, strong horse, has maintained his physicality very well throughout the year as he makes his 8th start of 2022. A horse that always looks resplendent in his coat, carries his conditioning well. I like him, yes, Dakota Gold's the horse to beat, but I like what I'm seeing from Barrel of Quest and believe that he is the main threat.
We'll see, because I would say, unlike last time Dakota Gold ran, there really aren't any horses on paper that you could say present a real challenge to him. The only question is whether, like Jonathan and I, you're worried he's a horse that kind of doesn't want to win, he's a little dressed up, and maybe somebody else take a step forward.
Look, if he doesn't win today, then I will say he's the type of horse maybe that doesn't want to win. But I think he's had excuses. 2 races back, he was comeback race. Andy, both of us thought that he was a really poor, heavy favorite in this race because there was other horses in here, Coinage and Practice Squad, others that could beat him. Look, I think he's the most likely winner in here. He's got a huge figure edge on these horses, and that goes a long way with me.
No, I completely agree with you. We're both going to take small chances against him. You with Shinsun, I get where you're going with him. I didn't like him.
Yeah, it's hard for me, too, because I don't like the fact that the horse debuted for 40, but it was kind of a sneaky, kind of sneak them through the cracks debut for 40. They didn't lose the horse. Then the horse comes back in the starter allowance race and runs extremely well, closing into a slow pace after breaking slow and being extremely far back. We'll need a little bit of a setup, but, at 5-1, they're betting this horse a little bit into the teeth of Dakota Gold.
Yeah, I'm going to take another closer we'll get to later in Marinara Sauce. We'll talk about him in a minute.
Marinara Sauce. See him in the post parade. There is Cagney, 47-1 outsider.
This horse has taken him a lot of starts at maiden 40 to finally get the maiden broken.
Shinsun, expect him to be far, far back. He's really on his toes.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets the pace to run into in here, and I will admit he improved a lot from his first start to his second start.
Born Dancer, still a maiden. Does he perhaps make the lead today with the scratches?
Got a big setup last time and didn't get the job done. I don't trust that one.
Marinara Sauce, 6-1.
He was 3 wide around the racetrack, 3 or 4 wide around the track last time, and I didn't think ran badly in a race where I think others had better trips. I thought he was the best upsetter if you're looking to take a shot against the favorite.
Franco looking for a 3rd this afternoon. Silent running number 6 here, a second of 2 maidens in the field.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a maiden hasn't won a race yet, but you got the New York Stallion situation. Show up here and try to run for the money.
Excellent Bruce Stern movie from the 70s, if you're interested.
2-5. Dakota Gold strictly the one to beat.
Well, since this horse is 2-5, I don't have much to say. Andy has been assaulting me this entire day about movies I haven't seen.
I'm just trying to help educate Jonathan, improve his life.
He's got it on towards the outside. Jose
me.
Lizcano enjoyed a productive week 5.
This one looks over his head. He's got it.
Maggie had some positive things to say about Barrel of Quest. Morning line 8-1, 18-1, 7 minutes out.
Yeah, we'll just have to work out a trip from the outside, but does have some races that put in the mix. Not in the mix to beat Dakota Gold if the real Dakota Gold shows up, but definitely has some races that are in the mix.
And, Lafitte, Dave Donk at the chaplaincy event this morning without his Jets hat on. I don't know what it means.
That's it. Okay, it was a big, huge honor, big-time event. That's how we knew it was a huge event. David Donk, trainer of Barrel of Quest, standing by with Maggie.
Because he was showing respect to you, Andy. He didn't have his hat on. It's on to that now, though. Don't worry about that. But, Dave, I misspoke. I said Barrel of Quest looks like the main threat, at least from my perspective. Then I looked up at the board, and he was 20-1. Oops, on my behalf. But what are your feelings about him in this spot?
I think he runs well. I think he's a two-turn horse. He ran really well at Aqueduct when he broke his maiden, and I thought when he ran him 7/8, the Stallion Series back at Belmont, the one turn didn't suit him. I was really happy with this race the other day. I mean, the A other than was last week, and the first 4 or 5 ran 78 or 79 buyer numbers. So, if they run that here, he'll be pretty tough. I mean, obviously the favorite is the one to beat, but for 150,000, he's got a pretty good shot.
I love how you always put your horses in races because you believe in getting it. You got to be in it to win it and getting a share of it. But you said something, two-turn horse. How do you identify that as a trainer?
Well, listen, they're kind of route pedigrees to begin with. So the mother was, he's very tactical speed. I think he's very forwardly placed today. I hope Jose does that. That was kind of the instructions. Leave that running, and then he takes it from there. Obviously, we know, the inside is good on the inner. Speed is pretty good. That race earlier was wire to wire, the Horse of Weavers. So, yeah, I like his spot. A couple of cheaper speed horses scratched out of here. He should be pretty forwardly placed, and we'll see what happens.
Dave, as always, thank you so much for your time and best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Barrel of Quest, guys, we'll see. He'll be firing from that outside post position.
17-1. Jose Ortiz are going to go back-to-back, Gary, and as David Donk pointed out in terms of instruction, the game plan going in, be aggressive right from the start.
Yeah, I mean, David's having an excellent meet up here, and at that price right there, it's worth a shot.
Barrel of Quest, number 5, Marinara Sauced. There he is, trained by Chad Brown, and clear lead of 7 over Todd Pletcher here, Gary, entering week 6 of the meet. Brown looking to go back-to-back in the trainer standings and seeking a 5th overall Alan Jerkins training title. There
having a great meet, and Todd Pletcher's having a great meet, but it's going to be tough for Todd to make up the 7 wins on Chad at this point. We got 3 weeks left in the meet. He's going to continue the barrage that he's come with.
It's all order. And Pletcher's had a terrific meet. So has Chad Brown, guys, and coming off the record-setting meet, Belmont Park. Here, things are rolling at Saratoga, and let's see if this guy can get another one. Marinara Sauce going to need that hot pace up front.
Yeah, he's going to need a hot pace. He's coming out of a decent race. Frontline Dancer, who was second last time out. He was second to him, or third, excuse me. Barrel of Quest was third to Frontline Dancer, who was second, came back and won as well. So Marinara Sauce, so he's going to have to pick it up. Race 2 back, the New York Stallion, Breeder Stallion Stakes. He was third there that day. Set just off the pace. I look for Manny to be a little aggressive coming away from there as well.
Andy, JK?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're all on a fool's errand trying to beat Dakota Gold, and this is not one where I think he's the right price at 2-5 in this race. I honestly do. As far as Marinara Sauce, 3-4 wide around the racetrack last time out. Horse that improved dramatically in the second start. I think ran better than maybe it looks on paper for Chad Brown. Maybe could take a step forward, but he's going to have to work out a trip in a race. Doesn't have much pace, and he doesn't have any speed.
Yeah, I mean, the hearing Dave Donk say that the 10 Barrel of Quest is going to be kind of sent away from there, that helps horses like the 3 Shin Sun and the 5 Marinara Sauce, but they're going to need the pace to kind of materialize in front of them, and then they're also going to need to go to Dakota Gold to not show up.
And he can send him all he wants. He's not faster than He's Got It. He's not faster than Dakota Gold. He's not faster than Silent Running. He's not faster than Born Dancer, particularly. So I'm not exactly sure what, he's not faster than Cagney. Now, maybe somehow he goes in all out send or he wants to get there, but do you honestly see this horse clearing it here?
No, I don't see him clearing. I just hope that it kind of keeps the pace honest enough for a horse. If you're interested in a closer like I am in the 3, you do want the pace to be a little bit honest. So a horse breaking from the 10 that's going to be kind of sent away from there, that makes me smile at least a little bit.
Now, when the 10 isn't sent hard away from there, we can say, oh, those trainers, jockeys don't listen to them. This is a perplexing race. We're both trying to beat the favorite here, but I don't think either one of us has a great deal of confidence.
Quickly, Andy, how much tougher would you say the competition was in the Rick Violet? So you're saying, oh, Dakota Gold was just defeated as an odds. How much softer is the competition here than it was in the Rick Violet?
It was much tougher in the Rick Violet. I mean, you had multiple horses, Coinage, practice squad, that had run Beyer figures in the 80s. And this one, they're running in the low, maybe higher 70s, but you had consistent runners that kept good company. I think the best thing you can say about the 2 horses Jonathan and I picked is they have some upside. They're lightly raced. But as far as accomplishment, they're not as good as the horses that he ran against that day.
Maggie, final thoughts as they're crossing over?
I mean, Dakota Gold's much the horse to beat. He's tactical enough. He looks great out there. Going to take a shot with Barrel Quest. Hopefully, Jose goes in the lead or at least saves ground. But do want to talk about the lightly raced number 3 in here, Shinsun. I thought he ran well last time. He does not have much early speed, obviously, as you guys were citing, is a problem. But he's gotten very much on his toes, approaching the gate, a little hot out there to boot. Now, he looks like a horse that should not have early speed. He's very evenly framed, not much of an engine behind that saddle. But I thought it was a bold run, considering it was only his second start last time out, to go up in between horses and along the rail. He's a big, good-looking type. There's ability in there. I think you're kind of taking the worst of it, though, at 5-1 on a horse that isn't quite as proven as some of the other contenders here. Obviously, especially your 2-5 favorite, Lafitte.
He'll be far back, Maggie. Hoping for a serious pace to run into late. Louis Saez in the saddle. Gary at the gate for this New York Stallion Series. Cab Calloway. Odds on Dakota Gold.
We haven't talked about Born Dancer at all for Michelle Nevin, the maiden, coming out of 7 furlong stay. I could see Born Dancer and Flavian Pratt on or near the lead. So
absolutely.
I mean, I haven't picked a winner all day long, so I got a 2-5 shot here.
Get on the board.
I'm the only one.
You're gonna get on the board.
Take what I can get.
New York Stallion Series, Cab Calloway Division, Dakota Gold. Odds on it. Post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the Wednesday feature from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Here is Born Dancer in those War Dancer silks. Marinara Sauced coming up. And the last one to load, Barrel of Quests. We're ready for the New York Stallion Series Cab Calloway Division. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Born Dancer comes out running. Cagney does as well. On the outside, here comes He's Got It in the yellow silks. And the favorite Dakota Gold is up and on the pace too. Just behind this group comes Barrel of Quests in the pink silks, followed by Marinara Sauced, who's 6 lengths off the early tempo. At the back of the field, Silent Running and Shinsun trails. Dakota Gold takes the initiative and opens up a 1.5 lengths. Cagney second. He's Got It on the outside. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Born Dancer has settled in 4th, about 4 lengths off the leader. Then comes Barrel of Quests, followed by Marinara Sauced, inside Silent Running, and Shinsun is the trailer. It's Dakota Gold, bounding along with a 1.5 lengths advantage. The half went in 49 seconds flat. Dakota Gold leads the way by a 1.5 lengths. He's Got It and Cagney sharing second, followed by Barrel of Quests on the outside 4th. Born Dancer is down on the hedge in 5th, now about 6 lengths off the pacemaker, passed now by Marinara Sauced. Silent Running outside of that pair. Shinsun wide and last. They turn for home, and it's Dakota Gold. Called on now, has a 2-length lead. He's Got It running a good race in second. The rest of them on the outside. Here's Marinara Sauce closing stoutly, and Born Dancer on the inside. Past the 16th pole. Dakota Gold, 3-length lead. Marinara Sauce to final try. Dakota Gold wins the New York Stallion Series Cab Callaway Division. Marinara Sauce, Ryan, a big one in defeat. Then it was Born Dancer and Barrel of Quests battling out the minor award.
Got interesting for a few strides, but in the end, just too much. Dakota Gold. Another big afternoon at Saratoga for Dean Reeves, trained by Danny Gargan, the Rad Ortiz in the Cab Callaway division.
Yeah, it was a good ride by Rad. He didn't take any chances. Look, he got away with the 23-4, and he slowed it down even more the second quarter, 49-1. He was just idling down the backstretch. Let him pick it up at about the 3/8 pole, and he continued to pick it up. And I think that's what when he gets in front, he gets messing around. You saw him switch into his left lead late there, duck out away from the riding crop a little bit, but fine performance today.
Winning trainer Danny Gargan. We've never seen Dakota Gold go wire to wire until today, and he does so at 1-5 in this Cab Callaway, guys.
Well, you got to give Rad Ortiz and Danny Gargan credit. I'm sure they both talked, and I'm sure Danny said, you know what, I got the best horse in here. The inside's been good. I'm not losing this race because we're lollygagging around by him being 3 wide and this and that. You're going to have to use him the first quarter to make the front. Once he made the front, how could he lose?
More 1-5 shots should be ridden like this.
Right.
You know, quit trying to be cute. Just go to the front. You got the best horse, and then make them pass you. You know,
Don't lose as a victim.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. It was a really smart plan by Danny. It was a great ride by Irad. It wasn't the flashy thing you'd like to see from a 1-5 shot, but he's never really in danger. Yes, Marinara Sauce was running at him.
You sweated it out for me. You
Yeah,
sweated more
yeah.
than me
Look,
because you were involved.
It got a little bit nerve-wracking for a second, but you got to think that they could have gone around again, and Marinara Sauce probably wasn't going to pass.
A couple of things I want to say. One is that Manny Franco gave an excellent ride to Marinara Sauce, got the rail, gave his horse every chance to win, ran very well, just wasn't quite good enough. And also Barrel of Quest. Jose Ortiz listened to Dave Donk. He did exactly what Dave Donk asked him to do. But as we said before the race, he's not fast enough to clear the field. So no matter what he did, he couldn't go, but he got decent position at least and didn't get victimized. So Jose gave him a good ride. He just isn't quite good enough.
Fourth at 14-1, Barrel of Quest. And Gary, Marinara Sauce, a bold, serious late run at the eventual winner. But in the end, Dakota Gold had built up too much of a cushion. And for the Reeves, another trip to the winner's circle. Patty and Dean Reeves. On Sunday, it was Big Invasion, who is next to Automatic, sensational in the Mahoney. And today, another stakes victory at Saratoga.
Yeah, 2 on the card for Dean and Patty Reeves. And Born Dancer, the maiden, he ran good. He wound up running third in there, got a patient ride from Flavian Pratt, broke good. He settled him into a nice spot just off the pace, and it was a good race for Dakota Gold.
Dean Reeves, who bought 5 at the sales, stocking up and celebrating big wins. Dakota Gold does not disappoint on this afternoon. Lots of smiles. Dakota Gold, the Freud Colt, 4 for 6 overall. Rad Ortiz, leading pilot, goes to work late. Dakota Gold responds and takes down this Cab Callaway division of the New York Stallion Series. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Experience the new Paddock Suite at Saratoga Racecourse. Enjoy Saratoga's newest hospitality area featuring a climate-controlled bar, lounge, and balcony overlooking the paddock. Reserve your table today at naira.com/Saratoga.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Winner's Circle Lead-In, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, nominate your star today. Dakota Gold took no prisoners, Gary, right from the start.
Non-impressive win. Very good ride for Myrat Ortiz. Put him on the lead, didn't take any chances with him, and great run at 1-5.
Big effort, Marinara sauced. Born Dancer at 22-1. Maiden, stakes place. Dakota Gold, though, yeah, showing that, it was a completely different way that he won. And he was defeated odds-on coming from further off the pace. Ortiz, as you mentioned, is very right to the front, something we've never seen from him in the past.
Yeah, in his previous race, when he came into the stretch, he was sort of, I think, Irad was a little overconfident with him. He had him out in the middle of the racetrack, and I'm not really even saw the other horse that beat him short hit or nose that day until the final 2 or 3 strides. So was he going to get by? I believe he would have if he would have been up closer and right next to that horse. So in a way, he should have had back-to-back wins.
Couldn't catch him today. Trained by Danny Gargan, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Danny Gargan, and Danny, taking no prisoners today with Dakota Gold. Go to the lead, improve your position.
Well, last time we got in a little trouble. We played around with the field. We probably should have done the same thing last time. When you have the best horse and you're that big of a favorite, I told Irad, if you got the lead at the 8th pole by a couple lengths and he gets beat, it's my fault today. So he said, I'll have it, boss, don't worry. So that was our game plan. And I probably should have did it last time. He's a little better than these horses. It's a little more class. He'll re-break if they ever get to him. But next time we're going to have to try the big boys. And, I think he's ready to make the next step up.
Which is open company against 3-year-old competition?
Yes, I'll probably take him maybe to Kingland or back to New York and run him straight 3-year-olds. There's a couple different options, but he's a really talented horse, and he deserves a chance.
Well, we saw him run very well in the Breeders' Cup last year. It looks as though options are limitless with her. You also said that you'd win another stake. Sharing who that would be?
I can't tell you right this second, but I've got 2 or 3 of them, I think, sitting back there waiting. I've got a horse named Ride House. He's going to run a 3-year-old grass race. If he keeps training like he is, I really expect him to win the mile race here coming up. He's won 2 in a row and missed little things for this and that, but I think he's a super good 3-year-old also.
He has an epic name, Riot House. That's great. Like Hyatt House, that.
Yeah, and his owner's lucky. She's already won a stake this made. That Armour stable, Megan Jones. I really expect him to run big.
Well, Danny, congratulations here with Dakota Gold, making good on that short price today.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
Danny Gargan conditioning Dakota Gold, as he said, a talented New York bred, where Open Company looks to be next.
Gary Stevens' favorite movie, Roadhouse. Right? He was dressed for the winner's circle today. Very sharp, Danny Gargan. And you keep forgetting that this was the actual post-time favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Modern Games and everything that took place, right? But I keep getting caught off guard by that.
Yeah, and you know what? When he swapped into his left lead late in the race, he actually hit another gear. And then he was flicking his ears back and forth. So I agree with Danny. When he feels something come to him, don't mess around, man. Just put him on the lead or put him up close. And when he gets in a tussle, I think he's going to find even more.
Onward and upward, Dakota Gold, ready for tougher competition, a victory in the New York Stallion Series, and many trips to the winner's circle for Dean and Patty Reeves, and back-to-back stakes wins from Sunday, Big Invasion in the Mahoney, and today's Cab Calloway. I understand JK is alive in the late pick 5 with the 5 and the 6. JK has the 5 and the 6 alive in this late pick 5. One left, the nightcap, in about 21 minutes. Updated odds, $35,000 claimer. They're all 2 for something. Non-winners 3 lifetime fillies and mares, a mile and a 16th. Cafe Fleur, the 2-1 favorite early on. And a week from Saturday, there's a canoe in the Godolphin Blue for now. Essential quality last year, the Run Happy Travers, August 27th on Fox. The Midsummer Derby, mile and a quarter, 3-year-old championship implications, the highlight every summer at Saratoga, the Travers on Fox. In the field, it's coming together. Artori is on the improve. Haskell winners Cyberknife. Charge It won his last race by 100 lengths. Epicenter, anticipated favorite. Early voting. Preakness winner Gilded Age, Rich Strike, the Derby winner, is here at Saratoga. Zandon for trainer Chad Brown. But Rich Strike, if you think he was a fluke or not, Gary, regardless, he has made some kind of impression in terms of appearance since having arrived on Sunday.
Yeah, he's full of himself. He got here. He's supposed to have a workout tomorrow morning. And he traveled good over here. He looks great. He's put on weight. He's grown. And look, I'm not counting him out.
Let's see what his trainer thinks. Rick Reed on Rich Strike gearing up for the Travers.
He was full of energy when he got off the van, and he's trained great every day that he's been here. He seems to have taken to the track pretty good, and he's real relaxed in the stall. Yeah, that 10-week break did him a lot of good. I mean, the first 30 days, he didn't like not being able to breeze and do his hard training, and kind of like a 12-year-old doesn't really know what's best for him, but the parents do. Something happened in that time off. He grew up a little bit in his mind, and he's all business now, not as much play. He has grown and put on some size. I went back and looked at some photographs, and he obviously is maturing out into a really, he's always been a handsome horse, but he's really maturing out nice. We're going to work Friday morning. I'm going to go out when the track opens early. Just an easy half. I'd like 49 or 50 if we can get that out of him, because he'll probably gallop out like 102. So that's all I really want to do with him. I don't want to get him too cranked up any more than he already is. And some longer gallops maybe next week. He trains harder than most horses ever dream of training, and that's why we don't gallop him so far sometimes, because he really puts a lot in it.
Might not be fair. Derby winners shouldn't have to prove anything, but it feels like he does, that he still has to prove that 80-1 shocker wasn't a fluke in the Derby.
Look, he got a perfect trip in the Kentucky Derby. He ran fast. He beat two very good horses, in Epicenter and Zandon, and the question is, can he repeat it? He's won both of his races at Churchill Downs. They've both been impressive races. So is it the racetrack? Is it because he's home? I don't know. I don't totally believe that. I think the horse has probably got another one in him, but everybody else has moved forward as well.
Top three all getting back together from the Kentucky Derby, including the runner-up Epicenter. Could not have been more impressive in the Jim Dandy, gearing up his final tune-up for the Travers, or perhaps second to final tune-up. His breeze here with stablemate Clairiere. This was here yesterday? Monday. On the inside, Epicenter. On the outside, Clairiere for Epicenter here, Gary.
Yeah, it's not like they got some stable pony to work with him. It's only Clairiere. But he's always going better during this workout. He's very, very focused. Rider has his hands full right now, just dragging him around there. And you see the rider on Clairiere taking the riding crop out of his pocket, just to let her know that he's there. You need to do some work, Mama. But watch this colt coming into the lane. He gets into this big, beautiful stride, and the rider basically is motionless on Epicenter. Not looking to overdo it, but he's focused. He galloped out huge after this workout.
What's the logic for Steve Asmussen? Why work two horses this good, this accomplished, this classy together?
You want to match up horses that are comparable. And Clairiere, obviously, Grade 1 winner. She's a good horse, and neither one of them beat each other at the wire. That wasn't designed for that. He works all of his horses normally in company to just keep them focused. And they're timed workouts. He trusts his riders. He tells them the time that he wants them to go in, and they usually hit it right on the head.
Steve Asmussen has yet to win a run-happy Travers. Neither has trainer Chad Brown. From Mechanicville, it'll be a big part of this story and what it would mean for him to win this race that he has said is more important than any other race out there.
Yeah, well, it's right down the road from home, and I know the feeling. Kentucky Derby's already run. The reason they call it the Midsummer Derby.
Chad Brown trying for that first Travers win. Andy, let's start with the Preakness winner in early voting. What are you expecting from him in the Travers after the performance in the Jim Dandy a few weeks back?
To be honest, I have absolutely no idea what to expect from him. His Jim Dandy was awful. Chad Brown's hoping that he just need a race, that he's always felt, even though he's done well in the front end, that he was a better horse stalking horses. He's not wrong when you consider his Preakness, how well he ran that day. He loved the work the other day. They were very much on the fence about whether or not they're going to run him. Now it seems he is going to run because he worked so well the other day. But I'm sorry, based on his last race, and I hope you know how much I'm rooting for this horse in my heart for so many reasons. But it's very hard to have any confidence given his last race, John.
Yeah, I just wish there was an excuse. You know, I can't really find one on paper, but, you know, they're four-legged animals, and sometimes they don't feel like doing it that day, and maybe he'll feel like it come Travers Saturday.
Stalk, and he runs better.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, for horses, for instance, you know, we both, I think, liked Zandon a little bit going into the last race. I picked Zandon. I can have an excuse for Zandon, right? It's like he was a little bit closer to a pace that's not his game. He's more of a kind of a take back, make one run type, kind of like he ran in the Bluegrass. That's more of his game. So there's an opportunity for Zandon to take a step forward, and of the two, because there is at least a little excuse I can give Zandon, he's probably who I want moving forward.
Right. I mean, where we sit now, I think we both agree Epicenter's horse to beat. It'd be foolish to say he isn't. As far as Zandon, I would say he's the one who got the more useful prep. Not that Epicenter didn't, because he rode a little bit out of his running style. And you and I are both the kind of guys that like horses that run reasonably well out of their running style. And then maybe he runs more to his running style in the Travers. We'll see how much pace there is. We'll wait till the race is drawn. And he's dangerous. But Epicenter's still the one to beat.
Let's not sleep on Artorias either for Chad Brown.
Agreed.
Coming into his own. Impressive winner of the Curlin. Brown will be well-represented, talent and volume for the Run Happy Travers 1 week from Saturday. Alabama Saturday, Travers the following week. Brown well represented in this one coming up too. The Cafe Fleur, 3-2. Wow. For owner Peter Brandt, Brad Ortiz looking to sweep the late double. Horses in the paddock for the nightcap race 10 in 14 minutes. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
1-2 down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafat. Malafat gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Here comes Malafat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malafat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Chauvet. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live as we are in the paddock for the nightcap. A race at 10. This is a non-3 life, and they are contesting the filly and mares over the mile and a 16th on the Mellon turf course. As, yes, Cafe Fleur, she is your favorite as she drops in class for our leading trainer, Chad Brown here. No problems with her. She does cut back in distance, too, but going to take a look at a new face, at least for the Naira circuit, but not when it comes to her trainer, as she is conditioned by our friend and colleague Tom Amos. Number 5, Go Big Green. Last time out, she's a filly that's kind of adaptable to the pace, and it was a quick pace for that first quarter, and she found herself out the back, and she seemed to be somewhat struggling around the second turn, and then once she got out in the clear, she ran on a bit, and she was complimented by the horse that finished just in front of her, Queen of the Green, who came back and ran an 82 in her subsequent start. So I think Go Big Green, who is showing good energy here in the paddock, would be best suited to be forward yet again, trying to find that style that she's had in some of her previous races of just being a little bit more forward. I like what I'm seeing from her physically. She's incredibly fit. She does come off a little bit of a freshening here to Saratoga, and she's one, too, that drops in class and shows up for a tag for the first time. Moving on to number 7, Fun While It Lasted. She is by New York stallion, war dancer, but a PA bred. And I see her intermittently throughout her career, and now as a 4-year-old, she's just become so much more athletic. You know, she was a little bit smaller and weaker as a 2-year-old, and then she kind of filled out a bit as a 3-year-old, but now she's just more refined, and she just has a look more of a racehorse to her from my vantage point. And 2, she's one that has some of that tactical speed that you like to see. She's the one that caught my eye the most here in the paddock, and forward engaged here, one of 2 for trainer Brittany Russell. Next, we'll move on to number 10, Oceanair, coming off of a layoff, going out for Michelle Giangiulio for the first time. And she's one that kind of showed up looking the same every time I saw her last year, in which she did run 9 times. She just kind of got quiet, kind of went through the motions. Well, today she came in on the muscle. Often what happens when you bring a horse back from a layoff, because they're fresh. She looks great here physically, but boy, she looks as though a start's going to be needed to attain that race fitness, as we'll head on over across the paddock to Andy and JK as horses are about to hit the track, guys.
I'd rather continue my conversation about Almost Famous with Maggie, but that's for another time. You know, Cafe Fleur is a funny horse, and Jonathan, you're alive to the 5 and 6 in your pick 5. So tremendous. I mean, you got the favorite for almost 600 and 1,013. And this pick 5, we were talking off camera, it's a great example of it doesn't matter that a couple of super short prices horses won on it, because you got some big prices, and that's why you don't summarily dismiss heavy favorites.
No, you know, look, you have to look at the sequence and treat sequences differently. You know, if you like Dakota Gold or you don't like Dakota Gold, but you like some prices elsewhere, you can't let Dakota Gold beat you when you've hit the other prices.
No, you can't. Now, as far as Cafe Fleur, it's the old Chad Brown dropping down a claiming race. He's got to drop this horse. I don't even think this is like a drop to win in Saratoga. This horse belongs in a claiming race.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse is taking money, but that's because it's Chad. The horse has run okay numbers, but hasn't run, you know, great races. It's just one of those horses where I think the drop, when you get down here with these horses that are non-winners of whatever, they don't want to win, and these fresh faces, I think, are easy to lean on, especially when they're trained by Chags. It feels like horses like this that you try to get cute and beat win by 3 very often.
They do, but I picked this horse. I still wish this horse had done some meaningful running at any one of her races.
Stay off rooftops, Andy. You're not a golden god.
I'm not.
Russell.
I don't jump off roofs into pools.
Into pools. I don't know.
Not that I know of.
In the right circumstances.
Did I?
Post parade, bell on her toes, 23-1.
Tough to make a case for this one off the claim, trying the turf for the first time with really no pedigree for grass.
Boca, it's been an uphill battle recently.
Yeah, even you get back to the turf races, she's probably a little bit better in the turf she is in the dirt, but she may not be good enough anyway.
Dixie Cannon, 5-year-old debut.
Look, this horse is cold on the board to me. This horse could have easily opened up at 4-1-ish and been taking money, and this horse is not taking the money that I thought they possibly could.
Maggie liked what she saw from Go Big Green for our friend and colleague Tom Amos.
Oh, she's just being nice to Tom. I wish this horse had done a little more running last time. The running line is deceptive. It makes it look like she did some running. That race just kind of collapsed.
8-5, Cafe Fleur.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a drop for Chad Brown, a horse with an interesting pedigree. I wouldn't be surprised if she lost. Wouldn't be surprised if she won.
We saw Fun While It Lasted. Here's the 9, Princess Pinky for the JMS stable.
I have a love-hate relationship with Princess Pinky, but even her best races probably aren't good enough to win.
8-1, and Ocean Air, who ran very well here last summer.
And I got done talking about how the 4 isn't taking any money and could be. The 10 is taking that money. This horse could be a longer price. This might be one of those where the money might be worth following.
Good luck, JK. Late pick 5, he has 5 and 6. If you haven't done so just yet, join us. Alabama week. Get signed up. Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Gary, you're going with Ocean Air towards the outside. Give us the sales pitch.
Well, I don't like the post position, but there were 2 scratches. Rails out at 27 feet. But I see the 4-horse Dixie Cannon going to the lead. Cafe Fleur right there. And Luis Saez, I don't think he's any worse than third going into that first turn. Horse is better with the target. Was on the lead when he last ran in October at Belmont. He kind of inherited the lead. It was extremely slow pace, but I think we get a decent pace up close. But I see Ocean Air no further than third going into the first
Early
turn.
on, something to look for right from the start. Our handicappers clearly all on the same page for this 10th and final.
Right?
You know, Jonathan, I'll tell you one of my problems with your backup of the 5, and I think this is something you'll agree with. We like when we have like 2 different horses in a race to have differing running styles. Couldn't these 2 horses both be at the back of the pack?
Yeah, they absolutely could be. But I think the thing that kind of helped me get over that hump was there didn't feel like there was a speed horse that was going to be able to take advantage of the fact that those horses were going to come from way out of it. I feel like they'd be bunched together. I do think the 4 could be one of those horses, but she's just not that fast.
Well, I agree. There's nobody here that's that fast, but it's an odd situation, right? Because the potential 2 speeds are the 4 Dixie Cannon and the 7 Fun While It Lasted. They're both trained by Brittany Russell. It's hard to see them duking it out in the front end. I agree with Gary that Ocean Air should be able to get a position, probably sitting third behind those 2 horses, depending. Now, whether or not she's good enough, I agree. But that's what worries me about this. And I picked her, is she doesn't have much speed. She may just win because Chad Brown just sort of wins with these horses. But this may be a pretty murky pace.
Yes, and I think murky paces are problematic for evenly matched horses. I just think the 5 and the 6 might be better animals. And if they are, then the pace won't matter as much. But if that makes sense.
It does to a certain extent. It doesn't make sense, but it does make sense. I mean, in other words, you're sort of wrong, except we've seen so many of these races, and sometimes you get to a point as a handicapper, you've just seen it happen so many times, you don't want to get overly cute. And I think that's what you're saying. I'm not trying to get too cute here.
Yeah, I mean, because, look, my normal thinking of how you look at races like this is let me find out who's going to get loose in this paceless race. It's going to be the 4. And then you take the 4, and then the 4 opens up, goes 49, and then gets run down by a 6-5 shot trained by Chad Brown. I'm just trying to see that happening ahead of time rather than being disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, my backup would have been the 4. I would have the 6 and 4 here, but I'm going to be rooting for you, my friend. Said to Maggie.
Andy, thank you. I mean, if you're discerning between the 2 Brittany Russell trainees, I suppose Kendrick Carmouche is a little bit more aggressive. Not that Javier is not by any means, but more inside post position. Now, this horse comes back, and she just looks like she needs a start, to be honest. Look, she's 7-1. That's a decent price for a horse that's going to be forward in here, but it wasn't like she was showing an abundance of pre-race energy. So I don't know. We'll see what she does here. I just wish she looked a bit tighter coming in off of that layoff. Number 9, Princess Pinky. Want to talk about aggressive warm-up? She was. I mean, she was trying to run off with Manny Franco. She was a bit more forward through very slow fractions last time. Not that she's going to be quicker than the horses that you guys talked about. Just something I noticed in the warm-up that she was very aggressive and energetic. But number 6, Cafe Fleur, your current favorite. As she cuts back in distance, she isn't a filly that possesses a big hind end or nicely developed hindquarters. She's very kind of flat-backed, as you can see there as we take a look at her going on to the turf course. I also noticed that she kind of runs with her head up in the air, and she's got that high head carriage. I like my turf horse. I like any horse to drop into their stride. We'll see what she does here. She could win on class alone, but I thought there were other options, obviously, in this field. Lafitte?
Maggie, thanks so much. What are some of those challenges, Gary? And she talked about the high head carriage, and you see that from time to time. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a mechanics thing. How much harder are those horses to ride for a jockey?
It can be difficult, but I've had horse one of the best marathon horses that I ever rode. Ashley Love Sugar ran with his head straight up in the air. Mike Smith was riding him, and he won on him. And I'm thinking, how does he ride this horse? He looks so uncomfortable. So I was named on him. Open company, he's a Calbred, and I won a grade 2 on him, first time out. And he was fun to ride. He wasn't uncomfortable. It just depends on the horse. It's wasted action. They're not using their full stride, but some horses, that's the way they're made.
Especially in a tight finish. If heads are bobbing, you want the one who's reaching as opposed to the one who has his head up in the air.
100%.
So we'll see. Watch the action on Cafe Fleur as it gets very dark here at Saratoga, and they file into the gate. Terrific job all afternoon. Frank Mirmati calling the races. He'll be back tomorrow. And for one more call, 10th and final, Frank Mirmati standing by to wrap things up at the Spa.
Thanks so much, Lafitte. The last one to load is Ocean Air. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean beginning. Bells on her toes, out alertly, and takes the lead at once going into the first turn. Ocean Air is flashing some early speed too, and in between those two is Dixie Cannon, and the pace is honest in the early going. Dixie Cannon takes command around the turn. Bells on her toes concedes that pace, and then it's Ocean Air, a joint second. They're followed by Princess Pinky, well spotted fourth, 3 lengths off the leader. Fun While It Lasted is next. Down at the rail comes Boca. Cafe Fleur is next. The opening quarter went in 25 seconds flat, and it's another 2 back to Go Big Green. Dixie Cannon, uncontested on the front end, has opened up 3 on Ocean Air in second. They're followed by Bells on Her Toes, Princess Pinky right together, and in behind them, Fun While It Lasted is next. As they move into the far turn, down at the rail comes Boca, 5 lengths off the lead, and Cafe Fleur is right next to her in a little bit of traffic through a half in 50 seconds flat. Go Big Green has been at the back of the field throughout. Dixie Cannon and Kendrick Carmouche leading by a length over Ocean Air as they come toward the quarter pole. Cafe Fleur now starting to gain some serious momentum in between rivals. Princess Pinky outside of her, followed by Bells on Her Toes and Boca. 3/4 in 14 and 3. They're a furlong from the finish. Clear sailing for Cafe Fleur on the outside as Ocean Air comes to battle with Dixie Cannon. Ocean Air is the leader. Go Big Green has surfaced from last and starting to close stoutly on Ocean Air. Here comes Go Big Green to get the money. Ocean Air, Cafe Fleur, and Dixie Cannon.
The late surge, Go Big Green, Serengeti Empress Colors, Dr. Joe Politi, Tom Amos, and Trevor McCarthy in the 10th and final at Saratoga, 9-2 at post time.
Congratulations to Tom Amos and JK.
JK on target with the late pick 5.
Yeah, good job. Nice finish here. Looked like Ocean Air is going to get there, and splitting horses. Go Big Green.
Good
Trevor
ride by
McCarthy, excellent ride. Never gives up. Left-handed here. This horse is carrying his head a little bit high as well, but Trevor with that long body, it's a job done.
Got it home. JK, well done, my friend.
Yeah, congrats. Nice win.
No, thank
Super
you.
job.
And if anyone at home played along, thanks for rolling with us there. Congratulations. Nice little score.
You're not an idiot for a day.
Just for a day.
Just be an idiot again tomorrow.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Be an idiot tomorrow. No, that was great. Great job. It really was. And you and I had the same opinion. We both gave up on this horse. We thought the 10 was going to win. Irad, by the way, gave Cafe Fleur a flawless ride in every way. She's just not very good. That's why she was running for 35,000.
Yeah, but she, look, he gave her every chance to win. Yep. I mean, I think the first 3 horses all got great rides. Louis gave the 10, Ocean Air, a great ride, got over and saved ground.
First 4, really.
Trevor stayed busy, rode that horse like a bicycle, and Irad did a great job, too. It's not too often the first 3 runners all got great rides, and, it worked out well.
Trevor's had a rough meet. He gets his 4th win here. He's had a lot of seconds and thirds. Trevor's a very good rider. In a lot of ways, even though he's not an apprentice like Jose Gomez, this is a learning experience for him. Riding up here for the first time full-time with these riders, not going to get the kind of opportunities he's getting, but he's a very good rider, and he'll come out of Saratoga an even better rider as a result of being here, regardless of how many races he wins.
First time he had ridden Go Big Green, Maggie had pointed out his energy, his presence in the paddock, performs accordingly. Tom Amos, who celebrated his 4,000th victory last week. It's an incredible milestone, and to do so in a stakes race at Saratoga, a remarkable career. The win percentage off the charts for someone who's run so many races, won so many races, and for Tom, it looks like just, you know, another day at the office.
Right.
Like he was expecting it, you know.
That's kind of boring.
All along.
Kind of boring, 4,001.
He can't take out his family every post-race celebration.
Why?
Fair answer. They would just stop coming to the
Why?
racetrack, and I wouldn't blame them. Greatest post-race celebration in the history of post-race celebrations at Kentucky Oaks with Serengeti Empress. Go Big Green. 5'10", 6'4". Jonathan with a $70 ticket. 1,100 plus on the late pick 5. Speaking of top class 3-year-old fillies, Nest, the filly to beat in the Alabama, and Secret Oath, head-to-head for a third time. The rubber match on Saturday in the prestigious Grade 1 Alabama.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Exciting finish in the 10th and final. Saratoga Live winding down as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trevor McCarthy, Go Big Green. A little over 1,000 for that late pick 5. JK with that $70 ticket. Productive afternoon. Tom Amis into the winner's circle. Those Serengeti Empress colors. Go Big Green. Ocean Air right there. Fought hard. Cafe Fleur just kind of flattened out late. Pick 6 up over 18,000. Not quite the celebration for 4,000, but a celebration nonetheless. And winning trainer Tom Amis with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Now, Lafitte, I thought I was a busy person, but I don't even hold a candle to my man Tom Amis on the show, training a full stable of horses, working out, Tom, as I ran into you post-workout doing your grocery shopping.
Well, yeah, I do grocery shopping too.
just a little icing on the cake. I'm sure Colleen appreciates that. But Go Big Green, you were just discussing with me, named for a school that you're familiar with.
Oh, yeah. So in New Orleans, Tulane is the Green Wave, and Joel and Julie Politti have a daughter that went to Tulane, so they named it Go Big Green. So this is a tip of the cap to Tulane University and their daughter who's since graduated from there. You know what, look, I've got to say, Trevor McCarthy rode a great race, and I want to put an exclamation point on that because this jock colony is so deep here. Sometimes there are riders that get lost in it. And unfortunately, I think Trevor is one of those riders that's been lost in a really deep colony, but I had all the confidence in the world with him today, and I told him, you ride your race. He had studied the races of her past. He'd been a little in and out, sometimes on the lead, sometimes off the pace. He did a great job with her.
And two, Trevor is not somebody that you're necessarily familiar with, you know, has ridden Mid-Atlantic and here in New York. Talk about how that relationship formed.
Well, it formed recently, back in the last 3 weeks, but I had been looking to try to have somebody to go to that was willing to work in the mornings for me and get on some horses, and Trevor was the man, so I'm glad I could reward him.
Yeah, speaking of somebody that works hard, Trevor is that person too. Tom, congratulations. We missed you on the show. At least we caught up with you here in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Maggie. I'll see you on Friday.
Excellent. Always good to have Tom on the show and even here winning races as he's very used to doing, guys.
We do miss him. Empty seat right over there waiting for him.
Ready for him.
Go Big Green. That sequence. JK with that $70 ticket he gave out at the top of the show, up over 1,000. Go Big Green. He said Tulane. Our producer, Evan Schwartz, Michigan State grad, is like, wait, hold on a second. What do you mean Tulane? Sparty. Go Big Green in the nightcap. Showdown. Was it your man, Philly Man 22 for the 18th time? No. Grifter 66. That was close.
That was.
Grifter 66-3, 15-49 over Go, Mom, Go. Gonna have to settle for second today. The Showdown. Back tomorrow, along with Saratoga Live, another 10-race program here at the Spa. As for the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, of course it is one of the most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies in the country. The Grade 1 Alabama on Saturday, ABR Race of the Week. Drawn earlier today, American Classic Racing distance of 1.25 miles. Post 3 Gerrymander arrives with momentum. The favorite will be Nest, blowout winner in the Coaching Club, American Oaks. And on the outside, Secret Oath is back for another run at Nest. And essentially, Gary, this is what Secret Oath is trying to reproduce, a victory over Nest the first time they met when Secret Oath denied her in the Kentucky Oaks. Remember, Nest was the post-time favorite.
Yeah, listen, Secret Oath showed up that day. She was best. She got a great ride from her rider, Luis Saez, and I look forward to improve. But listen, Nest has improved with every one of her races since the Kentucky Oaks. She came back, ran possibly a winning race, a bit unlucky in the Belmont Stakes, stumbled leaving there, hit a little roadblock at the head of the stretch. You can make a case that she was best in there. Now she comes back in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But this was a devastating performance by Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks. CCA, it looked like a mismatch.
Not right there, it didn't. For a few strides, this is the matchup we've been waiting for until it wasn't.
It was put to bed pretty quick when they straightened up Lafitte. She's going to have to find more. Secret Oath with the improvement, the added distance, I think is going to benefit Nest. That's not going to hurt Secret Oath, but Nest just toyed with her on this particular day. Wayne Lucas has said that he wasn't hard on her going into the race. He thought she was undertrained for it. He's gone to the well. Coach thinks he can turn the tables. I have my doubts, Coach, but I'll never rule you out.
He's won a lot of races, big races with horses that shouldn't have. Fillies in the Derby, former claimers in the Kentucky Derby. You won a Derby for him with Thunder Gulch. You paid $50. Feels like a heavyweight fight. That's how we'll treat it. Tail of the tape. It's close. Wins, even, earnings, very close head-to-head. One win for Nest, one win Secret Oath. Bottom line, however, as you mentioned, that runaway win, hard to erase that most recent image of Nest just absolutely dismantling her rivals, including Secret Oath, and the fact that Nest is proven running second in the 1.5 mile Belmont Stakes. She's supposed to get better as the distances get farther. It's just hard to come up with a scenario where you say, okay, this is why Secret Oath can turn the tables this time.
Well, this track has been it's been very testing here. I think that favors Nest. She was drawn away at the end of the Coaching Club American Oaks, And, you know, I don't know if this track necessarily suits Secret Oath.
We will find out. The Grade 1 Alabama with championship implications. All eyes on Nest. Sensational in the coaching club. American Oaks, can she rack up another Grade 1? Live coverage on Saratoga Live. Fun day of racing kicking off week 6 at the Spa. Dakota Golden defeated odds-on favorite. Week 2 of the meet. There would be no stopping him today. Delivers as the heavy favorite in the Cab Callaway. Onward and upward, another big win at Saratoga for the Reeves. And the Run Happy Travers 1 week from Saturday, the Midsummer Derby. What color will that canoe be a week from Sunday morning? We'll find out in a couple of weeks. Have a great night, everyone. See you tomorrow on Saratoga Live.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2020.